we have to condemn the atrocities that happen every day to Palestinians in the West Bank. You mentioned sexual violence. I was part of the human rights vetting process for arms going to Israel, and a charity called Defense of Children International Palestine drew our attention at the State Department to the sexual assault, actually the rape, of a 13-year-old boy that occurred in an Israeli prison in the Mosque in Jerusalem. We examined these allegations. We believe they were credible. We put them to the government of Israel. And you know what happened the next day? The IDF went into the DCIP offices and removed all their computers and declared them a terrorist entity. I think it is vital that atrocities not happen to anyone, not sexual violations, not any kind of gross violation of human rights. We are looking at a situation where there is so much dehumanification, where people are not seen.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Monday, May 27th, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. Unfortunately, some terrible stuff to discuss today. It seems like that's the daily occurrence for quite a while now, but some really tough stuff to go over today. So I want to tell you right out of the gate that there's going to be some stuff today that's going to be pretty graphic that we're going to be covering that took place over the last 48 hours or less in Rafah. And it's a sad culmination of a lot of building. I mean, I don't even know what the right word is to really cover what we're going to talk about today. Hatred, propaganda, what has been built around all of this to somehow, in some people's minds, allow or justify what we're going to talk about and what we're seeing up until now. It's almost overwhelming. And I think I've said this a lot over the last couple of weeks or even more, but I mean, I think at this point, and we kind of reached this point as well around the COVID-19 conversation. At this point, I don't understand. I'll just put it this way. We are at a point where the evidence is so self-evident. And I don't even mean like it wasn't, where there's a partisan divide where it can be argued, this is how you're supposed to see that. We're at a point now where this has been so utterly exposed and as I said, right in the first couple of weeks post October 7th, the very people that they always told you to look to in these times are the very ones telling you this is genocide. Countries are turning against the Israeli government. People are coming out and declaring that they recognize a Palestinian state. The leading international entities in the world are telling you that what's happening is not just wrong, but is to the level of genocide. It needs to stop immediately. And yet there are people still defending that this isn't even what it looks like, that there's not a famine taking place, not even starvation. At this point, the only people still standing by this, and I don't mean the ones kind of like unsure, waffling, going, well, like I stand with Israel. I mean people that are standing by what's happening, telling you that you're wrong to stop Israel, wrong to stop the arming of Israel, wrong in any sense to say what they're doing is somehow criminal. These are the worst people of society. I mean, there's no way around this. We're watching some kind of distillation where we're watching people who are one by one suddenly going, wow, okay, maybe I shouldn't be supporting this. At the very least, I'm going to keep my beliefs quiet because it's clear that what's happening is shockingly wrong. The people that are standing up and praising this, allowing this, telling you that you should be on side with this are the worst people I've ever seen. And that's not about whether they're Jewish or Christian or ethnicity, religion, location. It doesn't matter. It's all across the board. So too are the people pushing back. So too is the overwhelming obvious that with the campus protest, the multiple countries, the worldwide resistance to this, which is the clear vast majority. It's the same. You can clearly see that it's multifaceted. Religion, ethnicity, location doesn't play a factor. Well, it always plays a factor, but it is not the driving reason for why these people are standing together. And it's just shockingly clear. So we're going to talk about how clear that is in regard to Rafah and a lot of other examples around it. But just recognize that and take a note of the people. Now, that's my opinion, obviously, but take a note of the people who are standing by this, who are shouting you down for trying to, at the very least, care about people on the other side of this conversation. recognize who they are, make a note of this, and make sure you recognize that they're not the kind of person that they at least profess to be, unless they're standing up and telling you that they're a genocide-supporting maniac. That's how I would see it. Now, today, we're also going to talk about a couple of discussions, probably going to be a long show, around the things we didn't get to previously around UNRWA, an interesting overlap in regard to Shawnee Luke and the locations that were bombed, which is tied into the conversation today, seeing as how tangential to a UN location, an UNRWA location, which is a UN location in Rafah, was also bombed, and that this is not new. And of course, we are the ones being told that there's Hamas there without evidence, of course, and that they're holding hostages there without evidence, of course, and that then they bomb these locations, how that's supposed to save these people. And of course, the same conversation I keep having about this. We're told incessantly about the human shields, which of course is possible, ignoring all the examples we can see in real-time live television that Israel's using human shields. And there's another example again today that I'll show you. Holding an elderly man from Rafah, literally having him leaning out the door while they're shooting. I mean, this just don't care. So ignoring all of that, screaming about how Hamas is using human shields, which I've never even debated or disputed. Of course, I would imagine anybody in this situation in the context of what we're talking about, Israel and Hamas being a group that has been funded and armed and supported by Israel for a very long time, I would not dispute that either side would be capable of doing this. The point is that we have yet to see any evidence of that, which has to be kind of shocking when we're talking about 30 to 50,000 people being killed. So the point again, as we're looking at this Rafah massacre, can somebody demonstrate for me where the human aspect of the human shield dynamic is for me? I see all the shields you're telling me were killed. Where are the humans that were supposed to be behind those shields? How is it possible we can continue to see limbs of dead children and bodies exploded, and yet oddly not a single example of what they tell me was what they were going for? Oh, we're told there were 2 people that they got there. Weren't we told that there was a person that they killed in Jubilee, a refugee camp, that was justifiable for killing 200 people that later turned out to not be the person that they said he was or wasn't even there? How do we take this stuff at face value? How is human life so insignificant to people to suggest that that makes sense? It's alarming. Now, we're going to talk about quite a lot of things around this developing awareness, but I wanted to start with something because it is Memorial Day today. And I thought there's something that I've read a few times over the years that I wrote a while ago that I thought was important. And it really feels especially more relevant today, not just because it's Memorial Day and this is about Memorial Day, but because of everything else happening, because of the rising awareness around not just Israel, Zionism, but our own government. And that's like that. I really could make that statement for pretty much most people around the world right now. I think there's an interesting evolution, I guess, of thought around the way people are viewing their governments and whether their governments are willing to support the things that we're talking about here while pretending they're fighting those things everywhere else, and then going, but wait a minute, they're not actually doing that. Wait a minute, they're not even doing that for me. Wait a minute. And one by one, these illusions begin to fall apart. And I think that this is a very, very, very positive thing. So I wanted to start by reading this again because it's something that's really, I believe deeply. It's directly from my heart. And I think it's important that we, on days like this, make sure to make these statements, because usually you get shouted down like you're somehow not supposed to say something that's contentious, which usually things today contentious are, in my opinion, tend to be the ones we should be looking at the most. But let's start with this. And I think this is important. Now, really, it's really about remembering what we're actually celebrating today for Memorial Day. What are we actually celebrating? Of course, it's always about the idea of remembering the people that sacrificed. But weirdly, it becomes very quickly in the conversation about supporting war, supporting the state, supporting the agendas around all the things that they're doing. Not really about the people anymore, but the fact that they use those people to achieve certain ends that are about freedom that we're told. But I don't think that's what it's really about. So what I'm about to say will no doubt be disliked by many. I can guarantee, just like every year, simply for my speaking the truth, and possibly censored by others for the very same reason. However, in my eyes, there is no better day to honor the sacrifice of so many by taking the quintessentially American action of speaking truth to power and exposing the lies that we were all sold by the state. Now, far too many have been conditioned from birth to blindly serve and to see anything else as an affront to what this country represents. Yet this nation has not represented what it claims to for quite some time, which is why I do what I do, as you all know. to awaken those lost in the lies, to the reality that their loyalties have been hijacked by those who care nothing for the love we have of this country's core values. Whether they were ever truly practiced by its founders or not, they have become real for us. This slowly materializing mountain of lies is also why there is such forceful efforts to make holidays like today about glorifying the state and its war efforts, as opposed to those that they've tricked to carry them out, despite that being the claim, and to make those of us saying anything less out to be deceivers, manipulators, truly accusing us of that which they are guilty. Classic propaganda in the truest sense of the word. The saddest part is that so many have bought into this. And so many, I mean, the two-party illusion aspect of this is what jumps into my mind, is we can clearly see that there's so many elements of this that are controlling the conversation and believing that they're doing something positive within that. So it's also good to make sure that we don't highlight them as the enemy, because that's exactly the point. Simply people that do not see it. And of course, we could be wrong as well. But the sad part is that so many have bought into this lie. And so much so that they do not even know their own history, which is what we're seeing more and more today. And they turn around and call those of us embracing the true values, as we see it anyway, of this country, as the enemy. Treasonous, even. A quote that I've said a lot over the years that I really think is important, President Theodore Roosevelt summed it up best. Quote, to announce that there must be no criticism of the president or that we must stand by the president, right or wrong, is not only unpatriotic and servile, but it is morally treasonable to the American people. So today, I ask all of those of you out there currently recoiling in disgust for my willingness to speak ill of this country on such a day, to first understand that I'm not speaking ill of this country. That's the deception. I love this country. I am speaking ill of those who have deceived the masses and used their love of the nation to carry out wars of aggression in our name. Second, to take a step back and simply look at what such blind subservience to those in power who arrogantly lie to maintain it has done, both in this country and to those around the world who dare to think for themselves. Especially thinking this from a country perspective, the countries we've talked about that choose to simply not bow to the interest of the Western powers and have suffered for it. Freedom. Especially on a day like today, we owe it to ourselves and to those who gave their lives for a cause that they likely realized in the process of pursuing was not what they were told it was, to speak the truth and not blindly acquiesce to the jingoistic pressure of the brainwashed masses, which I believe is a dwindling number day by day. It's not hard to just do a little research and see just how many veterans, in fact, tell quite a different story about what we should be proud of and we're really doing overseas. It's also not difficult to see just how hard the establishment works to keep their message suppressed and keep them drugged up and in the shadows. As Ray McGovern said in a past article for Consortium News, Memorial Day should be a time of sober reflection, on war's horrible costs, not a moment to glorify war. But many politicians and pundits simply can't resist the opportunity. As James Madison, our fourth president and then author of our Constitution, wrote, of all the enemies to public liberty, war is perhaps the most to be dreaded because it comprises and develops the germ of every other. War is the parent of armies. From these proceed debts and taxes, and armies and debts and taxes are the known instruments for bringing the many under the dominion of the few. In war, too, the discretionary power of the executive is extended. Its influence in dealing out offices, honors, and emoluments is multiplied, and all the means of seducing the minds are added to those of subduing the force of the people. No nation could preserve its freedom in the midst of continual warfare. My God, what a better statement to understand where we are today. And that includes war against itself. We can see that we are under and again, have always been under the microscope, under the eye of what's happening, as Whitney Webb framed it during COVID-19. The body is this new battlefield. The war on terror was directed at the American people. It's the same concept today. And as this government wages war on its own people in the interest of a foreign nation, today, we celebrate those who stand for the true values of this country, the true values of humanity, and especially when it comes at great cost to those standing for what they know to be right. Today, I celebrate all of you, standing for honor and integrity, devoid of political party, ethnicity, or religion. As I see it, the true patriots. So thank you for being here today, and hopefully embodying the idea that we're trying to push forward here, that this doesn't have to be about division and sides and political games, simply fighting for fighting for what they pretend they are: honor, integrity, belief in things that there are things that are sacred and things that we should believe in, and not just dash to the side the moment that it challenges our agenda, which, by the way, is exactly what Israel, the United States, and all the ones screaming about the rules-based international order do every moment. We're watching it happen right now. So let's start today with a couple of important points. First of all, discussing the war on us. One point that I want to make sure you didn't miss today that I was tweeting about is that we are being censored. Again, we just talked about Twitch censoring us. Well, guess what? Today, and I was even talking yesterday or a couple of days ago, telling Orwell, I believe, that this was coming. I felt it coming. I saw a message they sent. Well, now Stripe, a major payment processor, after, remember, PayPal censored us and stole money from me. Now this is happening again. And I kind of knew this was always the case. I knew Stripe was a dangerous choice, but there's not many choices out there. And here we are. And here's, just very quickly to break this down for you, this is what we're talking about. They have now given us, what is it right here, saying basically they determined that our business, and we're using Give WP for the web, that's the WordPress app plugin, is in violation of Stripe service agreements. Specifically, we are unable to access payments for payments for crowdfunding, they say. Interesting, seeing as how that's not what we're doing. And realize I'm actually going to make a point about the Give Send Go in a second, because that also seems like it's being as just like we expected. Unfortunately enough, it's all coming down. It's incredible. I mean, it just makes me want to scream out, like, where are all the honest people out there, right? You guys, obviously the people here that believe in what we're doing. Where are the people, power and money and influence out there that actually believe in integrity and honor and freedom? Where are they? I mean, it's frustrating to continue to fall into this hole. I mean, any case, before I get frustrated about it at the beginning of the show, the point is that we have used this for people that are donating to the platform. And realize that the bottom line is that's not the crowdfunding element of this they're trying to argue is as if we were fundraising for something, not that there's a product or a service that's in place. We know, you all know that's the reality very clearly, that we are actively providing a service. And it's much more than just the interviews and the news coverage and everything else. As the point that I'm going to make in a minute, that we have a lot more that goes on, a lot more interaction with the community, a lot of different engagement, and people that we work with from the community, or people on our Substack. There's a lot of different ways. This is not even just a donation platform, but in regard to the actual use of the service, that's ultimately what this comes down to. Now, here's what becomes even more frustrating. The idea that they're claiming we're crowdfunding, first of all, which is completely illegitimate when you understand what crowdfunding is. It's not, the point is that it's for a product we're putting out that people can choose to give us value for. Here was the follow-up, where I followed up with that. And I said, look, this is not the case. I'm not crowdfunding. We accept donations for our services, but here's multiple examples of how it's not just that. And of course, insta-denied, which of course to me shows me that there's something else there. This came back within 10 minutes after I sent in this follow-up, which is supposed to be reviewed, immediately came back and said, unfortunately, after additional review, you're still unable. So they're going to push me off. As of June 6th, we can no longer use Stripe, which is just infuriating. You have to realize this has happened to TLAV, for those new, over and over and over and over, whether it's Patreon or PayPal or Venmo or everything, it continues to happen for no reason. This is a unique one, seeing as how they at least gave us a discussion. They didn't really give you an example of what exactly it was. They just gave you the word crowdfunding and pointed to the link we're going to show you. PayPal and the rest usually just kick you off without much of an engagement. Here's what I think is important. So this is what I believe strongly. I mean, I can prove this is what this is about. So this was updated April 2024, last month. Last month, they decided to update this when they haven't done it all the way since 2022. What do you think that's about? And I'll show you what changed. Very clearly, seems to be one standout difference that was created that literally is not in this one. Oops, that didn't spell that right. So one word could be just proven to you for watching the video version. That's not in there. Here's what it says. Content creation, or it says creation, but it's not in there. It says transactions that provide compensation to creators without an underlying piece of digital content associated. So right there, without question, that's not us. We're creating content. But then, and this finds that I'm speaking with Decentralized News about this just on the side. They believe this is sort of a canary in the coal mine. And I don't know how many other people are utilizing Stripe for this kind of dynamic, which I'm sure it's a lot. But look at this. Examples include subscriptions to free public content or a tip button on a profile page. Now, explain for me how including basically donations for free content is somehow crowdfunding. It's not. In fact, the words they're very, very different. But realize that the two sentences don't make sense together. So creating without an underlying piece of digital content associated. That's the videos, the interviews, all the things that we do. So I want you to recognize that last month, Stripe, after years, randomly decided to insert something that specifically gave them the opening to shut down what we're doing. Probably along with a lot of other people. I'm not going to pretend that I'm the only one this is about, but who knows? I just want us to recognize how crazy that is and how alarming it is that we're watching this kind of thing happen for zero reason. Why? And then on top of that, this is what I shared this today. Here's what Casey Wright pointed out. He said, have they tried to get you to switch to Fundraiser? He's making a point because, look, this is a new thing. Stripe and Fundraiser have teamed up to bring you powerful Stripe fundraising tools. So Stripe is literally using its own platform with another group to create a crowdfunding platform. How much you want to bet if I signed up for it, I would be denied. But I probably won't, just because I don't want to keep using groups that will not will censor me for no reason, especially dishonestly. So I hope people out there can make a huge stink about this on Twitter and wherever else to hope that Stripe will decide not to do it, because we have to be honest, no matter what we want to do, this is going to hurt us. I mean, you guys know what's going on is we're dealing with multiple ridiculous lawsuits that are going to absolutely drain us down to nothing as we're dealing with this suppression and financial censorship and continuing to knock us. My whole career has been 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Now, trust me, I'm not complaining, guys. It's the least important thing that's going on right now. As people are being murdered in Rafah, I want people to understand that this is not going to go away. And we're going to keep doing this. I don't care if I end up sitting in my corner, my bedroom doing this from my phone. I'm going to keep doing this because it's important. And because if I stop, then this wins. But nonetheless, we need to realize how insurmountable this is. Now, imagine trying to be somebody doing this with starting today. It's not even see how it's possible anymore. I can't even believe we have been able to push past all of this. It's incredible. I still point back at amazing platforms like Anti-Media that doesn't even exist anymore because of that, because they were caught on the early edge of this massive censorship platform. The Free Thought Project is still going strong, but getting suppressed every single day. And they're one that got hit hard from that. I just want us to see how alarming this is and how this is being done to stop genuine, objective, nonpartisan content. That doesn't even mean I could be wrong. I could make mistakes, but it is still nonetheless clearly objective and nonpartisan as best I can. It's pretty alarming. Now, on top of that, this was something somebody else sent, and we told you briefly about this, but he has gone back and forth with them multiple times, and apparently his bank wasn't the problem, but here's the message he just got again from Give, Send, Go. Going, whoa, we hope this finds you well. We're writing to inform you that your subscription has come to an end. He has gone back and forth with them 3 times trying to tell, look, I didn't do that. I don't want this to. He signs up again and they cancel it again. I mean, again, I don't even know if this is about Give, Send, Go or his bank or both of them together. It's beginning, not beginning. I mean, for crying out loud, this has been how I've been dealing with this for a decade. Let's put it this way, guys. We need your support. I don't know what else to put it. I mean, there's nothing else we can do if they're going to keep knocking us off all these platforms. So whatever you can do to support us, whether it's from cryptocurrency or donations based on the platform itself, as here on, the donation button right here is the best place to go for the portal. But the problem is that goes through Stripe at the moment. So I don't know if that's even doesn't seem like it's going to continue. You can mail things in, buy me a coffee, subscribe star. Who knows how long that's going to last? I mean, obviously, this is pretty defeating. But the point is, no matter what, it's going to continue from my end. But it's just kind of, and that was the thing here. This is why this is the Give, Send, Go is just kind of stuck. Despite the fact that we have thousands, as far as I can tell, of people doing continual donations or recurring donations, which we did a whole push for that. Anyway, I don't want to waste any more time on this because it's just, I often feel like this gets misrepresented as us just going, we're being attacked. And it's not really about me. As much as it is, I'm part of the story. It's about the reality of what this is really coming down, what it's doing. And there's plenty of nameless, faceless people out there that have gotten lost in the censorship just because people didn't give it enough attention. I just hope we can recognize that. And I hope this gets attention beyond what's happening just at TLAV. Now, on the note of attacking us and in general, I want in like not TLAV in general, but the attacking from within and so on. One of the biggest things where people are beginning to come to terms with is that the Israeli government, more so the Zionist factions controlling it, have influenced for governments and policy all around the world. It's not a secret. It's not about racism. It's not about anti-Semitism. It's about a government doing this for its own benefit. And that's why it's become so hard to not laugh at how ridiculous it is to call out things as racism that are just simply highlighting the crimes of a government. So one thing about all of that is to recognize the true nature of what Zionism is and the fact that they've tried to hide all of this in using international bodies, using policy of foreign countries to hide their own actions. Now, we recently did a show on May 13th called Zionism is Settler Colonialism, because it verifiably is. And in this discussion, we went to their own statements. We went to the proof from the Zionist organization, highlighting exactly what they were doing from UN documents, literally highlighting not only that that was their direction, but this is what they were publicly doing. This is what they named it. It's not even up for debate. You can literally see it still happening as they continue to push out Palestinians in the West Bank and take their or all of Gaza at this point. But I wanted to start before we get into the conversation of Rafah, which we're going to start with, an interesting point so we understand it's one major part of what this is about the expansionism, the settler colonialism of what the Zionist project has always been. And as those very people are pointing at the other groups as the ones that will take over the world, should we not stop them? Russia and anybody else. All of a sudden, Hamas apparently is going to take over the world if we don't stop them, even as Israel's publicly and constantly talking about, at least within their own circles, how they will do that, or how the Azov movement that they fund will do that. We'll spread the white race around the world once we stop Russia. That's their statements, but we pretend it doesn't make any sense because we just misunderstand. They're not Nazis, despite their salutes and their Nazi symbols. No, you misunderstand, but we're funding them anyway. So we want to make you understand that the people that they're working with, including the Zionist organization, are actively doing that as they pretend other groups are. And this is called the Greater Israel Project, if you want the best example of this. Recently just denounced as racism by some random person in the Israeli government, while Smotrich just gave a speech in front of a podium with the Greater Israel symbol on it. How embarrassing. But let's start with this. Dylan Griffith shared this clip. It's a 30-second clip. Former IDF spokesman says that Israel's borders will continue to expand until they take over and purify Mecca. This is not a unique belief, guys. This is a very, very, very prominent belief that they just kind of don't want you to pay attention to. That's the reality.
Our borders will extend from Lebanon to the Great Desert, which is Saudi Arabia, and then from the Mediterranean to the Euphrates. And who's on the other side of the Euphrates? The Kurds. And the Kurds are our friends. So we have the Mediterranean behind us, the Kurds in front of us, Lebanon, which really needs the umbrella of protection of Israel. And then we're going to take, I believe we're going to take Mecca, Medina, and Mount Sinai and purify those places.
You know, it's going to
purify. That's some fascist idea of some statement. I mean, like, think about the things they try to make out to be Nazis, Hamas Nazis, pro-Palestine Nazis, as they literally talk about purifying areas. It's just gross how obvious this is. Now, just a couple other clips down below, or a tweet down below. He just simply says, look at the map and know that this is just their short-term plan, which is the truth. The Talmud lays out the long-term strategy, and it's far worse than this. Now, it does. There's plenty of overlap to this, but let's realize that just because, whether it's Talmud or any other, whether it's a Quran or the Bible, there's plenty of things in there that people would argue as well that, that's from a long time ago. Not everybody believes that, or most people seem to don't. We recognize it's archaic, whatever. So it's just not a across-the-board belief. But the Zionist belief is 100% that this is what they're driving across the board. You can highlight this in countless different ways. I still argue that that's a Zionist entity manipulating the concept for its own benefit, but I definitely could be wrong. In fact, on that note, since this is a conversation we recently had with Adam, I'm going to be on a show with Adam tomorrow talking about the censorship as well as Rafah. But it's important to recognize at the very least that discussion point, right? Because there is a very big difference, even if you argue that historically or even very recently, the overlap is impossible to differentiate between. You could still point out that they're two different things. The idea of a random Jewish person in one part of the world and the Zionist organization, whether Jewish or not, acting through that. I'm still very much convinced that Zionism in many levels is using Judaism to carry out its agendas. But I know people disagree with that. But see, what's important is we should not let that be the dividing factor. We all recognize what they're doing is wrong. That's where we should be focusing on, especially when you can tell, as I'm openly saying, that my stance is to honestly find that truth, even if it ends up being opposite of what I think, not just holding on to the one thing I think is the case and driving that in no matter what, which is what you get from partisan manipulators. But he also highlights the great Truman clip we just recently played, where he simply highlights the idea that they've wanted to take it over and it was Palestine and all these basic things that we can prove. And he goes, it's not just the U.S. Most major Western powers have had the hand in this. England participated in the establishment of an Israeli ethno-state using central banks and placed around the world to siphon wealth from the lower and middle classes. I mean, this is classic U.S. foreign policy, or just foreign policy of many countries. But here's where it gets even more specific. You may think, oh, that's just one guy. That's an old thing. Well, here is the leader of their current settler movement for Gaza, specifically for Gaza. This is the woman that has been screaming about how they're going to take over Gaza. And that there was one where she looked right at the camera and said, Biden, listen to me. And this person is not a representative, but let's be clear, she has power. This is a major representative of the settler project, and she is the leader, according to the people in Israeli circles, from the government as well as from the media covering it. So this is not some fringe random thing. This is a woman who has a lot of influence in the settler colonial project. What's important is that she's openly, publicly, without, like, not even mincing words, we will take other parts of other countries once we're done here. Here's what she says.
Say to me, why don't you explain to the Jews in the United States what is exactly behind your thinking? I explain. But I'm laughing because the right word for it, you have to brainwash all the time. You have to say, to explain it, to live it, to cope with it. My husband says to me, why do you speak to your children all the time about Zionism, pioneers in Judea and Samaria, settling, and all my family are settlers here? Because this is
illegal, period. What we're talking about is illegal settling, guys. This is not 1960. This is not 1948. We're talking about currently now taking new area in the West Bank. There is no one in the world other than Israel, and and then a few of I'm thinking from like a government perspective, even then a few individuals like the Grahams or the Cottons or the Mass of the world, to Brian Mass, who argue that's not. But from a legal perspective, every angle, even Trump and Biden to a degree have kind of at least avoided acknowledging that they're a crime. For me, I realized Pompeo was the one that kind of said that they were not necessarily out of line with international law or something really manipulative like that. Didn't say they're okay, but we didn't say they're wrong either. It's inherently illegal. There's no way around it. And this is what they're trying to water this conversation down with by trying to ignore the history, the right of return, UNRWA, and the documents of what they're keeping track of, which is the fact that after a war, if area is occupied, the law states that you're supposed to give back the area to the people that were displaced. And even in the 1967 discussion, the borders that were agreed to that Israel was aligned with, it says right in the document that the number one thing was Israel had to remove itself from the areas that were supposed to be. They didn't. It's the easiest thing in the world to prove. They just don't care. People like Pompeo and the rest of them just act like it doesn't exist, even though they're very aware of it. They're shockingly dishonest, which, some Mr. We lie, we cheat, we steal Pompeo. This shouldn't be a shock. But they're the ones acting like there's not a problem. Now, Biden put that back. Basically, it's all just words because they're allowing it to happen anyway, but kind of shifted it back to say, well, it's illegal. It is illegal. There's no way around it. You're you're displacing yet again, taking new territory, building illegal settlements on places that were, even from the very beginning, it's all Palestine. But now we're doing it for a second time and violating the next agreement where they said that would be the next case. Look, even if they want to pretend that it's because Hamas is fighting and we can't allow the settlement or the peace agreement because Hamas and Palestine won't let it, there's not some opening there to go, then we'll just take it. The idea is that it would then stay that way until that goes away, and then you still allow the agreement that you've agreed to. So every angle about this is dishonest. So she's telling you right now that we're going to continue doing this, and guess what she says next? more than just Gaza.
This is the only way to continue Zionism. I want to have for the Jewish nation the
Not Judaism, but Zionism.
promised land from the Bible, from the Euphrates
Yes.
to the Nile. And I'm sure it will be.
And what about southern Lebanon?
If it is part of it, all of it.
See?
Even parts of Syria, part of Iraq, part of Iran. It's huge.
You think you have any way of convincing people that that would be a good idea?
I convince many. Many people believe in it. I don't see anything anything extreme in my approach. It's the basic Jewish approach.
Oh, look at that. She's being very straightforward, right? And the only idea, the mindset is, well, this is our God, this is our historical God. And look, even if you believe that, that's not the law. That's not how this works. And also, that's not true. It's very easy to prove. But either way, you're talking about territory, even before all this that was Palestine that they lie about. But even after that, again, they've already made an agreement in 1967 about the Gaza, West Bank, and other areas, which are supposed to end up being a state for Palestine. You can't just keep taking this. Or what about even further, Iraq and Syria and Iran? How are you rationalizing the idea that that's not extreme, that we're just going to casually take, what are you just going to stand back and give it to you? No, that means war. That means bombing. That means terrorism, which is always how Zionism has achieved its goals over the years. Absolute terrorism, without question. Unbelievable. This is the Greater Israel Project, and we're pretending it's going to be Iran or Russia, or it certainly could be. I'm not saying that those countries, those governments aren't capable of that, but we're talking right now about the very people pointing at everybody else who are actively and openly telling you that's what's going to happen. And this is not just the settlers. Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, even Netanyahu in certain circumstances has made this shockingly clear. This is where we are. So keeping this in mind, and also, by the way, this great article from Matt Arrett in December 5th, 2023 will give you a better insight into this. The Greater Israel Scheme and its global power play, a delusional recipe for Armageddon, is a great article. Now, let's go from there into the Rafah conversation. So let's make sure we understand what we're dealing with, right? People that covet this territory, that want this for their own purposes, whether you think that in their minds they think they're right by God or not. Killing children to do it doesn't seem very godly to me. So let's talk about what just happened here. Now, Yunus Tarawi highlights, and again, this is kind of a little bit all over the place in regard to the timeline, because let's be clear that there's a lot that's built up to this. And I don't even mean just in the general larger story. I mean, just over the last couple of days, the game that was played about how the rockets were fired, and realize how embarrassing it is that many of you have seen this, where I keep highlighting the fact when people like David Collier or the rest of them over the last weeks, by the way, post more rockets just fired. They're lying about that. And I've proven this many times. They just make these statements up to justify, to make it seem like they're under attack. What's hilarious about it, in a macabre sort of way, is that even IDF and even corporate news, I believe it was either AP or BBC, I forget, highlighted the fact that they had, and I've said this many times, after 3 months, rockets being fired was, quote, exceedingly rare because they, quote, ran out. Okay, it doesn't mean that they didn't have some later or made some later or had some other way to do it, but the point is they have been exceedingly rare up until very recently when they fired more, which did in fact happen. But the point is that that's acknowledged by the IDF and the corporate media, and they just lie about this. And I don't even know why these individual propagandists online think that it seems like they all have an interest in just whatever they can do to make the story look good for Israel. So I keep highlighting it. You're lying. It's not true. There was no evidence of it. There was nothing you could see. And then all of a sudden they got fired and they made a big story about it. Oh, they fired all these rockets. Well, if they have been this whole time, why is that a big story all of a sudden? You see, it's just lie upon lie upon lie. But what's important to understand about this, and Sam Husseini made good points about this, and Robert has confirmed the same thing we're going to talk about today, is that the rockets that were fired from in between two IDF locations. Not from a civilian area. And this is verifiable, just like it's verifiable that will prove to you that they, in fact, bombed the very location that they told these people to go to from Rafah. Now, we're not talking about the other 14 times this has happened. The same old story where they bombed the safe area. That's horrifying in its own right. We're talking about recently from Rafah. They said, we're about to go after Rafah, and this is the supposed plan, so we want you to go over here. And they went over there, and then they bombed the hell out of that area. Eight bombs, as far as I understand it, massive bombs. This is what's going on. And so to understand all of this, we have to realize that the game that they're playing about the rockets and so on is about trying to create the illusion that this was in somehow always self-defense. Imagine carrying out genocide for 8 months and then having some rockets fly, which, as far as I can tell, didn't cause any death, and then carrying out a massive bombing of civilians, but then at the same time pretending like you only pinpoint targeted the Hamas members that we were going after, or somehow it was all human shield, not just a belligerent, childlike effort to stomp your feet about how the ICJ, nobody else can stop you. So here we're going to kill a bunch of civilians like you told us not to. It's horrifying. But here's Yunus Tourari highlighting a huge massacre in Rafah. This was posted yesterday. As it at least, and the number seems to be somewhere between 35 and over 50 Palestinians murdered, tens of others injured, and Israeli warplanes targeted. And by the way, we showed you one of these examples in the last show. It was one of the first ones that happened. They bombed the tent right after they were told not to bomb Rafah. And it was a very clear shot of a random tent. Now, are we to believe there's tunnels all over these areas? Or where's the Hamas member we're talking about? It's the same narrative every time. He writes, the corpses of children and women are beyond recognition. Some of the bodies were severely burned. My colleague Mohammed Qasim in Rafah, who has been covering the events on the ground, says this is the most gruesome massacre he has witnessed in all of his years reporting. He says, you see corpses of women, men, and children burn affront our eyes. Suggests 45 murdered. Now here, guys, there is some, I should have said ahead of time, there's some, now I usually don't even get into this, the level of shocking images we're going to show. Because often I don't find it to be journalistically necessary to show you the worst things that we can see other than shock. And, the shock value to it, which is disgusting. This is what corporate media does. The whole it bleeds, it leads kind of an angle. I abhor that. But I find it important sometimes to make sure we truly understand the nature of what just happened. And this is one of those times. So I'm just going to get ahead of time. If your children watching, please don't let them look at this. There's some really, the kind of things I've said before that are going to sit with me the rest of my life. Here is Rami Abdul from the Euromed Human Rights Group. He is the chairman. Graphic in the deadliest response to the International Court of Justice's decision, which is what this is. The Israeli army targeted a group of displaced persons, tents in Rafah, killing, he says, approximately 60 lives. You've got dead children burned alive. Now, I just don't know how we can pretend that that's some kind of human shield dynamic, or that you argue that that's somehow justifiable because you claim elsewhere that was happening, despite none of this being verifiable. And what we're seeing being rampant all over the place. And what you're seeing is this fenced area within that are tents and civilians. This was directly targeting. And what we're talking about right here, guys, is the area they were told to go. And I will prove this to you. I'll prove it to you with their statements, their posts, their pictures. And even after that, claiming that, look, this was where we bombed, and claiming it wasn't there. And I'll show you both of them. This is how desperate and how blatant these people are. The heads of Palestinian children and infants are being blown off by Israeli airstrikes in Rafah, says Rami Abdul. This is among the deadliest crimes in response to the International Court of Justice. Now, this is an image of a dead child with his head blown off. Okay, now there are already people pretending this is not real. Oh, we can tell it's a doll. That kind of disgusting reality going around the internet. Martyred children in Rafah due to the Israeli bombing. These are dead. These are children that were murdered in what just happened. These are infants, guys. Now, realizing the discussion about what we're talking about over the discussion of what's happening or what happened on October 7th. The lies about 40 beheaded babies or 15 babies on a clothesline or a baby in an oven or a baby over, and all of them turned out to be lies. And we can have the Bibas family who was taken, which were crimes. Hamas committed a crime. And the point is that when they were there, they were murdered by Israeli bombings, which, in case you don't remember, we've talked about a lot. And I post this under every time, including one that was just posted by Aviva Klampas again. that they know this. They know this not only because I post it every time, or Mikey Rappaport and the rest of them, but because this has been a public story. The Biba's father himself said that they were killed by IDF bombs. We have Dan Cohen, who highlighted the fact that even the CBS morning show was forced to admit that they were killed by Israeli strikes on the show. It's not hard to recognize, guys. They're lying. And that point is those were the only children that I know of that they were that level in regard to age. And then we have the two that we can verifiably claim were killed on what happened on October 7th, one of which was after the fact, and one in regard to shooting, which we don't know wasn't an IDF bombing or shots. That's just being objective. Certainly could have been Hamas. But keeping that in mind, recognizing that we have 15,000 children that have been killed so far in what's going on. And what we're dealing with are these kind of children being killed. Tiny infants that are being killed, or the 6 in the incubators they left to die at the other hospital, or the endless amount of children we keep seeing suffering. I just don't know anyone who can pretend they're standing by this who is not an obviously disgusting person. Newborn baby burnt alive in Rafah. This is real. I would not show it to you if it was not. And this pains me that this is even happening. General Strike highlights, Terrence Daniel highlights the tent massacres. The majority of those killed last night were women and children. And unfortunately, the majority were burned alive. Now, this is, I forget her name off the top of my head. She was the one that we covered early in this. That was on average, she's a random person, guys. She was a random Palestinian that was there with her phone and she just broke down. If you remember that, we covered this. She just broke down crying. What is going on? How is this possible? And ever since then has been motivated to cover what's going on the ground. And this is powerful. The kind of thing that they've created a lifelong intelligent and honest journalist, right? I mean, in the context of anybody could, my point is right now she's honest. And very clearly you can tell because what she's doing is putting herself in danger to highlight what you can see. And she's not making allegations she can't back up. She's talking to people. She's showing you this. But as always, question everything, no matter what, whether left or right, up or down, Hamas or Israel or whatever else, or Palestinian. But here's what she's telling you she's seen and what's on the ground. And by the way, this is easily verified with what they've admitted, what you can see from video.
If death had a smell, I'm smelling it right now. Behind me is a bombing happened last night in a displacement spot in Al Mawasi area. Around me are tents where people are still inside these tents because they were told that they are in a safe area, which is Al Mawasi. Okay, outside of Rafah. Rafah is there while they are still in the Mawasi area. Last night, this bombing by 5 to 6 rockets, as people told me, resulted in the killing of 40 to 50 people at night. And of course, the injury of a
while
lot
they were
of
sleeping.
displaced people. People are so afraid. Some of them are moving, as you see there, the tent there. Some of them are moving, some of them cannot move. They are just moving from this area to that area, like this woman. But the thing is, and the main question is, where to go? Where people should go? If the bombing is all over Rafah, Khan Yunis, and Gaza Strip around us, where should people go? If the humanitarian zones are a lie, where should people go? This is the main question, because these people who were killed and those who were injured are, people out of more than 45,000 people were killed, most of them in the south in safe zones. So what to do now? So guys, I have just asked the neighbors who took the martyrs and the injuries yesterday from the bombing and the tents near to the UNRWA warehouses in Rafah to the field hospitals also in Rafah, and they told me that the majority of the people who were killed and injured were children and women, and the majority of them died because of being burned alive. Unfortunately, the rockets burned the tents that where they were sleeping.
While they were sleeping. Think about that. Your whole argument is that you want to protect get them out of the way and evacuate them. And then they don't move because they don't know where else to go. And you go, well, now they're guilty because they didn't move, right? We'll just quietly sneak up and bomb them in their tents at night. That seems like the logical next step. The human shield, Hamas, they voted for him, didn't they? Isn't this where we're going? In this absurd dynamic where we just rationalize the murder of innocent people because, well, they didn't get out of the way. I can't believe anybody with integrity that's the point. They're lacking integrity or some kind of a human soul that they can pretend like any of this makes any sense whatsoever. Now, if you think they can just go on the beach or anywhere else, don't forget that they get shot on the beach, from the water, from the beach itself, from anywhere else. They're being killed anywhere they go. Think about how horrifying that is. Think about what that life must be like. Any moment, anywhere you go, you could be killed going for food, the flower massacre, anything you do. This is a torture game for these people, it seems. And as they're doing that, they're laughing in their homes, they're eating their food, they're burning their houses down, they're making videos wearing their lingerie. This is what's really going on. This is the life of a Palestinian right now in the West Bank and Gaza. Now, Rami Abdul also highlights that these are the people who were burned alive by Israel while trying to escape in displaced persons' tents. They were burned by Israel in a camp that was supposed to be safe, the most brazen response to the decisions of the highest international court. This is what we're dealing with. And your governments seem to be completely okay with that. Mohammed Al-Safin also points out a pretty horrifying overlap to this. The best treatment that survivors who just got lucky enough to not die, or possibly maybe not. If you're burned halfway over your body, you're probably not feeling you're very lucky to survive that. The point is, the best treatment for the survivors of the Rafah massacre the best they can expect is that the last remaining hospital, there's no pain meds. Some places don't even have gauze. They don't have anything that they actually need. It does not have an ICU. Reminder of this testimony, what she basically says is, you're in medicine, Mary. Imagine having at any hospital a shift overnight with back-to-back mass casualties where 25 to 30 injured people at once arrive every few hours. And you have first-year medics just out of medical school. And he goes, yeah, I wouldn't even know how to triage. I wouldn't know what to do. He says that is what we're dealing with. The most high-resource hospitals in the world, large hospitals with ERs that are practically empty, would be completely overwhelmed to struggle to deal with one of these mass casualties. And we would get multiple over the course of a shift. The brain drain is real, and it's happening because the population has been strangulated. A lot of people, if they choose to stay alive, choose to leave, and many of those who choose to stay or do not have the option of leaving are being killed. They do not have what they need to survive. As well as the fact that 2 journalists who were there covering the safe zone were killed. But seeing as how what is that, 150 journalists now? Doesn't even seem to matter because they're all Hamas, right? Isn't that easy? Just to blithely dismiss their entire lives, their dreams, their families. It's all Hamas. Doesn't even matter, does it? That's who we're dealing with. Now realize that we just talked about this. Israel and the United States blatantly disregard the ICJ's binding international legal obligations, as Sam Hussein highlights, in the pursuit of their genocide. The reality is that this is unquestionable. We have to understand that the International Court of Justice, the conversation is about whether or not it applies, and realize that Palestine, regardless of the screams and cries of Israel and the United States, is accepted into that conversation because of the ICJ and Palestine's agreement a while ago. So they can scream all they want. It doesn't change the reality. So they're part of that. So that means that when they then rule that this is that they have to stop, it is binding because Israel is operating in that zone. On top of that, it requires that other people in the world that are bound by this, the Geneva Convention, the Genocide Convention, are then legally required to act to stop it. And they didn't care. The same people screaming about rules-based international order, or Blinken clumsily arguing that the difference between them and Hamas is that they care about international law, and then international law says don't, and they go, we don't care. You're not real. People are shockingly becoming aware of one of the most, I don't even know those words big enough to frame what is actually falling apart right now. This is the entire worldview. People are losing control of the entire construct. And it's shaking people free of far more than just this conversation. And the point is that they said you have to stop. But they did this anyway. In fact, they did this because they were told to stop. Now, here's the craziest part about this, and I'll show you an article about this in a second. They bombed Rafah 60 times 60 times in the last 48 hours, or rather just in the 48 hours before this was posted, which was basically midnight, 1 a.m. to this morning. The point is, guys, if you're going to try to pretend this was about going after these 2 Hamas members, explain to me how you bombed 60 times. 6-0. 6-0. So are we to pretend that each one of those was targeting a Hamas member? But how if there was only 2? How does that make sense? Anybody want to explain that? Other than the obvious example, the obvious reality that this was 60 indiscriminate bombs into a refugee camp full of people that are in what they were told was the safe zone? There's just no way you can do the math and pretend that that's 30 targeted bombs to each one person they were going after. Then realize that it wasn't 30 bombs in 2 separate locations, right? Otherwise, that if it was 30 bombs in 2 separate locations, you might just argue that they just used too many bombs to kill each one of those people. By the way, people that we have yet to confirm were even there. But then when you realize that it wasn't 30 bombs in one location, 30 bombs in another location, they bombed multiple locations, you then realize that at the very least, they bombed somewhere where there wasn't a Hamas member, or they were guessing about all of them. Every one of these examples shows you that they're breaking the law. I mean, the entire argument shows you they're breaking the law. It's all collective punishment. Even the human shields argument that seemingly everybody in the collective West government side has argued doesn't make it a legal act. People like Francesca Albanese or the UN entirely have made it clear. Collective punishment is what's happening here. It doesn't matter whether there's human shields or not. You're bombing collectively. You're acting against the entire population. No wood, no water, no food, no fuel. It's obvious. 50 people burned alive. Greg J. Stoker highlights, and that showed you the videos here of children. It's horrifyingly sad. They dropped a 2,000-pound dumb bomb on a refugee camp in Rafah after the ICJ ruling. And as he said, and I agree, this is what a genocidal temper tantrum looks like. This is what your governments are not just allowing, are standing by. Make sure you do not forget the people that are standing aggressively by this. At the very least, and I do not believe, I'm a pessimist in regard to government. I'm jaded when it comes to what these people are. My point is that even somebody like Jill Stein, who is standing up and saying this is wrong, I don't believe that these people truly, where were you on the first month? Where were you on the first day? It was self-evident what was happening. It took months before you stand up and go, this is wrong? Or maybe I missed it. She was doing it earlier. I don't know. The point is, I don't have a feeling that these people truly care about this. But I'll point to them. I'll say, good, I'm glad Jill Stein is saying that. But there are very few of them that are even brave enough to say it. Most of them are blindly supporting this. And in regard to one example of it, 22 Palestinians were slaughtered in an Israeli massacre targeting the families displaced near an UNRWA barracks. Israeli aircraft targeted their tents at the UN site, Tel al-Sultan area of the west of Rafah. Now here's a clip from a corporate, I believe it's Australian channel, or no, it was BBC, excuse me. I find this to be telling. The Gaza Health Ministry says 35 people were killed. This was the early preliminary statements. This was early this morning at the explosion in Rafah. It's just so ridiculous how even when they're covering this, they can't say Israel bombed it, even though Israel already said they did. And we'll get into that old dynamic too, how immediately all of the Zionist manipulators online were screaming that it was a Hamas rocket until IDF claimed it. And then they were like, ooh, never mind. I thought we were supposed to lie about that, right? Yeah, they do that every single time. But here's how they cover this. And there's important statements that are made.
It's Monday, the 27th of May. Our main story, the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says 35 people have been killed and dozens injured in an explosion at a refugee camp near Rafah.
The Israel Defense Force said it had carried out an airstrike targeting a compound where senior Hamas officials had gathered.
Oh, a compound. I guess we're calling tents compounds now.
It said it is now reviewing the incident after reports that civilians had also been harmed.
Oh, no, they're reviewing it. Well, let's see how that's working out. Okay, so they said they're reviewing the investigation, or rather, what really happened was their representatives said outwardly that they would investigate without any kind of confirmation, like Biden or Matt Miller always says, well, they're investigating. And even though they've already said they don't need to and they never will, it's all a bunch of circular lies. But here's what actually happened. Okay, this was hours later. The occupation forces pledged to investigate itself. Chief Military Prosecutor Major General Tamer Shalami dismisses the massacre as a difficult consequence of war. That's what actually just happened. Of course, in a war of such of magnitude and intensity, she says, there are also difficult events. Some of the events, such as the incidents last night in Rafah, are very difficult. The details of the incident, she says, yesterday are still being investigated. The point, though, is they're already coming out and going, well, it was just a part of war. We were going after the bad guys. You have to realize that there's not an investigation happening. The investigation is to say we're having an investigation. They've already told you the narrative. We went after Hamas over here, and then either Hamas made a mistake or, whichever one ends up being the thing people think most, we'll go with that. The point is they've already argued that it was because they were going after the two people. What's the investigation? What are we talking about? You killed people. We can see that. So because civilians died in the process, what are you actually investigating? I'd love to see anything actually come of any one of these, ever. They never do. And yet your government will stand by it. Elijah Manya also points out that there were 2 Egyptian soldiers that were killed at the Rafah border. Now, this gets especially interesting when you find out why. He says deploying more than 4 Israeli infantry battalions or positioning tanks, artillery, and anti-aircraft missiles in Zone D would breach the 1978-1979 Camp David Treaty, which, of course, the Israeli government or these settlers that believe that's all their territory anyway, because God said, don't care about any of these things, UN resolutions or any of this stuff. They'll violate everything. There's multiple resolutions from the past that they right now are violating. It says Israel has an entire division operating on the Egyptian borders. They're breaking the law everywhere you look, guys, and nobody seems to care because there's something very dark happening right now. Or rather, I would argue something of growing positivity because they're losing control of that very dark thing. We can see that there's something controlling the output, the conversations, the thought process of foreign government leaders. Or they're equally invested in whatever's happening here, however you want to look at it. But now that's breaking down. But here's the interesting part about this. Murch O. Sint points out the Egyptian soldiers reportedly acted independently. Apparently, some of them were killed as they were affected by the massacre committed by the occupying forces, or at least that's what's being reported. Sources told Daily News of Egypt that the Egyptian soldiers were so affected by what they were seeing that they chose to act. Think about that. So this is what we're calling on, guys. We're calling on the humanity, the people out there, whether you're part of a military, part of a police force, part of a political party, that you care. If you see this and you know it's wrong, now is the time to stand up. The people that are telling you it's okay, those are bad people. These are people that are dark, that have something wrong inside of them, that are allowing this to continue, and you know it's wrong. The fact that you might be suppressing that is enough. You should live with that the rest of your life. 8 months of this, but you can tell it's wrong. Now is the time to stand up and change that. Make up for that. And this person says, like you have said, it's not an issue of the Egyptian people. It's an issue of the Egyptian leadership. And I said the same thing. We have to realize that the Egyptian people are very clear. They're very clear about the Palestinian self-determination side that they're on. The government is the Sisi government that was put in place by the U.S. government in Israel. Remember Trump famously, where's my favorite dictator? That was something he publicly said in front of reporters. It's just shocking. Because put these people in place for the deals for normalization with Israel and all the different things they've done with the Sudan. It's all about just aligning these groups with anything. They can do whatever they want as long as they pretend Israel's not murdering people. It's not working. He says, definitely, these soldiers represent the Egyptian people. They listen to the heart and it burns with desire of defending their brothers. That's powerful to me, guys. These people, they died. Broke regulations or some kind of, orders, logic, I would imagine, by doing something about it. We all need to be doing that. And I'm not talking about violence here. I'm talking about just finding the courage to act in a way that might end up with detriment. There might be consequences to your actions, whether they're unjustified or not, because of how wrong all of this is. I mean, look at look what we started out talking about. I mean, do you realize, like I said before in a previous show, I have no doubt in my mind that this is not, this is going to end up in, I'm going to live with the consequences of standing up for this probably the rest of my life, unless we successfully change this in a worldwide way. But that's okay with me. I don't know who can live with not acting right now. And I know it, guys. Gary, I probably will be bankless and, probably actions that will be in a net positive for me that I should be changing anyway. But my point is that we're watching this happen, suppressed and censored and financially controlled and manipulated in ways that are destroying things I've built over the last decade plus. But it's worth it because we're fighting for human life. We're fighting for our integrity. That's worth more than anything. East Rafah, after 20 days of Israeli presence. Look at this. Look at the difference. They're wiping these people off the map. That's supposed to be the safe zone. And we're going to get to where they actually bombed. Here is the hospital speaking out on May 26, 2024. In blatant defiance of the International Court of Justice, they say, decisions and statements by U.S. President Joe Biden, the Israeli occupation committed a heinous massacre in Rafah. Clear. It says, of all the decisions of the International Court of Justice and the speech of U.S., they're saying the same thing, that they committed these crimes against the Palestinian people. He says, in the city of Rafah, whereby the Israeli occupation challenges the entire world through its massacres and committing massacres. As the entire world warned that against invading the city of Rafah, but the Israeli aggression still invaded the city of Rafah, and now today it is committing a heinous massacre against our people, the Palestinian people, where more than 30 people have been martyred, which just means killed, and more than 70 injured. In a safe zone. Oh, excuse me. I thought I muted it right there. My fault. So, guys, these are just the people from the hospital staff. But of course, because they speak out or because they might be Palestinian, there's any number of disgusting dismissals that people will put forward about who they are. This one, last on this segment here. This is what it looks like after the fact. He said, this is what the UK, US, and the Israelis do to babies, women, children, and innocent civilians. They are killers, and you need to stop them. This is from Shaman Solomon. Massive destruction in a camp for displaced people in Rafah. Here's what it looks like now. Oh, look, Instagram censored our post. Good big surprise.
هذه منطقة البركسات وهذا المكان الذي تم قصفه الليلة الماضية الذي أدى إلى عدد كبير من الشهداء والإصابة.
And we're to believe this is going after two people? This is two Hamas members?
هذا المكان الآمن غرب مدينة رفح الذي يقع بجوار بركسات الوكالة. دمار هائل.
Just look at that. I mean, guys, this utterly destroyed. This was all on fire. People burned alive in these tents. Now, this person just simply highlights the point about, looking at this chaos that was happening. That's what you're looking at right there. It was those same areas was ablaze. The whole area was on fire. People burned alive. Children, women. So he simply asked the question, was this worth two Hamas officials? I mean, I question whether they're even there, guys, or even whether they even care if they're there. But even if, let's just say there was 5 does it make sense? I don't know anybody with a brain who can make that make sense. Because somehow it's okay to go after this many innocent people because they were there. And then, of course, realize that if they bombed 60 times, that you can make the clear deductive logic case that they didn't know that they were there, or at least didn't know exactly where. So they bombed a bunch of innocent people. There's just no way around this. And here's one of the articles. You can look. There's plenty of coverage on this. Israeli bombed Rafah over 60 times in 48 hours after the ICJ ordered them to stop. Even the EU foreign minister has condemned the act, saying the ruling of the court in The Hague last week must be implemented. Israel continues the military operation it was ordered to stop. The EU countries will discuss how to deal with the ruling. We will advance the sending of the EU task force to the border of Rafah. You can argue that groups like this don't really care and they only feel like they have to look like they care. And this is a fruitless process. That wouldn't surprise me. But you have to recognize even the fact that they're saying these things, that they're moving into some kind of action is shocking. For those of us that have been following this, this is a huge deviation from what used to be complete dismissal from major acts. This is important to see. And the more that we lean into this, the more that we as individuals highlight the fact that we care about this, that whether they care or not, they're going to see the reality that they have to keep going forward. Opportunists. Now, Mariav Zonstein from 972 Magazine highlights an important point. quoting what Hagari Matar pointed out, he's executive director at 972 Magazine, seeing the carnage in Rafah. He posted this today. And the Israeli justification for it. He says, I am reminded of our findings in the Lavender investigation, which is the AI program. Sources then told Yuval Abraham, the writer, the army was willing to accept 20 civilians killed for even lower ranking Hamas members and up to 300 for seniors. I mean, look, they claim they killed 200 people in Jabalia refugee camp for one senior official who wasn't even there. In case you forgot, here's the actual article itself. In an unprecedented move, according to two of the sources, these are IDF sources, the army also decided during the first weeks, before it ever got to where it is now, that for every junior Hamas operative, it would be permissible to kill 15 to 20 innocent people. That's not international law, guys. That's a crime. That's acknowledging a policy that is a crime. It's a war crime. There's no way around it. I can't believe this is still happening with how shockingly clear this is. Read this again if you don't remember. Lavender, the AI machine directing Israel's bombing spree in Gaza. And this is coming on top of the article from before that was about the Gospel, the Habsora program, which was about general building locations. And this was specifically bombing individuals based on the most benign, inane things. Oh, you had a phone call in the same location as a guy that we think is Hamas? Bomb that guy. Ridiculous stuff like that. It's horrible. But it shouldn't be surprising, as we've been seeing it the entire time. Now, Mariav points out it also gives justification for their adversaries to do the same, which, by the way, is probably one of the reasons they're doing this. Because, of course, they're hoping, like usual, the people on their side will just ignore what they did. But, of course, if they do the same thing reverse, it'll be justification to do it all over again because they started it. That's the whole damn story. Now, Muhammad Shihada points out the lies they're spinning, and next we're going to get into the location where we can prove that they told them to go where they just bombed. But the reality that they very clearly killed these people, and they're making up some ridiculous sidestep story. I mean, the argument becomes, some fires broke out. Oops, we bombed this compound? What compound are we talking about? There's no compound in this mixing of tents. You're talking about the tents themselves. You're just making up this claim about some The point is clearly that they murdered all these people, and now they recognize the fallout is just too much, so they have to make up some kind of story. That's the reactive propaganda we're seeing. And we're going to come to one in a minute where we have to realize that even Netanyahu has said this was a mistake. That's according to Associated Press from today. Acknowledging a, quote, tragic mistake. They've lost control to ways you can't even imagine. Anyway, excuse me. Now, Muhammad Shihada points out Israel's excuse for beheading a baby, burning another, and blowing another into pieces last night's airstrike is a fire accidentally broke out. Again, his point is that explain for us how their bodies were bombed if it was just a fire that broke out tangential to this other thing you did. They're lying, guys, but like everything else. He says they're not even trying anymore with their propaganda. They know mainstream media will keep falling for their lies. A fire broke out and spread to the tent complex. That's what they said. Here is this one is the former editor-in-chief of the Jerusalem Post. Says, it seems Palestinian civilians may have been inadvertently killed by a fire ignited by an airstrike targeting Hamas terrorist leaders in Rafah that we can't identify and we can't verify, but we'll just say it out loud anyway. A terrible tragedy attributed to Hamas's abhorrent practice of, guess what? Planting itself among civilians and using them as human shields. Who didn't see that coming? And he says, Asaf MD highlights, Israel bombs tents. The tents ignite on fire alongside the civilians inside sleeping. Regime mouthpieces describe the massacre as an inadvertent tragedy. Who would have known impromptu tents made of random plastic and cloth are flammable? God, I mean, it's like there's something that can't even be verbalized that sits with you with this. When you just look at these people that can make this kind of argument and know it's not about the fact that they're Jewish. There's plenty of non-Jewish people that are doing the same damn thing. There's something wrong here where it's as simple as that they just have been taught that Palestinians aren't human, that aren't worthy of your concern, and maybe they just dehumanize to the point to where they don't matter in their minds. But I don't know how one person could reach that level without that being something more about who they are inside. Planting, so it's all human shields, right? But again, okay, so where are the humans then? We see the shield you're suggesting was a shield. Show me the human, bud. Avi, where's the human part of the human shield dynamic? You realize there has to be a human behind the shield for it to be considered a human shield, right? You can't just pretend that they were there as shields, but we bombed them even though Hamas wasn't there, but they're still human shields. That doesn't really work out for you. See, the reality is there's more than enough evidence to highlight the fact that there is, just taking the amount of people that they even have admitted to being killed, right? The U.S. came out and said that, 30% Hamas has been killed? That in and of itself shows you that 20,000, even if it's true, which I don't think their number is true in regard to 30% of Hamas, but let's just take it at value, means that 20,000 people have been killed that aren't Hamas, right? Even the IDF, Army, and intelligence have admitted that the numbers that they're getting from Gaza are accurate and reliable. That's their quote. Okay. And there's been studies that prove this too. So if 20,000 innocent people are killed, it's not hard to do some math and realize that you can clearly show that the amount of times they bombed to kill as many people, there's not enough people that were with them to call that human shield. So but it doesn't matter to them because, again, these narratives aren't working. People have seen through this. Here's AIPAC doing the same thing. The images coming out of Rafah tonight are horrific. Do you think they mean that? This terrible tragedy is a result of Hamas's evil strategy of hiding its leadership fighters and weapons beneath Palestinian civilians. Oh, beneath them now. Were they in the dirt under their tents? Hamas started this war by showcasing its disregard for Israeli lives. And every day since, it also shows its disregard for Palestinian lives by using them as human shields. That's the only thing they have. Where's the evidence? Well, as Ian Carroll points out, literally, an invading force bombing indiscriminately, which, by the way, you can watch on video. Quote, "It's these people's fault we have to bomb them. What terrible people to make us bomb them. We feel so bad for having to bomb them." That's what they're doing. Talk about desperation. Now, here's the most interesting part before we get into the verifiable reality that they told them to go where they bombed, which breaks the whole narrative that they were Hamas shields anyway. Is that I don't think this was... This isn't his account, right? Oh, it is, I guess. Greg J. Stoker. I forgot his name. He's the one that was, I believe he was Special Forces, but he's been talking about this from the beginning. He comes out and highlights the fact that you could do this every time, by the way. Every time there's a new breaking story, you can look to, and I'm not talking like random 10-follower Zionist bot accounts. I'm talking about people like Elon Levy, Eli David. Big, major accounts, some of which are actually official representatives. Not Mr. Fired Elon Levy anymore, but clearly I think he still is. But either way, we're talking about high-level accounts that have official capacity that come out within moments and scream the lie. Whatever works for the narrative. Don't forget, Hananya Naftali, the main propagandist guy, came out and said about the Al-Ali hospital, which is what they highlighted even in this video, and claimed that it was, we targeted it because Hamas was there. That was the first lie. Then it was like, wait, no, sorry, no, never mind. It was the Hamas rocket. And then every one of them since, they've just been like, well, human shields. Okay, well, if that was the argument, then why didn't it apply to the first one? Because they weren't sure what narrative would work just yet. And the point was, he lied, deleted the tweet, went forward. Elon Levy got caught lying about the flower massacre and said, we didn't shoot anybody. Let me get this straight. We didn't shoot, they didn't shoot, and then deleted it all because the IDF said exactly the opposite. Here, in this example, you have people online already saying that it was a Hamas missile or somebody else. It wasn't even us. And then IDF claims it, and then they just back away from those lies. I just don't know why it's not the most obvious thing in the world for some. It is for most everybody, but there are still people that are just desperately holding on to this.
Israel just dropped a massive guided bomb unit on a refugee camp in the Tel al-Sultan neighborhood in West Rafah, where civilians were told to flee to after the IDF ground invasion of East Rafah. This airstrike was conducted in retaliation against the rockets shot out of North Gaza into Tel Aviv. And bear in mind that Israel's overriding military doctrine, the Da'iya doctrine, is to collectively punish civilians in order to pressure the associated militant population.
And by the way, that's in whether we're talking about the mowing the grass conversation or any number of other policies, it's stated policy. He's not wrong. It's very easy to look up. They have collective punishment as a stated, written out policy, and we're not acknowledging that's crazy. But the other thing is that whether we're talking about the rockets that were fired or not, you realize that you can't bomb and murder children for 7 months and act like that was the act that started everything. It's the same as October 7th. This has been going on for a lot longer than that. So now all of a sudden they're just refreshing and going, oh, that started it. They shot, so we responded. How are you possibly framing it like that? I mean, how embarrassing. Nobody is going to pretend after you've been telling us you've been doing this for 8 months that suddenly them firing rockets is what started this whole thing. How about the fact that if you're bombing them, that why would they not have a right to fire back? And on top of that, we have to realize that this was an obvious... I'll wait to get to it, actually. There's a point that Sam Husseini makes, which I find very relevant, that it seems as if Hamas is working in the timeline along with the international community. The moment there's some kind of an agreement, they ultimately stop. And when there's an opportunity, when Israel doesn't do what it's supposed to, they seem to respond. And overall, where's the example of the fallout here? Like, I'm not saying that means they didn't try to bomb or tax individual people. Certainly could have. But the game is always the same. They're indiscriminate rockets, which is why they're a crime. Okay. I mean, that makes sense because that means they could accidentally hit civilians. Therefore, they shouldn't fire them. Okay. Then it becomes they targeted this person's home. They went after this place here. You just got done telling me they were indiscriminate, and that's the case, that they don't have guidance systems. So again, it shows you that all of this feels very manufactured. And on top of that, where they fired from was literally in between IDF locations. And yet they pretended like they fired from civilian areas, which is why they went on to murder people in Rafah. But listen to what he says about the overlapping propaganda. Oops. Oh, shoot.
Rafah, where civilians were told to flee to after the IDF ground invasion of East Rafah. This airstrike was conducted in retaliation against the rockets shot out of North Gaza into Tel Aviv. And bear in mind that Israel's overriding military doctrine, the Da'iya doctrine, is to collectively punish civilians in order to pressure the associated militant population, which is, by definition, a war crime. And boy, is the Israeli Hezbollah Volunteer Corps coming out in force on this one. There's like a fire in the refugee camp. A GBU JDAM won't produce such a blaze unless they hit an ammo depot. Or this was a failed rocket launch by Hamas, as always operating from inside civilian areas. Those are actually Hamas rockets which misfired, landed on their own people, just like the hospital explosion at the start of the war through the PIJ rocket.
Now, what he's doing for the podcast is reading all separate individual tweets that were out by people, some of them prominent, making up stories. And what they referenced right there was the Al-Ali hospital I just talked about, which was a verifiable lie. What they put out, they clearly attacked the hospital, pretended it was something. I mean, it's just constant.
It was Hamas? Really? Not according to your own media. Ynet News, IDF strikes significant terrorist compound. Hamas claims civilians hurt. Army says attack carried out against the legitimate targets under international law. But these genocide apologists actually aren't wrong, because according to them, toddlers, little children inside refugee camps are legitimate targets. They're all terrorists. Just say it. All the women and children, innocent men are terrorists. This one's going to bite you in the fucking ass.
Oh, excuse me. I forgot about that. Pardon me for the cursing there. The point, though, guys, is that I'll show you the clip that I think he's referencing. I mean, and by the way, we don't even need a new clip. There's at least 5 examples of high-level Israeli representatives saying the children aren't innocent, that no one there is innocent, that the children are, in fact, I think the one woman said that the children deserve what they're getting or something like that. And I played them all for you on the show. We have another one. Now this person is saying nobody over the age of 4 is innocent. That's not a joke, and I'll play it for you soon. I think in the next segment here. Here is one of the most important parts of all of this. This is what somebody should clip out there to get this clipped out. I mean, it's all over the internet, but it's important to make sure we get as much reach on this as possible. So Khaleesi highlights these Israel distributed and published leaflets, which, by the way, this is, in fact, from that designated area 2371 as the safe area, which is written, I'll show you directly from their posts, contrasting with what they then said. One of the images highlighted blocks 2371. They made people go to that area, and then that's where they just attacked. Not as if it went by for months and they went, oh, now Hamas is there. They said, go there to avoid the Rafah operation, and then bombed them right after that. This block is the exact location, she writes, that was targeted with a strike by Israel in which more than 50 Palestinians were burned alive in Rafah. Now here is a post from Ali Abunamah from Electronic Intifada. He says, 4 days ago, the IDF told Palestinians in Rafah to move to the area it called Block 2371. They designated the safe area. And by the way, if you've been following the show or any other for that matter, this is every time this happens. I'll show you the New York Times and Haaretz article again, where their own research went like, yep, they keep bombing safe areas. It's not a secret. But this is the most egregious so far. This is the area Israel, in quotes, just bombed refugee tents carrying out a massacre. Now, I'll show you this in a much better one that shows you the exact location, broke down in the grids and everything. Okay, but this is where, first of all, they're claiming that they bombed. That's what IDF, and I'll show you again, is claiming. But here is a post that was put out by the IDF, okay, that very clearly includes the 2371 as the areas they're supposed to go to, first and foremost. Now, she writes down here, here is the block marked in red, just so you can see the overlap. And this is important because we're going to show you what they're showing you from this is Colonel Peter Lerner. Okay, so here is the area very clearly, and you can find countless maps of this. There's 2371. That is the area that was just targeted right there. Okay, and clearly this is one of the areas they're saying is a safe area. What she's saying is they issued explicit instructions to the Palestinians directing them to move to that of one of a few specific blocks, which have been designated as safe. Instead of providing security and safety, they bombed them mercilessly. So looking at this map, so we're very clear about what we're talking about. Compare this to what Colonel Lerner is highlighting. He says, this is where we struck, which, by the way, is very clearly in Al-Mawasi. That's what they funneled everybody into. Okay, so just in case you're missing it for the podcast, you want to look at this. Watch the video. Here's the overlap. Try to get it close to each other. It's so that you can see the white area is where they're claiming is the humanitarian zone. So on this map, they're going, see, it's outside of that zone. Here is clearly 2371. Whatever the yellow overlap they're claiming means, the point is they told them to go there. This is verified. Okay, it's very clear. Now, just because they can act like, whoops, it was a typo or something, I bet you that's what they're going to try. To say that, oh, well, we figured it was outside the... They still wrote it out, and they still are... I mean, look, I don't know how you can write these numbers and act like these are safe. Going forward, this one, back on this one. So here's what he said. Evaluation of fake news by mass manipulation by Hamas. One quote in Washington Post coverage of the strike on Hamas terrorists in Rafah caught my eye. It says, the makeshift camp was within block, here we are, 2371, an area that was, without question, designated as a humanitarian safe zone. I mean, it's not hard. You can look at it in their post, which I just showed you. The leaflets that were dropped, which you see screenshots of. And it says, Muhammad, this basically all they're doing is saying, well, he's a Hamas official, therefore he's a liar. But we don't need his statement to verify this. We can see leaflets that were dropped. We can see the IDF posts themselves. And it says he is also the source. That's all they're doing. He was the source of this claim. We don't need him to say it. We can look at your post and the leaflets that were dropped. It goes, fact, the strike never took place in the designated humanitarian zone, except we can literally prove you're lying about that. The aerial photograph of the point of the strike compared to the humanitarian zone, that's all they're showing. They're trying to pretend that this one image makes it seem, well, clearly it's not there, but you dropped the number that said they were supposed to go there. You drove them out of this whole area. And by the way, this whole area has been bombed. Khan Yunis, the whole thing across the board, it has been bombed relentlessly the entire time. How long have I been showing you bombing inside of Rafah? Long before the alleged game of some kind of a plan. That's very easily proven. It says the Washington Post should have checked this verifiable quote. Again, it wouldn't surprise me that they just blindly took what someone told them, but the assumption shouldn't be that they just said what the guy said, that they actually maybe looked into it, but that's corporate media. I wouldn't trust any of them. But it says the IDF has now announced the incident will be investigated. I can only wonder what their quote investigation will find. It says the Hamas compound in Rafah is another example of how they've intentionally weaponized. Oh, what proof do we have of that? Can you show me something that shows a compound in the middle of all these tents that you bombed? No. I'm sure they'll come up with something, some fake video they put out later. That's my personal opinion. It's the gist of it. And you see here, Express News saying, you disgusting, lying POS. The leaflets you dropped in Gaza in Arabic say, and here's the point, and I've confirmed this as well, from now on, the humanitarian zone will extend from, and it lists these blocks. 2371 is, and this is exactly why he doesn't put the numbers on here, you see? But that's why I'm trying to show you this overlap right here. So you can just see that they're clearly trying to pretend that the area that they're telling you they bombed was just somehow not where they told them to go. All they're doing is hoping that the average person can't listen. Like they're just going to pretend that if they're showing you a leaflet, they're lying about it. It must be made up by Hamas terrorists. That's why I think this one's important, because this is what they put out. This is directly posted by the IDF, where you can clearly see 2371. This is terrorism, guys. And not even just terrorism. You are playing games with their lives. You're tricking them into places where you then murder them and telling everyone it's their fault. Here's a little video about this I thought was important. And it's just simply showing you the same thing. The exact location of Rafah they attacked was meant to be a safe zone. They dropped 8 one-ton bombs on the area.
مناطق مليئة بخيام النازحين.
As it says, bombed around these barracks. Are simply showing it for the it's in another language, so just read the subtitles. It's saying that was the area that was bombed with more than 8 missiles, and the tents caught fire. They claim the significance of this matter is that the area is one of the safe zones. The occupation army mentioned this last week, inviting people to stay in or go to these areas. Here you go. The area that was the explosion occurred today, 2371. Are among the safe zones that the Israeli occupation mentioned as safe for the people. Therefore, Palestinian residents, some of them anyway, in the Gaza Strip and Rafah can be in that area. They told they would be safe. However, today they were bombed with a series of missiles that burned all or part of these tents in that area. Now, here is, in case you need to see it again, right? Like, the frustrating nature of how clear, the frustrating nature of how obvious this is. You have Haaretz, corporate media in Israel. You've got the New York Times, corporate media in the United States and the Western world. The most destructive bombs were used by Israel in areas designated as safe. And they're even talking about the southern areas. I mean, in this very article, they're talking about the areas, generally speaking, that we just talked about. 2,000-pound bombs, the dumb bombs, on top of innocent people. And this doesn't matter. Human rights groups, they're murdering people. Doesn't matter. UN, they're murdering people. Doesn't matter. These are the governments with too much power that have allowed this to continue. Low-key also highlights that the British military is actively participating in this ongoing genocide. Murch Osint also points out the British Air Force Shadow R1 spy plane was active over Gaza when Israel conducted its strike of innocent people in tents that were burned alive. Good job, British government. Fight for freedom, right? Well, it's not just the British government. Here's the United States delivering more bombs to Israel this morning amid massacres in Rafah. Yeah, but we're going to let Brian Mast scream about how they're going to force Biden to ship the metal. They're not stopping anything. You guys are all a bunch of children acting in theater. That's what's actually going on, in my opinion. And, well, quite much, a little bit more dangerous than that, seeing as how they have a lot of power, but the games they put forward. I don't think these people even truly are in control. I think it's quite obvious that people like Brian Mast and the rest of them are acting in the interest of something else. What's driving that? You can decide for yourself. Now here, Lens Veritas points out, while they're burning children alive, Smotrich was having a rave, a big concert, and they were dancing and having fun. And he says, with raging fire behind him, literally on a screen with fire burning behind him while they're burning people alive, says, even in darkness, we must see the light, he says, as Israel burns Gaza to the ground. He says these celebrations project disdain for Palestinians, sometimes involving burning Palestinian flags and effigies. But I find it hard to miss that they're literally talking about burning while they're burning down air. Like, I don't think it's an accident that they burned these people in these tents. Here is another example. And this is also yesterday. Israelis celebrating, I guess what's called Lag Bomar, while sharing footage of displaced Palestinians in Rafah being burnt alive. Dancing. Nothing new. But let's realize that the fact that this was so egregious and so many people, I think this is more about the fact that they've recognized whether or not this event took place, that they have lost control to such a degree. Finally, maybe coming to terms with that. Netanyahu acknowledges, quote, tragic mistake after Rafah strike kills dozens. Or it's them trying to pretend like they care. Nothing's stopping. That's what really matters. And what's embarrassing again is Israel's military said earlier that it's going to launch an investigation into the deaths. The deaths of the people that they made sure to kill. They're targeting civilians, and they're going to investigate whether they killed civilians. That makes sense to anybody? Particularly the United States, they say. Criticism. Really? A bunch of faux outrage is what I'm seeing. It says Israel insists that it adheres to international law, while it blatantly ignores the international law that's being the ICJ and the ICC, and basically going, we don't care what you say, but look, we're working with international law. I mean, this is the same as the United States government claiming we respect Iraq's sovereignty, and then when Iraq votes them to leave, they go, no, we respect your sovereignty. So you don't, though. That's obvious. And the same thing, you're really not abiding by international law when you're breaking it everywhere you look and ignoring the international community that says you're breaking the law. It's painful. The problem is that powerful governments like the U.S. are allowing this to see itself through. Maybe they're going to pretend, and I promise you this is going to come, that they were always fighting this, and but they let it finish. That's what seems to be happening. They just let this come to its fruition. That's not okay with anybody. Tragic mistake. Yeah. 8 months of tragic mistakes. You don't whoopsie and kill 50,000 people. Okay. This is not a mistake. This is them trying to alleviate some level of pressure and acting like they are accountable in some way. And here's the best example. Rami Ayari points out, eventually, everyone will say they were against the Gaza genocide. Of course, that's what's going to happen. You know it. Even the enablers, the justifiers, the fence sitters, and the perpetuators themselves, which I argue Piers Morgan is a mix of all of those. But here's what he says, and this is what she's quoting. These scenes from Rafah overnight are horrific. I've defended Israel's right to defend itself. It's just such a game after October 7th. But slaughtering so many innocent people as they cower in refugee camps is indefensible. Oh, now it's indefensible, right? 200 in a Jabalia refugee camp, that was okay. Maybe, okay, one guy. No, now it's indefensible. How does anybody take this person seriously? Like, I don't care if you're grappling with your own understanding. It has been self-evident since the first week. Just because you had to get over all of your mind garbage, the whatever you want to call it, the idea that your brain was packed full with so many nonsensical lies about easily verifiable facts, it was clear. People like us were screaming. We were posting it underneath what you said. You saw it. You didn't care. And even now you're acting like they have a right to defend themselves. But guess what? That's also not true. Everybody anywhere has a right to defend themselves. But in this legal dynamic, anybody occupying an area does not have a right to defend itself against the people they're murdering as they occupy them. Not even the concept of the belligerent occupier. The idea is they're not protecting the people, because this is a belligerent occupation. They're not protecting the people. They don't have a right of any of this stuff. And guess what? That is what the UN expert on the topic has to say. Here's what Piers Morgan said first, actually, which is ridiculous. This is this back and forth. So Piers Morgan says this, and this is why, as people have always pointed out, whether it's ideology or anything else, appeasing doesn't work. Because what you do is you get attacked even more for not going hard enough. So he comes out and he walks this ridiculous line right now. Well, they've got to right to themselves, but it's bad over here too. No, we're talking about genocide, Piers. It's not really a one double-sided thing. It's genocide, okay? It was never okay. Not from the beginning, not for 75 years. But now he goes, stop this. And you know what's going to happen. He's going to get attacked from everybody. We're going to go, you're a weak, feckless coward for allowing it for 8 months. Then you're going to get Netanyahu and the rest of them going, you're attacking Jews, you anti-Semite, which is exactly what happens. Fence sitters are some of the worst, in my opinion, half the time. But here's what Rabbi Shmuley said, this complete lunatic who has completely lost the support of even his own community because he's a complete lunatic. He says respectfully, Piers Morgan. I love that. Respectfully, but you're a piece of, that's usually how that works. Piers Morgan, you keep telling us you've upheld Israel's right to defend itself, as if you're doing us Jews some great favor. Again, he's not talking about Jews, you absolute moron. This is about racism. That's what he wants you to think. As I've said every time, it's only the Zionists and racists who are making this about Judaism. He's both. So my point is, Piers Morgan is highlighting Israel's acts are criminal, or that Israel has a right to defend itself. He's not saying Jewish people have a right to defend them. Every individual, whether they're Christian or Jew or anything else, has a right to, not a country in the context of an occupied territory, whether Jews or not. But what he's doing here is shoehorning that back into the conversation. He goes, we don't need your permission to stay alive. Nobody said that. This guy is he's lost his mind. I mean, I think he's probably having a really hard time with this because he was made fun of, but even by his own people. And I'm talking both Israeli and the Jewish community, because he made himself look like a fool, especially pushing in things like when his whole back and forth with Candace. He completely imploded. But he says, we don't need your permission to stay alive anymore. The British needed ours to defend themselves against Hitler. You're sanctimonious and self-righteous. See, you get where this is going. That's what he got. And you know what? He deserves it because he's walking the fence and he's acting like he cares about. And the point is, you can be balanced. And I don't mean in like a ridiculous arbitrary sense where you like one side for them, one side for them. You can have a general opinion where there's both sides deserve criticism. That is applicable in some cases. My point in this context is that this is not up for debate. This is a simple, and this is exactly why Zachary Foster said this. He says, and this is today, you expelled them in 1948, you massacred them in 1956, you expelled them again in 1967 to 71, you occupied them in 1967, you tortured them in 88 to 90, you imposed checkpoints in 1991 and lockdowns in 94 to 98, and 2000 to 2005, a siege in 2007 and a mass slaughter in 2008, 2009, 2014, and a genocide from 2023 to current. He goes, a brief history of Israel's relationship to Gaza in less than 280 characters. See? Not so complicated after all. That's the point. It hasn't been complicated. It's obvious. And if you're unable as a supposed journalist to see through the international law that has constantly been violated from the very beginning, then you're not a real person. You're not a serious person in this conversation. That's what I believe. So in response to that, here's what somebody highlights: the truth. According to the UN expert that he's ignoring, apparently, Israel does not have the right to self-defense on land that it occupies. And remember, this is Francesca Albanese, who I really do greatly respect. Like there's a lot of this conversation, or there's people that would argue that we shouldn't. I'm not saying that we agree with everything she ever said. I don't think there's anybody out there that you can say that about, quite frankly, especially from my perspective. But her stance on this topic alone has been consistent and has been brave from the very beginning. Because realize she has been attacked as an anti-Semite from the very beginning. And as I keep saying in general, for all those Republicans out there that attack any of them as some kind of woke George Soros funded or whatever, despite the overlap to some degree that's there, can't you see how you were called anti-Semites 30 seconds ago for fighting for what you believe was a stolen election? You can't, which by the way, was clearly manipulated from all sides. And I've always said that. Or the idea that you were called Nazis for your trucker convoy. Like, just realize how manipulative all of this is. And now suddenly you're doing the same thing. Not even the majority, but you guys see it as well, I think. Well, here is what the expert on the topic had to say.
With your permission, I will clarify what is self-defense under international law, and so that everyone can understand, well, there is not such a thing that Israel could claim. So, in common language, self-defense might be understood as the right to protect oneself. But however, Article 51 of the UN Charter that Israel has invoked is not just the right to protect itself. It's a self-defense under international law. It's a legal term of art and means the right to wage a war.
And also think about how dumb it is that they're literally calling the UN Hamas and saying the UN is a dumb group and we shouldn't be a part of it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't exist. They're not legitimate. And then going, but here's the charter that we're using to justify our acts. That's worthy of ridicule.
Which Israel doesn't have. And this is consolidated jurisprudence of, it's a self-defense under international law. It's a legal term of art and means the right to wage a war, which Israel doesn't have. And this is consolidated jurisprudence of the supreme judicial organ of the United Nations. I understand that the state practice might diverge, United States and Iraq, but the law remains the law, and this is what we should follow. So the right of self-defense can be invoked when a state is threatened by another state, which is not the case. Israel has not claimed that has been threatened by another state. It's been threatened by an armed group. Qualify it the way you want, but it's an armed group within the occupied territory. And frankly, even saying the war between Gaza and Israel is wrong, because Gaza is not a standalone entity, it's part of the occupied territory. But so, in particular, Israel cannot claim the right of self-defense against a threat that emanates from the territory it occupies, from a territory that is kept under belligerent occupation. And this is not only this exists in the jurisprudence of the ICJ in general, it's also been said in the case of the occupied Palestinian territory.
Very, very clear. There's not even an argument to try to say that. I mean, they just say, well, UN's Hamas is about the level of the argument you get today. It's easy to back this stuff up, guys. It's not hard to see. Or this is why they attack the foundational concepts like occupation, like the idea of the right of return. They attack these to try to undermine the core point they know will be made. That yes, you're occupying, as all of the law around the world makes clear, that everybody, even your allies, have quietly acknowledged because it's the case. So that means, therefore, one, yes, an armed group has the right of armed resistance, meaning violence, to fight back against its occupier legally under the Fort Geneva Convention. And yes, that means that Israel, as the occupier, does not have the right to attack them as under some guise of self-defense. It's just simply not the reality. You can argue that, what, are they supposed to stand back and do nothing? Well, technically speaking, what they should do is stop breaking the law by illegally occupying territory. Until that goes away, yes, they're in the detriment here because they are the occupier. It's very simple. Now, at the end of the day, the point should be to go back to what has already been agreed to. The same thing from 67 forward that Israel has never to this day allowed to take place. Now we know, looking forward, or looking back and forward, that we can see that they never wanted that to be the case, that they funded Hamas to make sure they were divided so they could point to that and say, see, they're terrorists, knowing that they secretly didn't ever want the two-state solution. That's what this was always about. And that's all public information at this point. That's come out in 1,000 different ways. And yet you still have your ridiculous governments out there pretending like it's not happening. And the people like the Mass of the world and the Cottons of the world screaming falsehoods that Hamas is this and they work for Hamas. And now suddenly the ICJ is part of Hamas. That's actually being said. Mike Pompeo literally said these groups are working for Hamas. Think about how childishly stupid that is. You can say that what they're doing benefits Hamas, but to just go as far as to say they now are Hamas, like, we need to ridicule these people. And I think the reason it's gotten this stupid is because they know they're losing. I mean, and here's the rationalization coming from the usual suspects. So as you now have even Netanyahu saying, yes, it was a mistake, here are the people that just do the same anyway. Jeffrey Mead says, why were two senior Hamas leaders hiding in the middle of a civilian camp? Oh, Jeffrey, did you see them? Did you meet them? Did you see pictures? Did you get some kind of evidence the rest of the world didn't get? No, you're just blindly picking a side. Israel said, therefore, that's the truth, right? But if you were to go, well, Hamas said, they'd say, you're so stupid. Well, either side blindly taking the face value would be that stupid. So let's acknowledge that. If you're blindly taking what any side says without your own due diligence, you are being a child. Of course Hamas could lie. Of course Gaza could lie. Of course individual Palestinians could lie. Of course the same thing applies on either side. Whether a civilian, a Hamas member, an Israeli citizen, a Jewish person, the point is anybody could make things up for their own interest. So now if we're sitting at a point where what we have in front of us is video upon video of evidence from human rights groups, from people on the ground, from other governments, highlighting that they bombed a bunch of tents and people got burned alive, and you have yet to see anything that proves Hamas leaders were there, the right response is, the civilians were killed, which is a huge deal, even if they were there, and that we demand evidence of their presence to even get past the argument that they were there in the first place, and even from there realize that it's still collective punishment. But see, none of this factors into people that are blindly choosing one narrative. And even then, realizing that the narrative he thinks he's picking still proves that they're breaking the law. So Jeffrey Mead is a genocide supporter. I mean, you're literally on the record openly aligning yourself with clear violations of international law. But then if you're asking why were they there, and let's just say hypothetically there were Hamas members there. Now, were they using people as human shields? Were they tied to their legs? Or were these people that you call Hamas that were just simply present? Or let's even say that they were Hamas members who were there within a civilian because they were sitting there with their families. Is that a legal target then? Because you claim they're Hamas, which is a group that you're claiming is a terrorist group that Israel funded into existence and made. I mean, come on. You just can't keep making these flimsy arguments, but this is the best that they have. Here is a literal representative of the U.S. government, State Representative Randy Fine, yet again, outdoing himself. He says the Hamas leadership hid among, quote, civilians. I mean, you couldn't just say that hit among civilians. That's all you needed to do, buddy, to just put it in quotes. You're making it very clear that you're a maniac. So to him, there are no civilians. Why? Because they were hiding among them? So therefore now they're complicit because this guy hid among them, which is your statement, in order to try to get a free pass. This is a war crime. What happened to, like, okay, let's put it this way. Let's just say you're dealing with an enemy combatant and you find this person sitting there with no gun. Are you supposed to shoot him in the head? These people go, yeah, Hamas, kill them all. Well, guess what? That's a crime. You're supposed to not murder people that aren't armed, whether they're the enemy or not. But see, today, especially from the Republican side of this conversation that seems to be like actively trying to deteriorate things that are at least international norms that most of them don't even abide by. You're trying to create the idea that somehow, well, if we say you're bad enough, though, none of that matters anymore because we're freedom and you're bad guy. I mean, you might as well go back to kindergarten. It's the most bottom of the barrel logic. So what we're talking about is if you have people that were there, are we just foregoing the idea that they're supposed to be engaged in combat? Or are you just going to murder them with their families and say, well, isn't that what Trump said? We'll kill them and their families. Yes, because you see where this is going. They're right no matter what. Might makes right. We decide who is the bad guy and who's not. And guess what, America? You guys are next. Pointing at myself. They're saying we're now the enemies. He says that's a war crime. So it's a war crime to hide amongst people. It's not really. It's not at all, technically, unless you're arguably using them physically as shields, which you can't prove they're doing. Sitting with their family in a tent is not a crime, but sure as hell bombing them. And I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying using his argument, bombing them and killing civilians is sure as hell a war crime. He says Israel bombed them. That is not. Bombs away. This is terrifying. These are powerful people. And he's a Jewish and proud Zionist. This is our point, guys. That has to matter right now. Not the Jewish part, the Zionist part. He is literally telling you that he's actively of a mind that Zionism, I mean, this is his guiding practice at this point, and it's very clear, which means he's acting in the interest of something other than what Americans want, or the law, for that matter. Here is the point made earlier. This is a former head of Israeli Mossad who's saying on the record, everyone over the age of 4 is a target. Oh, that's right. I'm just going to play it right here. So he's speaking in Hebrew. So here's what it says. A word in the favor of the guy he's talking about. A word in your favor. He says, maybe a little different from what you said. He says, there are no uninvolved civilians in Gaza. We keep hearing this. So you can't keep pretending like you're trying to only go after Hamas, but then everyone in your organization continues to say that there is nobody innocent. And I'm not talking just random people or former everythings. I'm talking about people that are currently leading positions in the Israeli Knesset in their government right now, who have said no one there is innocent. The children are guilty. These are direct statements from their leadership. And here he is, former head of Israeli Mossad, telling you that. He says there's no such thing as innocent civilians. He goes, look, you're right. You're right. That's the person interviewing him saying that, which is also disgusting. That's the common Zionist idea that nobody there is innocent because apparently they all voted them in 2006, even though they all didn't. It was 46%, was not a majority. And even then, how are you pretending these children did that? Everyone voted for Hamas. Everyone over the age of 4 is a Hamas supporter. So you're telling me that 5-year-olds voted at that time? What kind of lunacy is this? On top of that, ask yourself how we've yet to absorb the part of the conversation that Israel made this happen. I am still convinced there's no way they would have allowed a legitimate election with a group that they were at the time calling terrorists. How in the world are we supposed to pretend that makes sense? And then at that time, we also know that they funded Hamas with $1.4 billion to keep them in power. But then they just let an election decide? Come on, we can't be this naive.
So are you saying Benjamin Netanyahu deliberately boosted Hamas to try to prevent a Palestinian state?
Yeah, sure. He deliberately and systematically even told, on record, whoever wants to avoid the threat of a two-state solution has to support my policy of paying protection money to the Hamas.
So what we did, with the permission of our Prime Minister, is to let Qatar to transfer a huge amount of money in cash, probably more than $1.4 billion. By doing it, we increased the power of Hamas. We did everything in order to make sure that Hamas will go on controlling Gaza, and Palestinian Authority will control the West Bank, so they will fight each other.
Pretty damn clear. Former head of Shin Bet, former prime minister. Not hard to see. Here he is again saying anyone over the age of 4 is a Hamas supporter. You know damn well this guy knows exactly what they just said. He says, and our goal at the moment is the continuation of what you said, is to turn them from Hamas supporters into Hamas dislikers by bombing them to death. And the way is to supplying humanitarian aid through us. But they're not doing that. Right? So either way, what he's telling you is that anyone under 4, now let's just even say he doesn't feel they should be killed. What you're hearing is the reality that they view them all as supporters of Hamas. She goes, regarding the uninvolved, every house in Gaza is a Hamas headquarters, has weapons. She just said every house in Gaza. I mean, this is like watching Fox News and CNN, guys. This is the equivalent of that in Israel. As Al-Aqsa, everything. So now apparently there's weapons in Hamas tunnels in Al-Aqsa. You know why? Because they want to destroy that to put in it's the whole prophecy of the third temple. That's what we're talking about here. This is mainstream media in Israel. All the signs are there. And still, how did you say children from the age of 0 to 4, they are uninvolved. Maybe when they grow up, they will be. See, my God, that's terrifying. In the meantime, you cannot starve them, he said. They are children. There's nothing you can. Then it says they're children. Nothing to do. And she goes, I agree with you. This is also against our interests. God, these people are horrifying. I mean, and guys, realize that's the moderate side of it. Not just coming right out and saying, murder them all, they're guilty. Kind of waffling about it and going, well, we'll have to wait till they're 4 at least. That's what we're dealing with. So people that allow the 4-year-olds to survive and the ones that want to kill everybody, that's the middle ground. This is kind of terrifying to realize that this is the level we're at, that this is being allowed by your representation, wherever you are in the world, other than a few select groups. Andrew Fox, Middle East and disinformant researcher, but can't seem to wrap his mind around how this is all lies, says if a military force hides among civilians, then the death of those civilians is on them. No. This is just not, look, you can clearly argue that they're responsible in some cases for deaths that might have been but let's put it this way. If you as the person bombing sees a guy standing in a crowd full of children and then decides to drop a 2,000-pound bomb on the house they're in, that's your fault. Now, if you go in there and try to actively do the best you can to avoid those, which is what Israel's pretending they're doing, and in the context of that or in the process of that, somebody accidentally gets killed, you could make an argument. And even then, I would want it very clearly broken down. The argument being that you did your best to avoid it, and they made that happen. You see the big difference there? Bombing with 2,000-pound bombs on top of people and acting like anybody there was somehow responsible because Hamas is present is crazy. And anyone acting like that makes sense is either lost their mind or secretly thinks this is all okay. And he just basically makes these arguments again. He goes, think with your rational brain, not your emotional brain, which, yeah, the idea, of course, we shouldn't be emotionally reacting, but to pretend like it's not emotional to see children destroyed because you're claiming it's justified. Obviously, something matters there. He goes, the aim of an information campaign is to generate an emotional reaction. I agree with that. People then, but let's get to his actual point. Okay, so there's no point. I mean, my point was what he said up here. So it's actually about the thread, but I'm realizing all he's just bloviating about the idea that emotions will manipulate. I agree with that. And we're not, this is a completely an unemotional reaction to the facts. Collective punishment's a crime. Human shields are a crime. If you can't prove that, the idea being that you're blindly taking at face value what a government that's been lying incessantly just told you. That doesn't seem like a very good disinformation debunker to me. He says thinking while psychologically stressed means that your brain's response. Yeah, we know all this. We talked about all this. Emotions are used by your governments to manipulate you. Clearly, it seems to be working against you. Whether handling information, misinformation, disinformation, on and on and on. That's why I don't academically study Afghanistan. Okay, in regards to photos of injured children, of course, children are likely to be injured in any warfare. Civilians, which again, I hate this blithe disregard. No, it's just war. War is bad. That is a ridiculous statement, in my opinion. Obviously, we all should, if we actually think war is bad, then we wouldn't just blithely dismiss it as some kind of casual side effect of war. This is something we should care about. Children should not be a byproduct of these wars. Now, yes, it's obviously possible, but that statement could be made about any dynamic, that people die in war, not just focusing on, well, children die. The belligerence, the disregard for their life from the people we're dealing with is the point. It's not a casual byproduct. They're the biggest aspect of what's happening here. Women and children seem to be the focus of this war. He says, same thing, sup pictures present information equivalent to minefield, but there's no, yeah, you can read this for yourself. None of this has to do with somehow breaking down the proof or logic around this. The idea is, or the assumption is, that they're hiding among civilians, and therefore it's on them. John highlights this and says, why are tens of thousands of Israelis cheering on the death of civilians that you claim Israel's accidentally killing? Good point, because they are. Israeli settlers are mocking the beheaded Palestinian babies that we're seeing in this picture. That's what they're doing, and it happens every time. He says, because that is obviously a doll, and mockery is such a attempt at fakery. My God. So just let's all make a note of what this person really is. Let's see. 66,000 followers. So look, is it possible? Anything's possible. But what evidence are we using to argue it's a doll? Go ahead, let me know. Oh, so your blind opinion. That's clearly a doll. Are you kidding me? In fact, we know for a fact that these are not fake. What we can see out there has been independently verified by many people on the ground who are filming these things, who are watching the organic development of where these things came from. Now, even then, you could argue anything could be faked. That's always an overlying reality. Anything, like wag the dog style, the whole damn thing could be fake. But if what we're left with is evidence that clearly indicates that all of this just happened, where you're watching dead bodies get pulled out, I mean, even go as far as to say, let's just say that was. Are you somehow pretending that children didn't just get killed? It's just unreal, the level of willful ignorance or complete what's the best word for it? Choosing to lie to manipulate people. Like either way, there's no way this is an honest engagement, in my opinion. And this person says, breaking news from Andrew Fox before any other serious journalist that the decapitated child is in fact a doll. I'm sure he'll spell it all out to us soon, how he made this deduction that no one else has been able to make so conclusively yet. Here's what he says. Decapitated extremities bleed. The odds of being decapitated in an airstrike with no other injuries to the body are non-existent. No other injuries to the body? The thing is in tatters. And you're gonna tell me that an explosion at that high temperatures wouldn't just evaporate or burn? I mean, my God. This person simply says, you're a sick person, showing you a child that got burned all over his body in this last bombing. He's actually was at the UNRWA displaced camp that was bombed in Rafah. And this person says, I wonder what Fox got up to during his time in the military. He seems to be taking pleasure in this massacre. Now, those are all personal opinions. I just am utterly shocked that somebody would try to pretend, or even especially put themselves forward as some sort of disinformation researcher, and then just blindly assume into the wind or in the direction of what is interest of Israel. And then, after all of that, Censored News, well, highlights another example of a human shield. I mean, guys, this is, as I remember, at least the fifth of just since October 7th forward, where we have caught Israel using human shields. I mean, the most brazen examples. A guy sitting in the middle of the street with a blindfold on as they shoot over his head. I bet you some of them are even here. How much you want to bet? Somebody probably posted some of the older ones. I didn't look earlier. I have my video I'll play again just to make sure it's important that people don't miss that. Oh, here's this. I haven't seen this one. Yeah, I'm not seeing them. I don't want to take too much time. But you guys remember, we've covered all of them on the show. And we just saw a recent one again. And that was even covered by, I think it was Human Rights Watch, or was it a mainstream higher human rights group, where the guy was being led along with a blindfold into the areas, and then he got free and told everybody about it. And so you have the video of them doing it with guns over his head, and then he came out and testified to it. So here's what we're seeing. Israeli soldiers use elderly Palestinians as a human shield in Rafah. You can hear the shooting. Look, they're directing to each other. This guy's just standing there with them. They're filming it all. It's unreal. And just in case you forgot, we've covered this before. This is an entire show on a huge segment about this, the open secret of Israel using human shields. Here's a major image that if you haven't seen is a very famous example. The kid is literally tied to the front of their Jeep as they engage. This clip is important. I know you've seen it a bunch, but for those that are new, I want you. Sorry about that. I don't know what just happened. Just another day in the life of TLAV. Give me a second. Whole thing just crashed on me. Okay. Well, let me play that clip then, since that's where we were. Let me get my bearings again. I just lost all my stuff that I had brought up. Make sure let me know you can still hear me. Let me make sure you guys can still hear me and that everything, audio, whatever else. I'm going to play this clip, but respond in the chat. Let me know if you can hear me talking right now. Here is the clip I was going to play about human shields. 2013, Palestinian children tortured, used as shields by Israel, per the United Nations. Reuters. Israeli soldiers who used Palestinian boy, a 9-year-old, as human shields avoid jail. Defense for Children International, an international human rights group. Israel forces use 5 Palestinian children as human shields. That's 2023. This is from 2017. Generally, human shields. Since the beginning of the occupation in 1967, Israeli security forces have repeatedly used Palestinians in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip as human shields. Israeli soldiers routinely use Palestinian civilians as human shields by forcing them to carry out life-threatening tasks. It was also following a high court petition against this practice, which was filed by human rights organizations around the world in May 2002, that the IDF issued a general order prohibiting the use of Palestinians as a means of human shield against gunfire or attacks by the Palestinian side. But then it goes on to say, following the order, the use of human shields dropped sharply. However, the army did not construe as a human shield the use of Palestinians, provided they consented. The army continued the widespread use of this practice, which they referred to as the neighbor procedure. Following another petition filed by human rights organizations, the High Court of Justice ruled that this practice, too, violated international humanitarian law and that this thus was illegal. And guess what they've never stopped doing? Here is the Institute for Middle East Understanding, the neighbor procedure, Israel's use of Palestinian human shields from 2012. Human Rights Watch. During military operations, Israeli soldiers routinely coerced Palestinian civilians, including children, to perform life-endangering acts that assisted military operations, the practice known as the neighbor procedure. Now, see this? Now, understand, this is not some kind of manipulative overlap, like where we're trying to jam in something that doesn't apply. This is legitimate human shields. And if you watch the full show on that, which that's just a clip of, it's stated. Here's the most important part is Israel acknowledged the practice. I think I briefly said it in the clip where they acknowledged that it was a problem. The UN said that's human shields. I mean, think about the fact that even on the record, acknowledging, yeah, we've been doing that, and then we're going to stop. And then they supposedly stopped. That's when they went to the neighbor procedure, which then again, as you heard in the clip, then the UN came back and said, no, you're still doing it. That is still human shields. And they've still done it since. It is public policy. And they keep getting caught on camera. That's what we just showed you, using human shields. It's a very common practice. They do it all the time. And so to understand what it means, they're grabbing an innocent person, many times blindfolded, and then just using them in front of them. So if anybody shoots, they'll probably shoot them first. That is the literal definition of human shields. Not just saying that, oh, they've got them in this area. Remember in the very beginning where they said simply because Palestinians didn't want to leave that they were all being used as human shields? Well, by that logic, I mean, there's a clip going around right now showing you that the Mossad headquarters is right in the center of Tel Aviv. And Haaretz wrote an article saying, doesn't that mean they're using them all as human shields? Well, yeah, if you're using that logic, it certainly does. Of course, it only applies one way. The point is simply that most of them didn't want to leave because they don't want to be displaced for the umpteenth time. Human shield is when you're holding somebody against their will in front of you. And then and so the point is when you're bombing all these people and you only find dead Palestinians, it's pretty clear what's going on, guys. It really is overwhelming. And here is this is something special, something grotesque. The Atlantic put out an article trying to rationalize that killing children was legal. Now, look, anybody who's going to be objective about this can argue that there would be extreme circumstances, like I just described, where you have a murderer holding a child and you're doing literally everything in your power short of getting killed yourself to stop that child from dying, but in the process, that child dies anyway. That would be, see, I wouldn't even frame it as legal. I would argue that it was not a crime or other crime was committed by the other side. To simply argue that killing a child can be legally done is so over the top to me. And Arnaud Bertrand writes, you should be absolutely terrified by a society where leading publications start arguing that killing children is legal. If anything, it is a code red alarm. Here's the article itself. It says, even when conducted legally, war is ugly. Oh, you're so brave. It is possible to kill children legally, they write. If, for example, one is being attacked by an enemy who hides behind them. But even then, that doesn't make it legal. This is my point. So right there, let's just say you dropped a grenade on both of them. Oh, he got a child? Here's a grenade. Yeah, it's his fault. That's what's happening right now. Is that legal? Are you allowed to do that? Of course not. Show me the last time a bank robber was robbing a bank and the cops blew up the building and said, well, he had hostages. That's exactly what's happening. But they say, but the sight of a legally killed child is no less disturbing than the sight of a murdered one. Oh, again, you're just so brave. Thank you for braving that free. I mean, this is disgusting. I just don't even know. I mean, I don't know whether this person is coming from a Zionist position or they actually believe this makes sense, but these are the kind of things we need to make a note of. Who's the editor that thought this was okay? Who's the writer that pretended this made sense? Make a note of these people. These are the worst people of society. The ones that are gaslighting and literally obfuscating for genocide. There is no legal killing of a child. There is simply one in which the crime is allotted to somebody on the other side. Somebody is responsible. And the point that you're arguing is legal to kill the child shows you that you're rationalizing the killing of children. Or the idea that, I just said, because he's hiding behind you does not make it then okay to kill the child. That's what that paragraph literally says, or at the very least, seriously implies. I don't think couldn't be any more clear. When they are killing people in this refugee camp because they claim that they were there, there's some people there, but they dropped 60 bombs over 48 hours, 1 ton to 2 ton bombs in multiple locations that were supposed to be safe. There's just no rational way you say, oh, human shields. Even if they were using human shields, what they did was irrational. There's no way around it. And we're watching a very alarming kind of shuffling up of what people understand. Again, it's a positive thing. My point is that it's alarming to see that this is what they really are. PVT highlights a thread of Western journal, as they write, journazism, providing cover for the war crimes in Rafah today. And this was on the 26th even. This was yesterday. The point is, this is what the BBC wrote. Deadly explosion reported in a refugee camp. Really? A deadly explosion? Not a bomb? Dozens killed and wounded after explosions in safe zone. Even that's going to anger Israel. Oh, safe zone. But they're gaslighting the whole thing. Explosions? Military proceeds into Rafah despite ICC ruling? How about they're wildly breaking international law? They're committing war crimes. Israeli airstrike kills 35 in Rafah after Hamas launches rockets. Oh, so now it's tit for tat? These rockets killed nobody. There's not, the idea on top, I've said it all in the beginning. It's infuriating. It goes on from there. Israel strikes back at Hamas. That is the way the New York Post covered this? Murdering an entire refugee camp full of innocent people, burning them alive in their tents is striking back? These people are horrible. And, New York Post saying the same, strikes back. Here's Fox News. Israeli airstrike on Rafah kills 2 top Hamas commanders. Oh, did they? Have you proved that, Mr. Journalist? Have you just blindly reported what Israel said? They've lied about numerous examples, dozens of civilians. As a secondary comma, and, some civilians died. Great job. Unbelievable. And here's what you're getting from some of these supposed representatives of Americans. Senator James Lankford Now, I say that in the first place as representatives of Americans, not because he says he stands with Jewish people, but because of the idea that he's actively, in every sense, acting in the interest of a foreign country that is murdering innocent people, whether or not they're Jewish. The point, though, is he doesn't mean that, and that's self-evident. Oh, you stand with Jewish people, do you? Well, I said, okay, what about these Jewish people? What about this Holocaust survivor, right? What about this Jewish woman who's standing with the campus protest saying that I'm finally, I mean, it's ridiculous. Most of these groups, they're acting or pro-Hamas maniacs are put on by Jewish organizations. But of course, he doesn't mean them. So I said, do you support these Jewish people? Apparently, you support Jewish people only if they support Zionism. So you support Zionism, not Jewish people. That's kind of obvious to see. And this person goes, Holocaust survivor. Thank you for making my point. Omar Badar points out an interview done again by CNN, which still kind of blows my mind. That of all the groups, it seems that CNN has started to at least do the least ridiculous coverage of what's going on, yet still actively gaslighting for genocide, just so we're clear about that. In no way do I think CNN or Fox are any different. I think these are all manipulated propaganda platforms that are in varying degrees deciding whether they should ignore or not align with Israel, as they always have, because they're losing everything for it. That's going to change as time goes forward. You're going to see them all, as we said earlier, as Rami said, eventually start to act like we were always going after them, just like with COVID, right? What are they all saying now? All the Weinsteins of the world. Well, we were always ahead of everybody. We always saw it. We were calling it out. No, you didn't. You all completely lied, wore masks and everything else. Now you pretend like you're leading the charge. That's how this game works. People like us, we get censored and suppressed and attacked until we're no longer there, in hopes that the memory of everything goes away as they jump in and go, we were the ones that were doing. No, you weren't. You really weren't. In fact, it's you guys out there more than anybody. It will never be highlighted because you don't have a platform to shout from. But that's what happens, guys. It's not them doing any of this. They're the ones that will stand on your shoulders and pretend that they did everything you were doing selflessly with no benefit. Here is a Holocaust survivor who, according to the guy we just showed you, is a, in quotes, Holocaust survivor because he doesn't say the right things. He founded Human Rights Watch. He directed the ACLU Now he's saying that Israel is engaging in a genocide. So I wonder how that works out for all these manipulators out there screaming that it's all anti-Jew hate and racism, anti-Semitism. I wonder how Ben Shapiro's working this one out. He must be a fake Jew, as he called the rest of them for doing the unjust thing of expressing their own opinion.
Nair. He's a giant in the world of human rights and a survivor of genocide himself. He was born a Jew in Nazi Germany. He and his parents escaped Berlin 2 weeks before the start of World War II. He went on to study at Cornell and then to co-found Human Rights Watch. He was at the forefront of the movement to establish the international tribunals, which eventually became the ICC and the ICJ.
Isn't that interesting? Well, before we go forward, here's Human Rights Watch, right? The group that he founded, it's very clearly telling you that Israel is an apartheid state as of 2021. So did Amnesty International, so did B'Tselem, so did every leading human rights group in the world. Apartheid being the most disgusting version of racism, the worst version of racism in existence. That's Zionism, that's apartheid, that's what this is.
Also the former head of the ACLU and the author of many books. He wrote a powerful piece in the New York Review of Books this month on the situation in Gaza. When you say in this New York Review of Books piece that you have concluded that Israel is guilty of attempting genocide.
Yes.
That's a very heavy charge.
Yes. I was disturbed by some of the actions of Israel, by the use of very large weapons, 2,000-pound bombs, which are utterly inappropriate in a crowded urban area. A bomb like that can kill somebody 2 football fields away, and using bombs like that was inappropriate in the context of Gaza. But still,
200, I mean, think about what he just said, guys. You realize they dropped these level of bombs on the refugee camp yesterday. And we're supposed to pretend that that was going after 2 people? I mean, see, this is what the people in the U.S. government, the military, they know this. You're telling me Matt Miller and the rest of them previously from the Justice Department, or was he DOJ or State Department? Now I forget. It was DOJ. In any case, that's not a good example then. The point is, all of them know regardless. Matt Miller and the rest of them who are screaming that there's no violation or that what they did was justifiable are very aware the bombs they're using are done in a way that's meant to broaden the scope, not the opposite. Yet they pretend it's not the case because they're liars.
I didn't think that Israel was engaged in genocide just because of the effort to retaliate against Hamas, even though I thought Israel went far overboard in the way of its retaliation.
So what changed your mind then?
What changed my mind was that over a period of time, Israel has obstructed the delivery of humanitarian assistance to Gaza. And those who have been most severely victimized are not the members of Hamas. Men with guns ordinarily find a way to get food and to get fed. But it is young children who are most severely damaged by malnutrition and who will either starve to death, or if they survive, they will be diminished for the rest of their lives.
Here's a great point. So when we're being told that the whole point is, well, Hamas knew that Israel would react like this, so it's on them, which again is the most ridiculous argument, that so you knew we were genocidal, so it's your fault. But think about this in reverse. Let's just say that's an acceptable argument because we've heard that many times. Well, okay, if your point is that you know that Hamas is going to take that's the argument, which is not even provably what's happening, but that you know Hamas is going to take the food. So by not putting it in there, or by putting it in certain areas, you guarantee that it won't make it to them. So isn't that the same argument? Since you know they're bad, that's your fault for not doing it the right way. You see, that's the whole point, is that's not a valid argument. That's the saying that it's your fault. Stop hitting yourself. Like you're somehow, or the idea, I mean, any way you play this, you're responsible for your actions. All right. So by denying the food, it stops everybody from starving, or stops everybody from being fed, including your own hostages. The idea that somehow that they knew they would do it's your level of response is completely within your own decision-making process. Had you decided to go to the UN and act accordingly with the international community, I mean, you'd never have to ask for support again. But instead, the Zionist organization went to full genocide right away and has shaken the world free of their lies.
Physically and psychologically by the severe malnutrition they are enduring as children. And I thought that severe obstruction of the delivery of humanitarian assistance amounted.
Just for the clarification for those in the chat, let's understand that whether we're talking about a guided attack on this camp, it's already been admitted that there were multiple 1,000 or 1-ton bombs that were dropped. Right? That's the level. There was indiscriminate bombing going on. That's the real point. And the idea of these ton forward bombs are meant to be less and less discriminate. Right? That's the whole point. Just so we're clear on that, because people in the chat are arguing that misguided versus not. I mean, at the end of the day, I know they've admitted to many of it not being guided in this location, but on top of all of it, does that make that much of a difference? We're talking about it makes it worse, quite frankly. If we're targeting attacks towards civilians, that's even worse. But it seems to have been both by the reports we're getting from directly the Israeli government conversation.
To genocide. The amount of food and the amount of water and the amount of fuel they have allowed in is entirely inadequate to deal with the more than 2 million people who live in Gaza. And the USAID Administrator, Samantha Power, testified before Congress that famine had set in Gaza. The head of the UN World Food Program has said that full-blown famine is underway in Gaza. Destroying the farms, destroying the greenhouses in Gaza, killing a large number of aid workers who were involved in the distribution of food, challenging the ability of the UN agency that has been principally involved in distributing food to continue that activity, and persuading the United States and other governments to cut off funds from that agency. All those things have had a cumulative impact on the availability of food and water and electricity and medical supplies in Gaza. At this moment, there are settlers in the West Bank area who are interrupting trucks, taking humanitarian assistance into to Gaza. They are attacking the truck driver, spilling the contents.
I mean, ask yourself why it's so easy for somebody like this, who, in fact, by the way, it's the hardest position in the world to be in his position and to point out the truth. He's going to be attacked by everybody. He's going to be attacked by the people who want to hide that from whatever side. He's going to be attacked by the Zionists who want to hide it for obvious reasons. He's going to be attacked by the Jewish people that believe he's challenging their faith. He's attacked because he's telling the truth. That's why it's the most difficult position. My point is, how is it so easy for him to sit there and make this clear acknowledgement, yet your government can't do that? Right? Your people out there that are acting like they're fighting for a rules-based international order or fighting for international law, yet can't acknowledge that this is actually happening, that they're choosing to sabotage the food that comes in with official support from Israel by the IDF standing there guarding them as they do this. That it's important to understand that he's standing here telling you what is easily verifiable as a Holocaust survivor, as a Jewish person himself, as an Israeli himself. Now, of course, you could argue he's lying. Anybody could be lying, but what's the argument here? Is he working for Hamas now? Is he a trash Jewish person that Ben Shapiro calls the Jewish Voices for Peace because they call for ceasefire? I mean, that's essentially the argument, that if you are a Jew that is standing on the wrong side, you're not a Jewish person anymore. What that shows you is they're fighting for Zionism, nothing else. And this man has courage.
Carrying humanitarian aid. The Israeli defense forces have not intervened in order to prevent the settlers from engaging in sabotage of that sort in delivering humanitarian assistance. The Israeli defense forces have aided the settlers, and a very large number of Palestinians in the West Bank have been killed in the past few months, often with the Israel defense forces either standing by or directly participating in attacks on Palestinians in that area.
Prime Minister Netanyahu says that this prosecutor is anti-Semitic and is feeding anti-Semitism.
You know, the use of the term anti-Semitism to attack those who criticize Israeli policies degrades the concept of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism has been a great scourge, but it doesn't insulate the Israeli government from being held to the same standards that other governments have to be held to around the world.
Can you imagine this interview in October, or, you know, I mean, any month before October last year, any time? Like, can you imagine this ever being discussed like this? It really does show you how much has shifted in such a jarring way that this CNN is, I mean, they would have never allowed this conversation. This guy would have never been allowed to make these statements. It's just, it's important to understand how much has actually shifted.
The Israeli government has been very comfortable with certain anti-Semites. Prime Minister Netanyahu, for example, has cultivated a relationship with Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary.
Look at that.
And I think it's appropriate to consider Orban an anti-Semite.
Now, whether you think that or not, the point he's making is that they use anti-Semitism to shut down criticism of their government while seeming to not even care about actual anti-Semitism in the world, largely because the largest example of anti-Semitism in the world is Zionism. Now, that may be confusing for people that have yet to understand what they really stand for and what they publicly have said in the past, or working alongside the Nazi organization through the final solution while pretending today that that's what they were built upon. We've been lied to. It is not hard to recognize. And it may be shocking for you to hear, but you could look this stuff up on Wikipedia, for crying out loud. Not because Wikipedia means it's true, but it shows mass adoption of an understanding. And what we know, as Dan Cohen and plenty of others have shown you, that the Leahy Party clearly aligned itself with Nazi Germany. That just doesn't make any sense, or why the Israeli government funds the largest neo-Nazi group in the world right now, with the Azov movement, because they're not what they pretend to be. I'm not talking about Jews alone or Israelis alone. I'm talking about the Zionist organization and those that support it, whatever they are, wherever they are.
But to charge the International Criminal Court with anti-Semitism is, I think, absurd.
For you, as somebody, a Jew who escaped Nazi Germany, it's a weighty charge to accuse Israel of genocide.
It's a terrible thing to accuse anyone of genocide.
Let me ask you something. What's with this context? Is somehow because of the history, it's a bigger deal to accuse them of genocide? That doesn't make sense. Are they committing it or not? The law is static. It doesn't matter whether or not some historical conversation changes what you think about what they claim they are. Like, you have to realize what he's saying because of the Holocaust. That means that this is what Netanyahu even said, that you're not allowed to do this to them. It doesn't matter whether or not the history is there. It matters that they're committing a genocide. And yes, that's why the honest and people with integrity, the people with bravery, with courage like him, are standing up and saying, that's it right there. Never again means never again, no matter what we're talking about. Not just the ridiculous UN representative from Israel standing up and saying never again means going after anti-Semites. Like, you guys you've lost the plot.
But it's a more terrible thing that genocide should take place.
A Jew who escaped Nazi Germany, it's a weighty charge to accuse Israel of genocide.
It's a terrible thing to accuse anyone of genocide, but it's a more terrible thing that genocide should take place.
Right.
In my view, Jews are only going to be safe if everyone's rights are respected, and the rights of Jews are respected along with the rights of everyone else.
Right, exactly. Not some one-minded focus on only this or only the Jewish state for the Jewish people alone, which, by the way, is racism. Period. Bigotry, rather. That's what we're talking about. Because it's not we're talking about a religion, not an ethnicity, so we're talking about bigotry. But either way, the reality being what a Holocaust survivor, a Jew himself, is highlighting is that what they're doing is creating anti-Semitism. Now, if you want to understand more about the point I made, Zionism versus Nazism, you can watch this show for yourself. It's important. It's all based on facts, all sourced down below. You can look at for yourself. Now, Quds News Network highlights the BBC justifies Israeli burning alive of Palestinians that are displaced, most of whom are women and children, in an attack with 8 bombs on an UNRWA displacement camp by saying Hamas launches rocket attack toward Tel Aviv. That's how you cover this story. Hours later, they killed a couple Palestinians. That is the subline. You're literally putting in the massacre of people burned alive in their tents, women and children, as a secondary title below Hamas launches rocket attack. Think about how just abhorrent that is. It's despicable. It's really hard to not outrage about this. I mean, really, truly, to just call. It's frustrating. I mean, this is the point. There's no removing your emotion from this conversation, but it's important to try your best to put that aside and apply logic, because emotions will circumvent your logic. I've said that every single time we've talked about anything. But here's a great point that Sam Husseini makes. This person is highlighting more than 230 days into the war, Hamas has fired a rocket barrage at Tel Aviv for the first time in months. Now, that's important because remember, all these liars out there have been saying over the last couple of weeks, for some clearly building for something, they are firing rockets, even though there was no sirens, there was no evidence of that. They just said it online and people lied about it. My point was, even they have admitted it was exceedingly rare because they ran out. Okay, that is a reality. My argument is they were probably just holding on to a certain reserve for certain circumstances because they were pretty much out or waiting for more to come from an ally. Who knows? Which, by the way, would be completely legal, regardless of what your propagandized screaming tells you. The point is, and apparently from Rafah, multiple impacts have been recorded in the area, saying these have fired. Now, even Robert has confirmed the location of this, which was between IDF locations. But this says, cheers from Palestinians at the sight of rockets being fired at Tel Aviv, which, of course, they'll highlight as wanting to kill all the Jews. No, they're talking about the fact that they're resisting the ongoing genocide. Imagine continuing to highlight a response as you're screaming about your self-defense as targeting people, as opposed to the reality that you're responding in self-defense to ongoing genocide. But the point, and also with what we know are guided without guidance. So you can argue that then means a war crime because they don't know where it will land, even though it's clear that they never seem to have any effect. But you can't then later claim they targeted something, which they do every time. But he says the Hamas official says the rockets that were fired from between the presence of 2 IDF divisions. Now, I'm not citing what Hamas said. I'm citing what Robert's investigation said, speaking with people on the ground and others that have reported the same. And the point being that you can even prove the location they were in from where they claimed there's an image they're showing of a couple of white strings of in the air, like the smoke, and you can show the area they're talking about, and you can show the area where the IDF is in control of the air. It's ridiculous. None of that then, even if they were there, justifies the bombing of all these people with no evidence of anything there. And I want to include something we're going to get to in a minute. We've talked about this before. I think it was over here. Oh, no, it's further down. We'll get to it. The point is that I just talked about the idea of what the history around, like the National Geographic discussed the tunnels themselves. And how a lot of these locations are there from a long time ago. And on top of that, that the rockets, even according to National Geographic, were being fired by merchants who were working with Israel to smuggle things back and forth to maintain the closure, sort of like funding Hamas in order to justify keeping these things done or stopping the two-state solution or keeping them divided. The point is that you can look back at the discussion and realize that there was a level of profiteering going on at the smallest level, allowing this to stay closed to justify the smuggling. And then, as it says, according to National Geographic, they would just pop up a couple rockets to make sure that they wouldn't, there's something going on there. But here is what Sam Husseini says. He goes, incredible. When the ICJ gives the order and Israel violates those orders, as he says has happened before, Hamas is effectively attempting to work with international law because they strike Tel Aviv. It's his opinion, obviously. We don't know what they're actually thinking. But he says, he said he documented this in January, where he goes, look at this. It looks like Hamas stopped firing at Tel Aviv right after South Africa filed its application. And don't forget, they've said more than once, including with the current one, that they will adhere to whatever the court decides. And even present themselves. Of course, remember they freaked out, and that was Klampas, I forget which one it was, that pointed to it and said, look, Hamas is saying they'll work with the court. What does that tell you? Well, it tells me that out of everybody in the situation, you're the most belligerent. That's refusing to engage with the process, while even the one you're calling a terrorist organization is going, yes, we'll adhere to the international law's ruling. That didn't work the way you thought it would. But his point is that every time they seem to at least engage from their position with, if there's a dynamic going on that they argue will lead to a ceasefire or that the international court is about to, they stand back. But when it seems that Israel's violating them, they fire and make a point. I find it interesting. Now, he could be wrong, but I think he's onto something there. Now, what we're going to see is that there are people, even in positions of power, that are standing up and calling this for what it is. British member of parliament, Claudia Webb, says Israel is out of control. Israel is deliberately killing Palestinians. Israel does not want peace. They want Gaza. Now, I have to say that is a little bit more specific than most of these wishy-washy statements. She's coming out and saying it like it is. But even then, I know I'm jaded. I find it hard to believe these people don't just recognize a benefit in saying the thing they know people think. That's just how I feel. But of course, I always leave open the possibility that maybe they are honest. I just find that really hard to believe these days. But as always, I keep note, just like with Trump, I did not believe he was what they thought. I think I'm right. I think it's pretty clear right now, but I still hold out the hope, as I did then, that maybe they're right about him. I want that to be the case, just like I hope she's honest. But, same point. But she is standing up and saying this, which is having an effect, and I think that's positive. Here is Erdogan, who, again, you have made my points clear about him over the years more than once. Interesting NATO ally, but at the same time is kind of always walking his own path, which I respect at the same time, but I don't know. The guy's in the middle for me. There's a lot of things that worry me about this entity, but either way, he's pretty hard on the case of Israel when he stood up and said, Turkey will do everything in its power to ensure that the Israelis are brought to justice for the crimes they committed. I only stopped there because I'm not sure if that's the exact quote or just what Adam said. But either way, the point is that he's saying that he will see this done. And I think that's very clear. He's been saying this. Merch Osint also highlights that a ship, the Marian Danica, apparently, was actually denied Spanish port last week because it carries 27 tons of explosives for Israel. Well, just in the case of Israel, that's 27 bombs on a refugee camp, right? All pinpoint targeted for Hamas. But the point is, it has nearly made its way to Rafah in Israel with a false destination. So the point is, this is not just Yemen anymore. You now have other ports going, never mind, we're not going to let you come here because you're helping Israel. And even then, they're trying to lie to circumvent what's happening. Doesn't that show you that they've lost, guys? They have lost. This is over. I mean, in the sense of the perception. The world has chosen its side, and it's only going to slowly trickle over here right now unless something major happens that drives it back, which is always possible. But right now, it's very clear. And so that's, again, why we need to see that it's the worst of society that is standing by this right now. Now, here's something I think is very interesting on the other side of this. Here are people that are supporting what's going on. Now, here's Luke Radowski interviewing RFK Jr. with a special appearance from somebody I'll show you in a minute. A little chaperone, apparently. But he's talking to him about this. I want to at least listen to some of this. And you really won't be surprised by what RFK says. I mean, I can't believe, with the pushback from his own audience, that he's still standing to this. Again, that either tells me, like with Biden or Trump or any of the rest of them, that there's either something compromising that situation, or he's just believes that they're okay to do this. I mean, I don't understand how any logical person, let alone somebody who has been so outspoken about so many other crimes of the government, can pretend that this is still acceptable, that they are the most moral army in the world, which is what he keeps saying. Or I don't think in this clip necessarily, but as of like a couple of days ago, he was quoted as saying that they've taken more effort than any military in the world to save civilian lives. Guys, that's fundamentally false. That is a very self-evident lie. The amount of children killed, the time frame it's happened in. I mean, there's a million metrics that they've broken. The amount of journalists killed, the amount of doctors. I mean, it's unreal. They clearly are not taking special effort to not kill civilians. But let's listen to what he has to say. I'll stop it a few times.
Last 30 years, international aid agencies have pumped $8,600 per capita to every single person in the Palestinian Authority, including a lot of people who aren't really there. Because the Palestinian Authority and UNRWA counts people who left long ago.
Okay, first and foremost, what we're talking about is a situation that is egregiously manipulated by Israel, verifiably so, where half the time a lot of this doesn't even make it to the Palestinian Authority. And then from there, the Palestinian Authority, being a group that Robert has covered over and over, is a group that is clearly, in most cases, working under the thumb of Israel against the Palestinian people, as the Palestinian people will tell you. And that through both of those filters, we're pretending all of that makes it to Palestinians. It provably does not. But even then, let's say it all does. Are we going to pretend that $8,000 per person is somehow representative of not being occupied, or the not allowance to? I mean, the point is that they've been refugees for 75 years because they have not abided by what they were legally bound to do, at least in 67 forward, but realizing it's always been an illegal occupation. So again, he called them the most pampered people on earth. Really take that into stock with what we just saw. Whether or not they were being murdered, you understand, these are people that are living in locations that they are controlled. They're not allowed to they don't have self-determination. Now, whether or not there are places within Gaza that you argue are not as bad, it's still a controlled open-air prison. Whether or not there are more affluent areas in there. Because remember, there are groups in there that work with the Israeli people. There are Hamas members that have been funded by Israel. There's a lot of overlap there that we love to conflate. The point is that there are people that have lived their whole lives in refugee camps because they're waiting to go home. They still have the keys to their homes that other people live in. This is what UNRWA was truly about, which I know he knows, the right of return. It's about, and so the idea that we're supposed to just stop taking all the money from all these camps, it's been so long. So you're asking them just to forego their rights? Is that what you're actually saying, the person standing up for rights in every other circumstance? Or does he not know that, which is even more shocking to me? It's just a terrible way to start.
In order to continue to...
So would your position be not to send them any money? And would you also not send any money to Israel then, as president of the United States?
No, what I would do, what I think we should be doing is diplomatic solutions, but we should... I think we need to do a Marshall Plan for Gaza after the war, but I don't think...
Oh, okay. So let's let them finish everything first. Let's let them finish what they're doing, and then we'll figure it all out. And the plan, which we'll get to today, is what? For you guys to handpick who rules over them? Is that democracy we're supposed to be? I mean, you have to realize how bad that is. That keeps getting spoken about. We're going to figure out a solution after the war. What do you mean you will? So just because you guys point to this group and say they're terrorists and they voted for them, their vote doesn't matter anymore? Is that democracy? You guys get to just omit well, we don't like their opinion, so they can't really vote next time. We'll pick for them because they can't do it for themselves. Democracy. That's really what's taught. The idea that they're supposed to decide what's going to happen after the war is showing you what their real idea is. This is a person who would call foul about many other dynamics that went just like that. Gee, I wonder what different here. I wonder what entity is driving this differently.
I think that the war can end until Hamas is eliminated. I don't think you can be giving money to Hamas.
Yeah. So
you mean like Israel did, right? Are we going to pretend that's not the case, that Israel didn't fund them with $1.4 billion, at least in the case we can prove, or that they sent Mossad to Qatar in 2020 to petition them to keep funding Hamas? Does that matter? Apparently not.
Today, the United Nations top court actually just ordered Israel to immediately halt its operations in Rafah. The United States and the Biden administration asked them not to do this, and Israel just did it anyway. How would you handle the situation as president of the United States? Would you allow them to continue that? Would you allow American service members to be there?
American service members aren't there.
Yeah, they are. You see my point? These are basic things, guys. He is clearly either tapped into some flow of information that is misleading him, like a partisan one. That's probably what it is, if it's honest at all. Sort of like there have been times throughout a lot of this stuff where he gets led in a partisan direction, or he's choosing to ignore this and lie about it. I've proven to you at least 4 different times that there are American personnel. I don't care, by the way, if we're talking about Americans like Brian Mast, who are working in the IDF, which is really alarming. And that would mean, by the way, that there are Americans also that have citizenship in Israel, or vice versa. There's that overlap. But there are also individual Americans that are not Israeli that are doing so. I mean, even in the UK, it's a public conversation. I'll play a clip for you in a minute. On top of that, even Axios covered this 4 months ago, that there was a 3-star general on the ground. So those are all boots on the ground. Guys, there's no way around that. Just because they always play this game where they're advising. Well, first of all, whether they're advising or not, there are boots on the ground. They're there. But then we can prove that we've shown you American soldiers, that one very famous one where he's wearing like 7 different patches for the Third Temple, who's actively deployed inside of Israel. Okay, and we've proven all of this. There's been many examples where they've admitted this. And he just doesn't know that? I mean, come on.
Yes, they are. They're actually in the water. They actually set up a pier.
They're on the beach. Oh, okay. So now we're going to pretend that's the only example. And here's the chaperone about to chime in. No. The pier is new. They have been there from the beginning. How am I the only one that knows that? This conversation anyway. I know you guys know that. Plenty of other genuine independent media out there really do know that because we're paying attention. But here, the chaperone's going to chime in. I'm going to listen to what he has to say.
Service members aren't there. Israel's
yes, they are. They're actually in the water. They actually set up a pier
they're on the
and
beach
a port, and now they're being attacked. So, as president of the United States, how would you handle the Rafah situation, and would you put our American troops there like they are currently?
No, I would not send American troops to Israel.
Isn't it funny that he just was like, they're not there, and they're like, oh, but they are. Oh, okay, let's keep going. Oh, so you're not going to push back? I thought you were pretty certain they weren't there. Or this is so crazy to me. If you just said they're not there, then why wouldn't you be like, no, they're not there? I know that. Or you're basically tacitly admitting that you didn't know and you pushed in the narrative anyway, and they told you you're wrong, and you're like, okay, I guess I'm wrong. Small point, but I think that's very clear.
Would support Israel with arms and weapons. I think that.
Oh, okay. So he keep funding them with missiles and arms and weapons that are murdering children. That's the right decision.
The International Court of Justice, part of the United Nations. The United Nations just has an ingrained hostility to Israel.
Okay, so now we know they're anti-Semites. The entirety of the United Nations, which is made up of a multifaceted body of multiple countries, including the United States and Israel, but we're going to pretend that they just have a hatred toward Israel? Are you talking about the individual nation states that make up the voting process? Or are you talking about the body itself, which in fact doesn't have an effect over the voting process other than being part of the body? Of course, they could talk and manipulate that way, but the point being that the votes themselves come from the independent nation states in the Security Council and in the General Assembly. So they're just racist, apparently? Well, certainly possible. But how in the world are we still having this discussion? I mean, look, if you're going to pretend that they have a hostility towards Israel, which doesn't mean racist towards Jewish people, why wouldn't they? Are we not watching Israel carry out a genocide? Have we not watched them for 75 years carry out egregious crimes against the Palestinians? Legally speaking, the one who is currently continuing to occupy? But even then, my point is that you can't, I don't see any overt demonstration that they're hostile towards Israel. I see the examples routinely of the UN trying to hold them accountable in certain cases, and some cases doing the opposite. And every time they try to hold them accountable, they cry foul and say, you hate Israel. You mean other than the many times that they've worked for you and worked in your direction? I just can't take these people seriously.
United Nations has issued, I think, 14 condemnations in the last 5 or 6 years against Israel.
Yeah, because they're committing crimes. For crying out loud, we're talking about groups that have been deemed an apartheid state by all the leading human rights groups, and they condemn it, or they condemn the fact that they murdered people like they're doing right now. But again, realize that in just as many cases, you can show the UN working as an organ to support their continuing occupation, because that is how it's been abused. I guess we just leave that part out, right?
One against North Korea, none against, any of these other nations that are.
This is that same game they always play. Well, look, they didn't call out these crimes. This is what they keep doing. He's reading right out of the propaganda Hasbara book at this point. You Americans didn't care about Iraq. Why do you care? Well, yeah, we did. We were marching then too. The game is to pretend like, well, if you didn't mind that one, why do you mind this one? But don't you realize what you're doing is admitting it's genocide? You're just saying that, why am I not allowed to commit it? Obviously, because the body did not condemn North Korea more than Israel does not prove Israel's not committing crimes. These are really bad points. And it makes me wonder how in the world somebody who can be so on point when it comes to medical freedom cannot see these. And by the way, my opinion is that he does. I really believe, it's just my opinion. I don't believe he's stupid enough to not to make these arguments. I believe he's being driven to. Look, I can also say maybe, and I hope to God, it's because he's using this to get in the position and he's going to change everything. I will forever ask for his forgiveness if he goes past this point, gets the election, and turns around and changes everything the way that we want him to. The majority comes out and says, I said those things just to get in the position, and now we're going to call it Israel. I will beg his forgiveness and support him as long, I say forever, but no, you question everything all the time, even people you support. But I don't think that will happen. But like with Trump, I hope that they're right.
Or, that are actually committing human rights abuses all the time.
Implying that Israel's not. Right? North Korea actually doing it. Are you really pretending Israel has not committed human rights violations? The human rights groups around the world would disagree with you.
Israel is the only democracy in the Mideast. Only place where everybody can vote, whether you're Arabs or Jews.
I mean, do I even need to comment about these things? Democracy, everyone can vote. These are fundamental lies. You could prove these aren't true. So it's the state for the Jews alone, he says, but everyone's the same. That's simply not true. That's not true in proper Israel proper. But it's most certainly not true in the occupied territories, which all of it's occupied, but we call that Gaza and the West Bank today. It's provably not true. Does he not know that or does not care?
Equal rights. Arabs in Israel can run for every political office. There's 10 Arabs serving in the Knesset. They're serving on every level of the judiciary.
You can literally read this out of the talking points. It's simply, most of what he says is basically true in regard to the run, but it's not. Ask Gideon Levy from Haaretz, an Israeli Jew himself who has spoken about this for a really long time. It's a very clear manipulation. They don't have the same rights. Yes, they can do this, but they're treated very, very differently. Even going in further to ask what Ethiopian Jews feel. We've made this point recently. Or Orthodox Jews that are anti-Zionist. They are not just treated as second-class citizens. They are treated as nothing. And they've spoken out about this. Haaretz has covered this many times. Ethiopian Jews, they're second-class citizens. But he knows better.
They have freedom of speech. They have freedom of religion. There's 27 nations in the Mideast, and 26 of them have official religions.
But the question is, what would you do for Rafah?
Right. See, and I'm glad he cut in right there because you're just letting him. This was not even the question. You're just rattling off the Israel talking points. I just had to make fun, though. I think it's hilarious that I'm sure this is Tim Pool's show. It's probably why it all happened, which still blows my mind why this is even the central person in this field. But either way, it's just funny how, Luke is asking real questions. I think he's doing a good job. I think he's asking real questions. I think he's doing a great interview. And then, I just think it's funny that, Tim's back there chiming in as the chaperone. I think it's just humorous to me, but listen to what he says.
27 nations in the Mideast, and 26 of them have official religions.
But the question is, what would you do for Rafah?
Israel.
What would you do with Rafah? You never answered the question.
Real quick, I want to pull this up. This is important to what you're asking, Luke. This is from usni.org. U.S. soldiers critically injured during Gaza Pier operation. 2 other service members hurt. These are non-combat related injuries. But this is U.S. service members. They are armed. Lloyd Austin said that they are allowed to return fire. They are currently.
This is a scam, or rather specifically a sidestep. Yes, this is true. And the idea that they're non-combat, do you realize they've already proven that they deployed all sorts of weaponry that were clearly there? It's not a non-combat situation, guys. First of all, they're armed, so hardly non-combat. And the reality that they're allowed to fire back, should they be fired on? You know as well as anybody that should they be needed, should they justify it, they'll do whatever they want. The reality is that's not the only thing going on. There are American troops in Gaza. There are American troops in Israel. There's an American general there. How do they not know all of this, or why are they hiding it?
Currently under fire from Hamas in Gaza. And so based on what Luke was asking, I ask, knowing that the U.S. is doing this, they're building a pier, should you get elected, would you call these troops back and cancel the construction of this pier?
Yeah,
Well, see, what bothers me about that is Luke was asking a great question right there. Very specific. Would you do this? Would you fund Israel? And what would you do? Of course, he swings it around, makes it his question, and acts it in a very different way that actually kind of obfuscates the main directed point, in my opinion.
I would have to look at the whole pier project. I've been ambivalent about that project from the beginning. I'm not sure that it's necessary. But I would have to understand it better. I read both the literature propaganda coming out of Israel and the propaganda coming from Hamas. And it's unclear to me.
Did he just both sides of the argument? I read CNN and Fox News, so I make sure I get the full picture.
What the Israel says, there's plenty of supplies going into Gaza, that there is no shortage of supplies, that the problem in Gaza is that Hamas is stealing the supplies.
How can they be this uninformed or this dishonest? How is this possible? I mean, my God. We go through this every day with tooth and nail, guys. It's ridiculous. It's not up for debate. Is he ignoring what the UN says, or is he now in the mind that UN is Hamas? I'm not saying we blindly take what UN says either. If you look at all the information, you have all the human rights groups, the United Nations, anybody on the ground versus what Israel says. And by the way, they've proven this. You can see the settlers tearing down the food trucks. You can see the Kogat group dumping things on their side of it and pretending that it's their fault they can't come get it as they block them from coming to get it. This is day on day after day. You've got Israelis on their side pointing it out and doing their own videos. So what are you looking? You're going to listen to what the Israeli general says and looking what the Israeli general says Hamas says? Is that what you're doing? That's infuriating.
Rather than distributing them.
Well, the Pentagon is also reporting just 2 days ago that the aid is actually not getting through to the people of Gaza.
Hey, look at that. Some logic breaking.
That's what Israel's been saying, that they can't. The problem is not a lack of supplies. The problem is that Hamas won't allow any.
And that's not what Luke said, man. And the Pentagon was not saying that. I hope he follows up.
But to have access to the supplies.
That's the same reason that
chronic complaint.
It's the same reason Gaza hasn't had water is because of Hamas. You know?
Oh my God! No. I can't see. This is the worst of the worst, in my opinion. How are you just chiming? Look at the Hamas, no water. Why are you going to go into the old lies about the fact that they had all the water they could, but Hamas wouldn't let it come through? These are fundamental lies. Robert has been breaking this down from day one, and it's easy to prove. People that know this conversation laugh about those comments, not because you disagree, but because it's childishly wrong.
Israel shut off the water and electricity.
No,
I'm telling you, I don't even know why Luke is. You know my opinion.
The water pipes.
They took some of the water pipes. Correct.
You see, I knew it. I didn't even finish this. I watched part of it earlier. I wanted to kind of have an impromptu response to it because of this. The idea that they took these water pipes is one of the oldest lies, and Robert proved this in an earlier conversation. The reality was that these were other occupied territories that they had settlements in that they abandoned. And they took those water pipes and used them to make these missiles with. And the point is that they are simply, in any case, resisting an occupation, which makes it a legal resistance anyway. But the overall point is that you can literally prove the control of the water is from Israel. Listen to Francesca Albanese, and literally anybody was standing in the conversation other than Israeli entities. They're restricting the flow of goods and water and food and everything. And the idea that even the water that does come through is 98% undrinkable. Abby Martin has proved this for years. But let's listen to Tim Pool and his group because they know.
But then Israel did shut off the water and did shut off the electricity to 2 million people, not just combatants.
No. Israel, first of all.
Yes, they did.
Israel only controls about 9% of the water.
Oh, my God.
Water, in most of the water, about 81% or 91% of the water in Gaza comes from 6 desal plants, desalination plants. Those plants are dependent on oil, on fuel and bunker fuel. And what Israel says is there is
what Israel says
plenty of that fuel in Gaza, but they're using it to.
How in the world do you go to I'm not saying I'm blindly Hamas says. That's ridiculous. It's the same thing as saying, well, Israel told me. You mean the group that's been caught lying about almost every part of this conversation about where they bomb and who they're bombing and how they're bombing and what they're doing and what they're taking, everything. I'm not talking about my opinion. I'm talking about being caught even by the corporate media And you're going to go, oh, yeah, I mean, they said enough fuel's there, so they should be doing it themselves. You mean the fact that they have restricted the things they need to even work with those machines, or the things they need to repair them, or the fact that the fuel itself has been restricted long before October 7th? But, RFK said, or Israel said, so we must know.
Fire rockets into Israel rather than to operate their desal plants. And there's plenty
Of course it is. They're firing rockets into fields, and that's why they can't run this. I mean, guys, you realize that the settlements that they set up next to this area, which is where they later took those things when they abandoned them, had constant water. And look at the West Bank conversations. Many of these places that are right next to each other within the West Bank are different based on whether they are Palestinian versus Israeli, and they have constant flowing fresh water, whereas even in the West Bank, they're highly restricted with little flowing water, and in many of these locations, and they're in the same location. There's just no way around this. I highly recommend you look at Robert's work both on TLAV and anywhere else, because he has been breaking this down forever, but so too have a lot of people. Anybody with honesty has been telling you the reality of this. And again, Abby Martin's work is a great place to start.
evidence of that because Israel's been hit by about 20,000 rockets since October 7th, and they consume a tremendous amount of fuel. So what Israel says is they got plenty of oil. They're just not used. They are starving their own people, and we see this.
Oh, wow, we just jumped there. Now, they're using that fuel. They're starving their own people, and we're going to just narrow next talking point. I mean, it's very hard for me to take this seriously. And you guys don't have to trust me. I hope you're not just blindly listening to what I say. I hope you're looking into this for yourselves and looking at other Israeli entities. You can look up Haaretz articles that challenge most of what they're saying. But apparently we're all racist for highlighting what even Israeli journalists are highlighting about what governments are lying about in Israel.
You know, this scapegoating all the time where Jews are the only Jewish nation is being blamed.
Oh, and now it's because they're Jews. Well, nobody but you just mentioned that. We're talking about the crimes of a government, Israel, and what they're doing. Now it's, because they themselves create the dynamic as the Zionist entity that it's only for Jews alone, even though you just said it was equal rights everywhere. Now suddenly it's not. The point is that that's the Zionist entity making that the point. And so then if you simply point at them and say, well, Israel's doing that. I didn't make that the point. They did. And then all of a sudden, I'm the one making it about Jews when that was the thing the Zionist government made the reality. Well, I'm still over here pointing to Israel and always have been. How do you not see how engineered that is?
For crimes that Hamas is committing. If a bank robber robs a bank and grabs a hostage and is firing over the hostage's shoulder at the police, and the police fire back and hit the hostage, you don't blame them.
Yeah. In your fake dynamic, you're pretending Israel is actively only aiming at the bad guy and whoopsie, hit the shoulder of the hostage. No. We're talking about 1,000-pound bombs dropped on refugee camps because they might be there. I mean, again, he knows this. Even Wolf Blitzer couldn't swallow the argument that one senior commander was justifiable for 200 innocent people in Jabalia refugee camp. We just showed you the 972 Israeli outlet who is telling you that the IDF members told them that they're rationalizing 20 people if they have a junior Hamas member, and realized that the earlier articles they showed you already proved to you that they themselves admitted that a junior member could be somebody that was simply in a phone conversation in a text group with somebody they called a Hamas member. See, these are verifiable realities that even Israel's admitted. And yet, I mean, how is it possible that we sitting here on this show know more than RFK Jr.? It's either he's lying or he's that shockingly uninformed. These people are running for president, for crying out loud. I mean, it's frustrating. And guys, this is exactly why people doing what we're doing, nonpartisan and objective way, are getting attacked, getting financially suppressed, getting sued, getting shut down. That's what's happening.
The police, you blame Hamas.
But at the same time, we don't blow up Times Square if there's a terrorist inside of Times Square. So that's another kind of situation that would counter your situation. But back to the question about Rafah.
Depends on how many terrorists are in Times Square.
Of course,
See, again, somebody in the chat, I don't know how Luke can sit there trying to conduct a legitimate interview, whatever you think about him, and having to deal with that kind of nonsense around him. That's unbelievable. He countered with the logical alternative, which is the point that's actually happening. You don't just bomb an entire area full of people because one guy was there or might be there, and they allow, it depends on how many. No, it doesn't. You absolute moron. It really doesn't. It's collective punishment. If you're going to apply RFK Jr.'s point, you can't pretend that if 40 people are there, that you can bomb the whole area. The point is you're supposed to be going as best you can around them, not just bomb them and go, oh, well, they were there. But yep, that's the sentiment right now. Well, it depends on how many.
When we went into Ramallah, when we went into Mosul, we killed a lot more civilians than Israel is.
I can't believe this is an argument they think is justifiable. So what, you committed genocide too? The American government? I think we all generally know there was a lot of crimes committed in these areas. The point is now we're suddenly having the courage to call them out for it. So maybe we should go back and investigate the United States government. The point is that you can't say they killed a lot of people too. That's why this one's okay. How is that even a valid argument? And on top of that, what we're talking, if we're going to make the point, you need to be able to highlight whether or not you think that they were bombing indiscriminately, which quite frankly, I think we know they did, versus pinpoint examples of going after one guy and shooting the other guy in accident, which is his example. It's not.
Is doing here right now. There's a war going on in Yemen where our allies, where the United Arab Emirates, the Saudis, are bombing civilian targets. They've killed already 350,000 civilians, 10 times. People only complain when Israel.
Are you kidding me? Are you actually pretending like we don't care about what they've been doing to Yemen, but because they're killing civilians, that somehow makes what you're doing okay? Clearly what you're supporting okay? I mean, for crying out loud, we have been screaming about Yemen for... This is so infuriating. You know, the idea that the U.S. government has been bombing school buses full of children. Remember how that got a lot of attention? Are you pretending we didn't protest about that? Or that Jim Carrey didn't make a cartoon that caused a lot of attention? It's of course a crime. And they're literally starving them to death. It's one of the best comparisons. The U.S. government and its allies, which is really what's happening, are starving people to death in Yemen. They've been doing it for decades. And that's okay because Israel's doing it now, so we should all shut up because we're Jewish? Is that really your argument? The point is, as I've said many times, only racists and Zionists are making this about Judaism. If you're going to pretend that because we didn't care about Yemen, even though we all did, or we didn't care about Iraq, even though we all did, that only reason we now care about this genocide, which is what your point sort of makes, it is a genocide, that it's only because they're Jewish, not because it's a genocide. I just don't know who honestly out there is making sense of these points.
Kills
I completely agree.
Civilians are killed.
Well, they're working with Al Qaeda.
Completely agree.
They're working with Al Qaeda in Yemen as well.
See, Luke trying to squeeze in some facts. Tim Pool, I agree. Kill them all because there's a hostage. It's just infuriating. I felt that was important. Here's another example of continuing blind support for something that you think and this comes down to the Republican side of it, blindly thinking they're fighting woke, George Soros funded, whatever it is, despite the fact that Palestinians are predominantly conservative and we're mostly pushing back against the COVID-19 conversation. But because somebody with pink hair says they're on the right side, we suddenly think they're all woke, mindless. It's so easy to manipulate people trapped in the two-party illusion. And this is a Haaretz article saying, "Happy holidays. Right-wing Israeli journalists celebrate the Rafah attack," which is actually what was going on, likening it to La Bagomir bonfire. And Glenn Greenwald says, what's sicker and more sociopathic than mocking and celebrating that dozens of civilians, including children, are being incinerated to death? See the CBS video below. Oh, shit, I forgot to grab that. Let's watch that. Where he says, or any other videos before you of the camp before you repulsively try to deny any of this. Let's see what I forgot to look at this. Let's see what CBS is reporting, and we'll see if we think this jives with the facts. Oops. Let's see.
Tonight, Palestinian medics say an Israeli airstrike killed at least 22 people when it hit tents for those who've been displaced. CBS's Imtiaz Tayyib has more.
It was supposed to be a refuge for those fleeing Israel's offensive in Rafah. But the Israeli military struck the Al-Mawasi camp tonight, and the scenes are horrific. A man holding a headless child, with the death toll in the dozens. The survivors will likely end up at the Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis, one of the only health facilities that slowly returned to service after it was overrun by the Israeli military back in February. Now a team from Doctors Without Borders have gotten it back up and running again.
We need a ceasefire for this hell to stop.
For nearly 8 months, Israel has made Gaza's hospitals a key target in its devastating military campaign, insisting it's because Hamas fighters are embedded inside. We went with the Israeli military to Gaza's main Al-Shifa hospital back in November.
But the criticism is that the evidence provided so far is underwhelming, that it doesn't show unequivocally that this was a Hamas command center.
Well, it will take us time. Just a second. This was not just one Hamas headquarters. This was at least 3 headquarters working simultaneously in the city and outside the city.
Remember, this is the place that they've yet to ever prove. They showed you a waiting room with some things on the table, right? And guns were even caught by BBC that they placed after the fact, or the boxes they brought in with fake labels on them that said humanitarian, like he said, supplies and human and food aid, like ridiculous. None of which actually made it to people because they were full of guns and things they placed to make it look like that's what happened. They were caught by corporate media, or the old game they played with the MRI machine. The idea that they could pretend that those things would be behind a machine that would be used. Everything about them, they were caught lying across the board. Or even going to the most ridiculous examples, saying a calendar was somehow indicative of a plan, even though it was just a normal calendar and anybody that spoke Arabic could see that. Going right to the very recent example where they lied about the translations of the women they claim were taken. They lie about everything.
This is a level of detail which we're not seeing, though. If you knew there's 3 separate command centers, but we can't see any of that.
This is it's not something you can see right now.
The 36 medical facilities that the
or ever, for that matter, since it doesn't exist.
UN's Humanitarian Affairs Office tracks in Gaza, only 4 have not been raided by the Israeli military or damaged in strikes. Mother of 5, Samira Al-Madan, has cancer. She needs the Rafah crossing with Egypt to open to get the operation she so desperately needs. I have anxiety from the war, and I fear for my children, she says. I'm suffering so much.
And President Biden has got Egypt to restart sending aid into Gaza via Israel's Kerem Shalom crossing, Jericho. But the increasing violence in Rafah means it's unclear if the aid has reached those
See, and that's their watering down the point.
Desperately needed.
Is that we can prove, which I'm sure they can too, and that's their choice to kind of play one side, not the other, right? They know they're going to get attacked for making these points, gently calling out their lies, even though they could go a lot farther than that. But then going, it's unclear, even though we know for sure that Kogat didn't deliver it, or that they allow this game they play. I just love making fun of the way they talk. It's unclear today, Jen, whether or not they'll be there. Like that's the way they always talk. But what's ridiculous is that we can prove that they, by every corner of this conversation, other than Israel, have made sure this didn't go through. That's the reality. Now, here are some other examples. And this is the side they're on. The people like RFK Jr. and the rest of them are acting like this is justifiable. Here is, let me get it. I forgot what his bio said again. It says, so he just works for Channel 10, Channel 1, Knesset, part of the Knesset, all these different things he's showing you. An official representative. Here's what he said, and then deleted it because he's a coward, apparently. He highlighted the burning of tents full of innocent people, children and women, burning alive at night while they were burning alive, and said, the main lighting this year in Rafah. How do you pretend that doesn't show you exactly who they are? You're making light of innocent people burning to death. Even if you want to pretend that you think they're all terrorists, you're still making light of people burning to death in tents where they are sleeping. And then even more, you deleted it, which shows you that at the very least, you know that we think you're disgusting. Not necessarily that you know you're wrong. But B points this out, and thank you for her for doing this, because somebody who actually included the link, which gave me the opportunity to actually be able to use the Wayback Machine to find it, which, by the way, is a whole process that takes me forever sometimes to search for the words, translate it into Hebrew. But yeah, I found it, and here is the Wayback Machine showing you that he said that. The main lighting this year in Rafah. Here's his account. Here's the archive. Too bad for you. The internet's forever. Yeah, and he deleted it. It is gone. This time for sure. Not just being hidden by Twitter like maybe that last one was. I can't tell. I'm not sure. But this one, you could tell it was deleted. Come on. And you'll include it for yourself. Now, just to show you a couple other examples, here is another massacre. This is today. This is after the Rafah massacre. A new Israeli massacre in the Nusrat refugee camp that's been bombed relentlessly over and over so many times. They've claimed the lives of several children and innocent civilians. Here are the dead children they bombed after bombing and burning children alive inside of the refugee camp in Rafah. Here's another example. This is from May 9th, right? So this is not a new one. The point is he retweeted this to make sure we saw this. I was on his feed today. And he said a recent Euromed human rights group investigation have revealed that back on December 4th, so it took them until May 9th to be, or rather, I forget if it's May 9th when it's concluded or he just reposted on May 9th. The point was the investigation was about a December 4th investigation, where Israeli drones, all the way back then, deliberately targeted 12 civilians and injured 3 others in Gaza City. The attacks targeted the entire family, including women and children who have been displaced. Following Israeli orders to evacuate, they targeted all of them. And among the victims were 5 women, 4 children, 3 men, including elderly and young adults. The attack hit a family that was evacuating. And here's the outcome. Just dead bodies littering the streets. And you must realize that nobody's cleaning this up, guys. These dead bodies are left to rot there in the street where dogs are eating them and they're walking by them as they flee back and forth as they're forced to travel. Imagine that. On top of the fact you might be shot in the head as you walk by. Here's another example. This one's in Jenin, West Bank, not just Gaza. Israeli forces, not settlers, Israeli forces have set fire and burnt a number of vehicles after raiding Kfar Adin village in Jenin. Is this still about Hamas? This is life as a Palestinian. Now here, this is Phyllis Benice, as he writes, I think it's the account Deor writes, sending shockwaves to the U.S. government support for Israel. Here's what she has to say. And again, this is, where was it again? She's an official representative. I believe she was on the United Nations. I forget. It was, I'll look it up as I'm playing this. I looked it up earlier.
We're meeting today at a very strange moment of history. And we are commemorating, if you will, a very contradictory reality. 1948.
Yeah, just for the record. So she is an American Jewish writer, political commentator, and she focuses mainly on issues related to Middle East and the United Nations. Important to understand.
Saw the birth of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And we are commemorating, if you will, a very contradictory reality. 1948 saw the birth of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the birth of the Convention Against Genocide. It could have set the stage for an era of human rights in the post-World War II era. But 1948 was also the year that gave rise to apartheid in South Africa and to the Nakba in Palestine.
And we must remember that Israel was involved, if not responsible, for apartheid in South Africa. They worked alongside that group, worked on ethnic weapons and all sorts of terrible things. That's not up for debate, guys. So recognizing they're involved and were involved before, during, and after the Rwanda genocide, Bosnia, or other examples, we need to start recognizing the similarities here and realizing that they were involved with South Africa apartheid and are apartheid themselves. Not hard to piece together.
And instead of an era of human rights, we saw a continuation of the era of settler colonialism, knowing that settler colonialism, even though it was under attack, it was being ended in so much of the world through brave struggles across Africa, the Middle East, Asia, Latin America. In this case, settler colonialism was not over, and the Nakba of 1948 transformed Palestine. It transformed Palestinian history, and it consolidated one of the last colonial projects in the era of decolonization. Both South African apartheid and the Nakba in Palestine were enabled by Western colonial and imperial interests.
So what an important point she's making, that at the very moment they pretended they were fighting it, in fact, they were cementing it secretly for a very long time. Now, what you need to recognize is just like the way U.S. government plays against, they know that we want good, so they pretend to be good. It's the same dynamic. I genuinely believe most of the world wanted this positive direction, and yet they pretended to go for it while they were secretly making sure it never went away for their own benefit. And we have to recognize whether all the way back then that was the manipulation of Zionism over the U.S. government, or maybe the other way around, you can decide for yourself, or some mix. The point is that they actively ignored what you could look at it one of two ways, that they ignored that people wanted this and did it for their own benefit, or they themselves were fighting for that. So they did it also for their own benefit, but simply because it was what they believed. I quite frankly think it's probably some of both, but really it's always opportunism, profiteering. It's what they can benefit from. This is not unique to the U.S. government. The British government the same way. A lot of them are exactly the same way. I think, honestly, Winston Churchill's a classically good example of raging racism and the way that they've used these manipulative tools or coercion or authoritarianism while pretending to be for freedom. This is exactly what this country pretends to be. Rather, the government, I hate when I make that mistake, pretends to be today. You are the country. We are the country. The government is something very different. And that's not some kind of now point. That's always the case. They're supposed to be the representatives of what our collective will, even though I know that's not the reality of how this works. That's the story we tell ourselves. And so if we're pretending that they're somehow, the point is that they are the problem, not the entire country. This is not an indictment of what the people collectively in this country are. We can change this. Now, there's a level of accountability, of course, for allowing this to become the way it is, but there's also a lot of social engineering and propaganda and long-term manipulation. Because again, we thought we were fighting for something good at this point. At least the people were convinced of that. That's important to recognize, and it's now finally coming out.
South Africa and Namibia are now free, playing an extraordinary role in the world. And now the United States, unlike the earliest stages of the Nakba, but now, for sure, the U.S. is the main enabler of the current version of the Nakba, which is underway, particularly what we see in the genocide in Gaza, which is funded and armed by the United States, arming genocide through its provision of military aid, transfer of weapons, and the provision of absolute impunity.
Now, the whole speech, I believe, is down below. The point is that it's just shocking to see this finally being stated. And she'll still be called an anti-Semite, but it's just not having, the lie has not the same power as it used to. But I'll include this as well. Israel was involved in the Rwanda genocide, all very, very clearly sourced, most of which to Haaretz, Israeli articles, Israel documents. It's easy to look up for yourself. Now, Arnaud Bertrand writes something interesting about international law. That's what this segment is kind of focused on. Secretary Blinken said, I am announcing on May 23rd, a new visa restriction policy for those responsible for undermining democracy in Georgia, the country, including a connection with the Georgian Dream's proposed foreign influence legislation. Scott Ritter says, actually, I'll just skip that since it's kind of the same point. So this is a great response. So in case you don't know what that is, I'll let Arnaud Bertrand make this clear. He goes, let me get this right. So those that are supposedly undermining democracy in Georgia, a country far from the United States, are elected officials who are voting for a law in their own country requesting foreign NGOs to register themselves. Okay, he goes, a law that's virtually the same as the U.S.'s own Foreign Agents Registration Act, FARA, which is where we talk about AIPAC. So understand what he's saying, and it's not hard to wrap your mind around. The U.S. government is saying that they're undermining democracy when what we're talking about are elected officials voting for a law that makes these NGOs that are manipulating democracy have to register themselves. Like New National Endowment for Democracy, USAID, the pretend humanitarian groups out there. And so the only thing that's undermining democracy is the fact that the U.S. government's not in control of what they're doing. Now, that's not democracy, is it? Okay, so what they mean by democracy is their control over whatever happens. And the moment that these people start acting in their own interests, or, whether that's even the reality of what's happening, that's the statement that needs to be made. Whether we're talking, because you could argue that there may be other vying controlling powers, whatever else, which is always the case. My point is that what we see as the supposed democracy is really whatever they want. And like we've said before about funding the worst elements of the terrorism they claim they're fighting. It's because the more moderate elements of the areas they wanted to control were not willing to bow to whatever they wanted. And moderate meaning far less extreme, not the people that were beheading and killing and doing, not that. People that were not necessarily in the same mindset as the U.S. government, but definitely wanted to have a normal society, whatever you think that is, where they had rights and people got what they lived comfortably. The same thing that was happening in Libya before they destroyed it all, despite what you may understand. Had the highest quality of life in all of Africa, had free college, free healthcare. These are all real things. And they destroyed it, fighting for democracy, and then they were selling open slaves. That's the U.S. version of democracy. So in this case, they don't like this because this hurts their interests. So they go, you're undermining democracy. They are a walking joke today. I mean, I guess I really hope I'm not misreading how prevalent this understanding is, because to me, it is about time. And this is not about the country. This is not about hating America. It's about recognizing that the people that are pretending to represent you are not representing you. In fact, they're representing foreign interests. And even if you don't believe that, what they're doing around the world in your name is criminal. And that should matter to you. So Arnaud continues going, don't you think that those undermining democracy in Georgia are rather those foreign agents lobbying against the law that the representatives they voted for are voting for, inciting protest in Georgia, meaning you, Blinken, people like you inciting protests in Georgia and putting sanctions, as you're doing, to punish Georgian elected officials for passing a law that their people want? Because that's what anyone with any common sense would conclude. Now, you could, of course, argue that that's not what the people want. But in any sense, you don't just pretend democracy is only when things go the direction you think is how they're supposed to go. That's not democracy. It's the same illusion. And again, I will always argue that I do not believe that Hamas being voted in was a legitimate election. It's my personal opinion. But the narrative is that they were voted in, right? That they gave them an election. They voted in the terrorist group. That's why we know they're bad, right? Let's just pretend that's the truth. So you gave them democracy and they chose. And now you don't like that. So you turn it away. How do you not see? Even the lie shows you that they don't respect democracy. It's a game. It's a game of control. And this is what their supposed rules-based international order actually looks like. It is authoritarian control. It's lipstick on a pig is what it is. And here he highlights Sky News. Breaking, the International Court of Justice, the ICJ, has ordered Israel to stop its offensive in Rafah. This is 24th. And he says there's no playing around this one. It really puts all states and individuals still supporting Israel in front of a pivotal choice. Now, regardless of what you think about this, because trust me, there's a lot in this that I'm right down the middle on, where I understand how international law can be weaponized, but I also equally understand in many cases why general norms or international law around the world are important. Even if you argue they shouldn't have a mechanism to use that or to enforce, it is still important that we understand what we all collectively agree are the norms. Like not murdering children. I think we all agree on that, even though some of them who say that don't actually think that. But he says that the pivotal choice here, you continue to support and thereby unequivocally declare that international law has no meaning at all, which is what they're doing right now, or finally admit Israel must be stopped. So, but if you argue there's no law, well, how does that apply? Then how are you suddenly arguing that the other countries have to abide by it? He says, I strongly suspect the U.S. will choose the former. They'll probably make it seem like they want Israel to stop, but will tacitly support them. He says, which will raise a very serious question for the rest of the world. What shall we do when it's clear to all that the world's foremost power has become a rogue state? At some point, there needs to be some form of accountability and pushback, or an incredibly dystopian precedent is being set here, which may be the very point. Now, I really do believe it's important that we have a nuanced understanding of this, because look, the idea of international law does not necessarily mean that some foreign international body has control over states. That's not sovereignty, in my opinion. However, there are levels of agreement, like not being forced into it, but having your supposed representative government agree to a certain level or a certain charter where they say, yes, we're bound by this charter. We argue we're supposed to abide by it. And the point being the same kind of thing we're seeing today. I mean, it's the same conversation we're having. The point is that we can see it's already been weaponized. We can see that the U.S. and Israel can veto and change. We already know this doesn't work the way it is. It doesn't mean that there shouldn't be some kind of collective understanding. Here's what Asaf MD points out. And this is important because it shows you that as they're playing this line, they've lost control everywhere. In Israel, the United States, around the world. He says, IDF Major General Itzhak Brick says, quote, if Bibi, Gallant, Halevi, and their outgrowths remain in power, the state of Israel will deteriorate to its end. They will take us down to Sheol, the underworld, in grief, he says. Think about saying that right now. So the point being that I argue there's two things happening. One, that's the reality. Their actions have destroyed everything, and I think we all see that. This is an attempt to say it's just them right there. We need to get them out of the way so we can go back to normal, which, by the way, will never happen because too many things have been understood and realized, but they'll try. Well, and they even throw in Gallant right there, right? But whether it's Smotrich or somebody else next in line, these people have all supported what's going on. But he says, quote, there has been a collapse of the economy, global boycotts that are now beginning at an accelerated pace, a collapse of society, a collapse of the army, and a collapse of all international relations. We are in a war that has no purpose, he says. We cannot defeat Hamas, he says, and they are running to prepare themselves for the Great War. He is calling it all out, guys, in hopes that you let them take control, I think, even though they're in many ways just as alarming. But this is Jerusalem Post. Netanyahu has gone off the rails, taking country down, says former IDF official. How in the world do you pretend? Like, what's funny is you got this kind of Republican two-party paradigm conversation like we just saw with Pim Tool and RFK. And then yet you've got this. And you got anybody aware of the reality, realizing that this has completely fallen apart already. They've lost this. And if you think, even if you want to pretend that other elements could make it better, which I disagree with, it still has to be acknowledged that this is genocide. They did this. Other people seem to be acknowledging that now and recognizing that they are destroying their country in the process. Imagine trying to pretend that's not happening right now. Where is everybody trying to pretend like this isn't happening? Like, I'm all about talking about other topics. Like, I'm not even going to pretend that people are out there that like maybe are only focused on medical freedom, that they should be talking about this. I never said that. I think it's important that people, if you have your niche, that you don't feel driven to start covering something you don't feel comfortable with. But there are people out there that cover a lot of foreign policy that have been very silent about this topic. And you know who I'm talking about. Or I should say who, but you know exactly what I'm talking about. I don't even necessarily have somebody in mind when I'm saying that, but it's true. Now, here's another example in the same direction. This is, so I was going to cover this a few days ago, and I wish I would have because it kind of circulated, and it was really early when I had it pulled aside, but I wanted to wait for a way to include it. And I forget who shared it first. It was somebody that wasn't even somebody I recognized. But in any case, here's Lord Bibo. I defined it again, sharing this. An Israeli soldier says that 100,000 soldiers are with Netanyahu and that they will not give the keys to Gaza to Palestinian Authority, Fatah, Hamas, or any Arab entity. They will stay in Gaza until the end if they have to. It says they will not listen to the defense minister or the chief of staff, but only to Netanyahu. And here is, interestingly, it was shared by Netanyahu's son. Posted a video of the soldier threatening Defense Minister Gallant, calling for the rebellion against them. So now what you're seeing is even more the fracturing of their society, where you've got people in Gaza saying that we're not going to allow some kind of agreement, showing you that, I mean, not only have they lost control, but this is the whole game of like the inmates running the asylum. Right? You've gotten this is why you're seeing videos of soldiers posting things on TikTok and nobody seems to care because their hair is on fire. They've lost control. I don't even think they had much control over these people in the first place. But now you've got splits down the middle within themselves arguing we're going to fight for the, destruction of all of Gaza versus deals they're making or different people they're aligning with. You got people above all of them going, all of them have to go. I mean, this is alarming. And the reason I say that is because this could lead to something irrational. The launching of something they can't take back for their own interest. I mean, this is where, like I said about Ukraine, In fact, on that funny side note, I just saw a video of Zelensky screaming about how the other countries that aren't supporting anymore might be secretly working with Russia. It's just they have lost the plot. This is what happens when you work with criminals, guys. Nothing is sacred. And now you're seeing this split down the middle in Israel, which, by the way, is not something we should relish necessarily because it's only going to cause more pain for everybody involved. It's not desperately on one of these sides. But here's what Mike Pompeo had to say, right? Striving for relevance, as I think he wants to desperately be part of the next President Trump's campaign. He says the ICJ is a morally corrupt and broken institution. But you can absolutely make that argument. That's your opinion. It's morally corrupt. It's broken. Those are just opinions, right? That you could level. I could say that about Mike Pompeo. He's morally corrupt. He's a broken person. Certainly but if I was to say Mike Pompeo works for Hamas, or works on behalf of Hamas, you'd have a right to laugh at me because how in the world could I know that? Unless I've got a document over here or a photograph of them doing X, Y, and Z, that's just my really, really childish and irresponsible opinion, right? So here's how he finishes that sentence. This RIG say the ICJ is a morally corrupt and broken institution working on behalf of Hamas. I just think this is worthy of ridicule. These people have gotten so cartoonish. They're usually very clear liars, but I mean, make a logical argument. Say that the group is inadvertently working in the interest of Hamas. Like to say that they're working to argue that the world court is literally in some kind of a secret agreement with a small group in Gaza is stupid. But he's just trying to tap into whatever desperate thread they think they can grab. And Ian Carroll says, you're a professional intelligence agency liar. And in fact, he's doing a terrible job at it right there. But he says, you're doing the opposite of what you think you're doing. Exactly. And interestingly enough, Mike's over here getting ratioed and he's, it's hilarious. I don't think these people realize that they're hurting themselves. Or the whole argument that who needs friends or who needs enemies when you got friends like Mike Pompeo, right? But here is, in addition to all of that, today, after they just burned people alive, today Israeli soldiers are demolishing a home in Rafah and celebrating and posting it. The video is from today. Point is, they're just posting videos of them destroying homes in a place they just burned people alive and laughing and having a whole jovial time about it. And, speaking of morally corrupt, here's a few more examples of Yanis Harawi showing you what the most moral army in the world is doing in the places that they're stealing from after they burn them alive and displace them for the 45th time. Robbing them of their watches and their rings, taking things from their homes, taking pictures, burning their homes down, laughing about destroying what's theirs. This is the reality of what they're doing on a daily basis. And he's doing an amazing job highlighting all of this. Here is a really important one that he's tagged the ICJ, which they keep using, by the way. They referenced one of his last ones because he's proving this stuff. It's not just some random person posting what he thinks. These are being taken directly from their own platforms. TikTok, Instagram, and he has all the receipts and usually posts them all, links and everything. And ICJ just referenced one because he could prove it. He says this way, read the whole thread. He says, disturbing language. Israeli military commanders and officers in many, many, many examples calling to kill civilians, direct quote, kill children, direct quote, starve Gazans to death, direct quote, erase Gaza, all of them, spread diseases among civilians. This is disgustingly horrifying. They're praising, posting about, laughing about all the things they're pretending aren't happening. All the things that RFK Jr. just stressed are completely fake and anti-Semitic. And of course, here's Elon Levy, desperate for attention, jumping in and saying, Israel needs, guess what? As they've never been more called out for more crimes in their entire existence, Israel needs an elite unit of spokespeople. He really wants that job back in every language, in every time zone. Its public diplomacy efforts are long overdue. Yeah, so what he's saying is we're desperately losing, so we need to make sure we've got somebody in every location, in every time zone, in every language, screaming the narrative, which still won't work because your narratives are flimsy and childish. You can't just go, Hamas, human shields, anti-Semitic, and act like that's going to win an argument right now. It's not. Now, we just talked about Western nations move to recognize Palestine, right? Spain, Ireland, Norway, the first anyway. It's important because Interestingly enough, there's a lot of overlap to this. Here, first and foremost, here is what the three of them stood up and said on the. This was they held a press conference on the eve of their recognition of Palestine, and they vow a joint determination to make a fundamental paradigm shift to end 76 years of international neglect. So it's important to recognize not only are they standing by this, and more countries are going to follow suit. I believe some already have. They're telling you, we're making sure this is not just our statements. We are going to make a fundamental paradigm shift. And that is terrifying these people, because this is exactly what they most dread. The rapid and growing awareness that they're not what they say they are. And of course, remember, and this, I want to talk about the two-state solution, because that's their main point. They're going to make sure people recognize the reality of the two-state solution. So first and foremost, to highlight, Mr. Brian Mast here, who seems to very clearly be somebody working on behalf of a foreign government, acting like he's interested in the interest of Americans. I want to make sure you didn't miss this. So Brian Mast says, every week, hundreds of pro-Hamas protesters come to Congress. And almost all of them are constituents from his area. They scream and shout and harass lawmakers. No, they go there and say, we want you to stop committing genocide. And that's intimidating to him. Probably is, because he knows he's committing treason and crimes. But he says they won't succeed. Why? He says that's because for every Code Pink moron, in other words, his constituents, there's someone like Benaiah Charlo, who, by the way, is an IDF soldier who just got back from Rafah. Not an American who got back from Rafah, but an Israeli who's there from Rafah, speaking in Washington to lawmakers. Right? He says that's who we should be listening to. Okay, so just in case you don't understand the point, here is an alleged U.S. representative openly disregarding, attacking, denigrating his own constituency, while going even further by saying he, instead of listening to them, listens to a member of a foreign nation's military. And that's who we should be listening to, he says. How is this even remotely acceptable? Cries of anti-Semitism are not going to hide this. So here is his effort, clearly on behalf of a foreign country, in my opinion. And again, there's a lot more than my opinion involved here, but let's realize that what he's saying here is alarming, because they're acknowledging publicly, and in fact, trying to, in a kind of clumsy way, make it the argument that they're supposed to be deciding who's in charge. I was making this point earlier. The only people who should be deciding who's in charge of Palestine or Gaza or the West Bank are Palestinians. Because what the conversation is about is a two-state solution, even though we know he doesn't want that, has made that very clear. But the question is, well, who's going to run it? And he tries to make this statement out to be some kind of a gotcha. But her point is very clear. Well, it's not for us to decide. And he acts like they don't even know. He either is that stupid that doesn't realize that it's not democracy to choose a leader for them, or he just hopes you don't know that.
Having reviewed your testimony, your request for budget, the discussion of post-conflict needs in Gaza, what you're requesting there, and specifically your statement in your written testimony about a two-state solution is the best way to ensure Israel's future as a Jewish and democratic state living in peace alongside a viable, sovereign, and democratic Palestinian state as part of your testimony. It's fair to say you're the chief diplomat for America over the Mideast, the top dog, as they say. That would be a fair categorization of yourself? Yes, ma'am. And turn your microphone on so everybody can hear you. Very good. So my first question, I've asked this of others before, have you objectively assessed your pursuit of a Palestinian state?
So, Congressman, when have I objectively assessed it, meaning are the conditions there right now? They're not right there.
Did you objectively, do you just decide, hey, I think there should be a Palestinian state? Or did you objectively look at this?
Long-standing policy, and it's certainly been the stated policy of this administration.
And by the way, note that whoever's doing this, or he himself, edited this in a very clumsy way, which makes me wonder, because I didn't even, to me, it doesn't even matter. It does in a larger sense. I guarantee there's more to this conversation that he didn't want you to hear. But even then, what he includes makes it very clear. But just note that he edited this very clearly.
You, personally, as the top dog over the Middle East, objectively assess...
The top dog over the Middle East. Think of the hubris involved with that kind of perception.
Whether we should make a state out of a group.
Make a state. Oh, so now you're making states, Brian? Is that how that works? Is that democracy?
That currently holds roughly five Americans hostage.
Oh, but we don't care about the 600 Americans in Palestine that were there before, the Palestinian Americans. I post that every time he makes this comment. He doesn't care about them. He only cares about seemingly anything Israeli connected, even if they're Americans, only if it's in Israeli overlap. There are 600 plus Americans that are trapped in Gaza that are bombed and killed, including, by the way, the bombing coming from them that killed hostages too. But point's the same.
Killed 35 Americans in the last couple months. Did you objectively assess?
So, Congressman, we have no intention of working with Hamas in that endeavor. What we're talking about is something entirely different.
I would hope you don't.
Yes.
So let me ask a question related to that. But you did objectively assess this?
Yes.
Okay, who did you objectively assess would become the leader of the Palestinian state that you wish to create?
It's not for us to designate a leader.
But if you are objectively assessing whether the United States of America should put resources into creating a Palestinian state, as the top diplomat over the Middle East, we would expect that you objectively assessed who would become the...
Okay, so his point is that if we can sense that they'll pick somebody we don't like, then we shouldn't go forward. So democracy doesn't count if we don't like the outcome. I don't even think his brain is wrapped around what he's making happen here.
Leader of this state.
No, it is not for us to determine that.
I didn't say you're going to determine it. I said, who do you objectively assess will be the leader of that?
I don't.
Right. His point is that if you objectively argue in your assessment that Hamas is likely going to be elected again, then what? You shouldn't do it? That we shouldn't support it? So all you're really arguing, again, is that if you assess that the choice in the supposed democracy will be someone we don't like or appreciate or work with, then we shouldn't support democracy? Is that how democracy works? You just choose it if you like the outcome? I mean, come on, guys. These are supposedly leaders or rulers with power over your lives? It's embarrassing.
I don't have an objective assessment as to who will be the leader.
So you did not objectively assess who would become the leader?
He's playing word games. He's trying to make a gotcha moment, and I don't think he's actually understanding what he's making clear.
Of the state that you wish to make?
No.
The state that you wish to make. It's incredible, the idea. Okay, first of all, if we're talking about a two-state solution, it only exists because we're talking about two entities. One that was there before, one that's occupying the area. It's not like you're just poof magically making something that wasn't there. You're simply working with the two in dispute and acknowledging the borders. But I actually don't think Brian understands that.
So you don't assess, well, maybe you can do it right now. Would you assess that Hamas would be the leader of that?
Oh, who didn't see that coming?
Absolutely not.
Palestinian Islamic Jihad?
Absolutely not.
Fatah?
Fatah is not the leader of anything right now.
I'm asking you if you assess.
Fatah is an organization. It's a political organization.
Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade.
No, absolutely.
Lions Den.
Okay, so just to clear, what he's doing here is listing off all, he's trying to make a point. These are all the groups that are possible. And why is that the case? Because that's all that's been allowed, and Israel has funded that into reality and driven the circumstances to make sure they can always point to these groups and they look, that's who they really are. And even then, that's the perception they're putting forward. A lot of these groups are simply actual resistance groups who are fighting for the independence of Palestine. But overall, the point is that he's trying to make out the case that there's nobody legitimate that they can work with. So you don't care about democracy if you don't like the outcome, but you have manufactured that outcome. That's the overall reality.
Any of the FTOs, any of the organizations that we have.
Oh, and the other point as well that you're trying to make the point is that there's nobody, that every single group that they have a possibility of choosing, which by the way, they're not they can't be like, well, I want to pick this guy over here in Lebanon. Right? So they're only in this controlled area, which Israel still controls. They only have so many choices. And your point is that none of them are valid. So therefore they can't have a state? Like, do you not realize how manufactured that is?
Designated as foreign terrorist organizations are exactly that. That is not what we're talking about.
But certainly, as you being our top diplomat in the area, you should be able to understand that we should have every expectation that if you're pursuing creating a Palestinian state.
It's not your choice, Brian.
It's
not the U.S. government's choice, Brian. It is about legitimate, it's about self-determination and the legitimacy of the situation before ever any of this started. The idea, well, even if you, as many do, dispute the discussion of what came first, the standing of the current law is that it is occupied. Therefore, they have a right to this, whether or not Brian or the U.S. government decides that it should happen. The hubris is overwhelming.
You would have objectively assessed who you think would be the leader of that. Now, let me ask you something else. Do you objectively assess that if they were made a state today, that they would have to be labeled a state sponsor of terror?
Who is the they in that question?
Yeah.
A Palestinian state.
Right. Yeah. So just be clear, he is clumsily conflating all of Palestine with any other group he thinks are terrorists, even though most of them are labeled terrorists for arbitrary reasons because they're fighting against Israel's occupation. But that's his argument. That why wouldn't they be labeled a state? Because they're all terrorists. Palestinians are terrorists, right?
Were a Palestinian state created prior to October 7, would it be a state sponsor of terror today?
Why would that even be a question? What are you asking? If Palestine was acknowledged to be what it should be, that we would have to label them terrorists? Well, yes, that's actually what you understand. That's the truth leaking through their policy. That's what Israel would force our controlled U.S. government to absolutely do, even though we're really just talking about the acknowledgement of something that was already there.
Theoretical question I can't answer.
Would you label them a state sponsor of terror today?
A theoretical question.
Now you're just acting
Especially
like
one
people
in the
do in
past.
D.C. Would you label them a state sponsor? Do they meet the requirements?
Yeah.
Well, their government is Hamas.
No, if you're talking about...
See, now he's playing... That's really stupid. You're saying, should we create a state with a hypothetical leader that we don't know because it's democracy and they'll pick, even though he doesn't want that to be the case and is already saying that it won't be the case. But now he's just conflating that with the current Hamas government that was literally put into place by Israel, funded, and whether or not you think the election was legitimate, maintained by Israel ever since.
Not Hamas. I've already answered that question.
But that is their government.
No, but we're not talking about
Right.
Gaza. We're talking about a Palestinian state.
Exactly.
And that's a larger question. And it would be a negotiated process.
Who would negotiate that?
The U.S. would offer its good offices to negotiate between the parties.
So we would negotiate it, but it's not up to us to think about who would be the leader of that Palestinian
Never
state.
in the
You should not
past
objectively assess
we have
that.
never in the past designated leaders.
That's a flat out lie. I can play you the clip right now of Newland being caught on the record hand-picking who would be in charge of Ukraine. But let's pretend, and I'm not saying she knows that. She probably doesn't.
And in the guise of such negotiations.
Okay. So I don't think what you're saying exactly adds up here, that you wouldn't assess who would be the leader of this Palestinian.
She didn't say that. This is so bad. I don't know how these people find themselves in these positions where they think they're the smartest person in the room, where clearly they're not even their logic is kind of the opposite. She already said very clearly she assessed this, but it's not their place to be able to decide. Obviously, we can assess that it might be any one of these groups, and you know very clearly with your line of questioning that Hamas and PIJ are very clearly the people that seem to have the most support, but who ultimately knows what will happen here? His point is he wants her to say out loud that Hamas seems like a logical choice, and maybe it would be, but the overall point he's failing to recognize is he's highlighting that democracy only matters when they get what they want.
Palestinian state.
For the Palestinians to determine.
But the
we're not
Palestinians
talking-
determined this in the past, and they determined Hamas would be
painful.
their leadership.
So-
Polling after polling shows they would choose
The
Hamas as their
PLO
leadership.
is the recognized representative of the Palestinian people. Hamas is an FTO and lies outside of the PLO.
You think the PLO is recognized as the leadership by the Palestinian people?
The Palestinian Authority governs. The PLO is the representative.
You think that's what the Palestinian people
I
believe?
haven't done polling on this recently.
But as the top diplomat over the Middle East, I would expect that you've reviewed this.
The PLO is the entity that did the Oslo agreement with Israel.
It appears to me, as my time has expired, I thank you for trying to answer. You have not objectively assessed whether...
He said objectively assessed 47, I mean, I don't know what, 15, 20 times? He was really coming hot out of the gate to try to make a point. It's all he was doing. And you know what? Sadly, that's what most of these career politicians do. They come in there and they want to be all pithy and smart and they're trying to make a point about how I got this gotcha moment. And like Stefanik and her ridiculous crusade to lie about anti-Semitism on these campuses. They're just there to grandstand and try to make a point. And half the time they make themselves look stupid.
it is wise for America to pursue making a state out of Palestinians, and I suggest you do as the top.
We don't make them a state, Brian. Learn something about history and international law. My point is he doesn't even care. I think he's there for a very clear reason to cement a certain narrative. That's why he's acting in the interest of a foreign country. David Collier says, dear Spain, Ireland, Norway, all the countries that have argued Palestine is a state and they'll recognize it. And that's why the International Court of Justice, remember, is dealing with them because they have already acknowledged them as a state. Why? Because it was and it's currently occupied. It's pretty easy to understand. He says, your government websites have not adjusted the figure for Palestinian refugees, removing all those that now live in their own state. Like he's trying, he thinks he's making a smart point. Well, first of all, it hasn't happened yet, buddy. And the reality being that they acknowledge it exists doesn't change that you're still occupying it or that you still won't let that happen. They're acknowledging what should be the reality. Just because they say it should be does not mean they then remove Palestinians who are still in cells in your jails or locked in Gaza or elsewhere from the reality of refugee status. All they're trying to do is play on the ignorance of average people to act like, well, that's all that counts, right? They have their own place. No, the right of return is not just about having their own state. It's about getting back the territory that they were stolen from or was stolen from them. Now, of course, they could choose to forego that if they get their own state, but that would be up to them in the regard. Well, I think arguably it would come down to the agreement of the UN under the leadership of Palestine and whether or not the areas are within what they think is their right of return, and the ones that might not be would be agreed to forego. My point, though, is that they don't, as the states acknowledging that they exist, suddenly argue that they're no longer refugees. Again, the investigative journalist must know that. He's either this bad at his job or is absolutely lying for clear reasons. But he says, can you please do so as your numbers are wrong now? Oh, and can you please stop funding UNRWA? Oh, wait, so you are admitting it's about the right of return. You are admitting UNRWA's about the idea of keeping documents to know where what they should be able to go back from occupied territory. I got it. You realize they've lied about that every time it comes to pass. No, UNRWA's about UN terrorists working for Hamas. No, it's about understanding that you guys have continued to occupy them ever since, right? It's funny how this guy accidentally admits things all the time. But Michael Rafah does the same thing, actually citing this other Zionist supporter propagandist, female Zionist, that's her bio. I doubt Michael Rafah could even string this many words together, but here's what she says, he highlights. The same game they're playing. He says, so you want to recognize the state of Palestine? By all means, go ahead. Just make sure to note that since Palestine is a state, no one living in it is or can be recognized by your country as a refugee from Palestine, that you are therefore defunding UNRWA. Oh, same point. You guys don't realize you're admitting things you keep lying about, that there is no such thing as the right of return. Oh, there it is again, into another sovereign state in which one, well, okay, that wouldn't necessarily be incorrect, but the point is that hasn't happened yet. So are you guys pretending that the state they just argued is the controlled occupied territory of Gaza? They're just playing on the ignorance of people and hoping they can get some kind of a gotcha moment. Overall, should there be an agreement with the international community and Israel and Palestine that they've agreed to borders, well, then you could just start discuss whether or not there are areas outside of that that would now be considered no longer part of Palestine. And then you would forego that right of return for those, assuming that they believe in the government that made that choice. Either way, the point is that would be a legitimate path forward. They're just trying to pretend like because Norway said it is, suddenly that doesn't matter anymore. Unreal. She goes on to say, if you're not ready to do so as a package, then please don't pretend that the purpose of recognizing Palestine is to promote a two-state solution. Well, nobody even asked. How much you want to bet if you asked Norway, Spain, and Israel, and Ireland that they would be like, well, yes, that's exactly what we're asking for. You're arguing with nobody and acting like you just won something. She goes, given that there was never a moment in the last century when there was an Arab-Palestinian vision of peace, except there was numerous times, including 67, that they made sure wouldn't happen, but she either doesn't know that or is lying about it, and two states where one of the states is Jewish, which means acceptance that no one is a refugee from Palestine. Well, yes, if that were to be finished and accomplished, not just stating things out loud. You must be smart enough to know that. When already living there or as citizens of Jordan and other countries, because those people have chosen to go about the point is, it's not your choice to decide they should give up their rights. So many of them are still standing by their territory, that they want to go back to their home that's been with their family for generations. Just because some of them just either maybe didn't have the land or didn't care, they moved to Jordan and just say, you know what, I'm done. That's not your decision to make. I mean, you get the point. It's all the same thing, the whole thing. A recognition of a state of Palestine is a great way to finally clarify, is the other state in the two-state solution the Jewish state of Israel? Yes. Nobody anywhere is arguing otherwise. Everybody in this conversation, other than Zionist maniacs, have made it clear since 67 forward, and I mean the predominant part of this conversation today, that there is a state of Israel. You call it the Jewish state alone if you want and keep maintaining your racist and bigotry, and the other one would be a state of Palestine that is respectively to their own self-determination. They never will allow that. Now, we also talked about the idea of the binding international legal obligations of the ICJ. I think it's important to understand that they have continued to ignore this. Even the group screaming about international law, like Blinken saying the difference between us and Hamas is that we respect international law. And then Blinken disregards international law. Not that that's even new. Look to every other field of war they've ever been involved in and ask yourself if they're actually abiding by international law. And just because the United States government never has, does not suddenly mean Israel can pretend that they're not responsible for what they're doing. But Lindsey Graham, of course, says, as far as I'm concerned, the ICJ can go to hell. He's an absolute maniac. And here is a good picture for that. And what I think Solomon Ahmed points out. Ugh. These people are so... Anyway, for the podcast, you really got to look at that picture. But we said this earlier before in a previous show. He simply says they've already left the diplomatic vocabulary. Not even the biggest dictators in the world use that kind of vocabulary. They're just showing you what they really are. Tom Cotton, of course, comes out and realized this was the 24th. Both Lindsey and Tom Cotton saying, we don't have to listen to them. And what were they asking? Don't do what they did to Rafah. Don't go into Rafah. Lindsey Graham says, we don't have to listen to them. So he is completely complicit in the murder of these people in Rafah and every other part of this. Tom Cotton, same thing, 24th. A fake globalist court issued a fake order. Right, again, this is the court. Now, I have criticisms like anybody about the lack of accountability, especially from these two groups, especially in regard to Israel until now. But a lot of other examples. It's a political entity. Everybody's aware of that. But for them to say it's now working for Hamas or a fake carrot or a fake order, it just shows you that at the very least, even if you think it should be different, at the moment, you have people who are actively disregarding what they have always said we should all be listening to, international law. And it goes in a fake order to Israel not to defend itself. Despite the fact that the expert on the topic said that that's not possible for occupying territory. But I'm sure Tom Cotton knows better. The guy who stole all that gold from Iraq. And it says, how about this court order Hamas to release the hostages? I can't believe they still think this argument makes sense. Despite the fact that almost every entity, the UN and otherwise, have all said, release the hostages incessantly. But their only argument is, why don't you order them to... So what happens when they do that and nothing changes? Like, again, you're the one telling us this is a terrorist organization. So you're telling us that the only thing we should be doing is passing legislation and agreeing on resolutions that ask them or demand them to do what they don't care about because they're a terrorist organization? It's stupid. The only thing they want you to do is act like the only thing you should be doing is going, terrorist, Hamas, and everything else is okay. How about you do both? How about you go, Hamas, release hostages, and Israel, you're responsible for your actions? No, you're a bad person. And of course, human shields, political pawns. These people are not working for Americans. And again, Sam Husseini made the very clear point that what we're dealing with right now, this is according to Article 41 of the statute under the ICJ, that what they just did has binding effect and creates international legal obligations for people whom the provisional measures are addressed. So right now that's Palestine, and clearly Israel acting in Palestine. And then for the the Genocide Convention, it's every entity that is bound by it, that is required to act to stop this. None of them care, showing you what international law really means to those in power. Uh-oh, is it going to crash on me? No, almost. I think it might be happening. Now, here's David Collier again. Hamas has over 100 hostages, he says. Hamas is in Rafah. I'm sure he must know that somehow, even though nobody else has been able to prove that, despite the fact that not a single example of a Hamas member being killed anywhere so far has ever been shown. But yeah, he knows. And he says the ICJ is basically telling Israel it's not allowed to pursue Hamas to rescue the hostages. No, it's the same argument we just made a moment ago. What you're saying is the only two things are bomb everyone to death or do nothing. That's the game they're playing. Call for the hostages to be released. No, there's a lot of other things that could be going on here. How about the fact that you could go in on the ground in a surgical way and go after the people you claim are there while actively trying not to kill civilians? Nobody's doing that. In fact, what they do when they're on the ground is accidentally kill their own people, pretty much every time. Maybe not accidentally. Either way you look at it, this is not the only dynamic in play, but that's what they want you to think. They're hamstringing us because we can't just indiscriminately bomb everybody. And really, the top of that is if you're telling us there's 100 hostages in Rafah, why did you just bomb all of Rafah or indiscriminately bomb where you're claiming they're supposed to be held? Nobody with a brain can say that makes sense. And AIPAC said, Israel is a democracy with a robust and independent judiciary that's fighting a just war in a moral manner. Yeah, clearly acting for the international law or for the American country. This is a group acting of the interest of, this is why we talk about this should be, no matter how you spin this, AIPAC should be registered under FARA. It is a group acting solely in the interest of a foreign country. There's no way around it. The point, though, is about the ICJ. And what they're saying is because they have an independent judiciary, that this shouldn't make sense. And I made this point on a show recently. And I'll include the links I made here before. I think it's in this one. I talked about it. The illusion of the altruistic U.S. government has been dismantled by the ongoing Israeli genocide. This is an article from 2018 from one of Canada's top judges, saying without an independent judiciary, Israel's cherished democracy will be at risk. And of course, the thing she was pointing to later came to pass. So her argument was, if that happens, well, it wouldn't be independent. Well, too late. We're already there. Okay. And then here's even further. I showed you this before. It was February 13th, 2023. Thousands in Israel protest the far right's government plan to weaken the nation's judiciary. These were the judicial reforms they were protesting because what they do, they allowed people like Netanyahu to just disregard what the Supreme Court ruled because they didn't like it, ultimately saying that we're more in charge. That's not an independent judiciary. Very, very clear. My point is that if you're saying that's why they shouldn't be investigated, well, we can prove to you that even Israelis do not think that's the case. And actively, the current leadership is, as every way they can, undermining the controls so they can, and most importantly, so Netanyahu can avoid going to prison. But no matter how you spin this, it's not even remotely what they claim. So in every sense of every sense of what the ICJ should be legally allowed to do, this is exactly that. This is what they were made for. And on top of that, Jason just put up a good clip on our TLAV account today about that exact segment, about the independent judiciary and understanding that what they're doing is pretending that that's the case when you can prove it's not, but essentially making the argument for us that this is why it should be happening. And on top of that, we showed this recently. This is the green countries are those that support Palestinian statehood. And what he says is we're always told that the countries in gray are the international community. Well, it's kind of hard to see that. At this point, it's very clear the minority. So what it ends up being is the ones that see themselves as above the others. That's not the way we're supposed to see this. Overall, it's becoming clear that there's something very wrong in all of this. And the world is standing up. As Sarah Abdallah writes, this is South Africa rising for Palestine. Look at this massive march, guys. Look at that. Massive pro-Gaza protest unfolds in Cape Town with thousands demanding an end to Israel's genocide. Look at that support. Now, this is an interesting post. I'll play this video for you. This is a young girl who says, I'll just let it play. She talks in this, but this person, Carrie, writes on top of the video, it's going to be a nightmare as these damaged IDF soldiers return to the UK following their lawless reign of terror in Gaza. So what she's asking is, shouldn't we be concerned about the idea that you have people coming back from the open genocide and are just arbitrarily killing? The same point we made about what happened in Iraq. You got soldiers coming home who just committed massive war crimes. And we know what happened. There was a lot of fallout, a lot of bad things that happened, maybe inadvertently because they had whatever we call it these days, shell shock or whatever the whole George Carlin joke is, whatever new name they've given it today, the idea that war has broken these people because it's not normal. But she's making a great point as she even gives you an example of an IDF member that came back to UK, which, by the way, shouldn't be allowed, working for foreign governments' militaries. And here's the way he acts, shows you the kind of mindset that they have. And this is not every IDF member, but you can clearly see the ideology of the Zionist government that does influence their opinions.
I'm the only one genuinely afraid of the fact that an ex-IDF soldier attacked a woman yesterday in Whitechapel. He literally pulled her hijab off of her in London. And when a woman intervened saying, "You're disgusting, you put your hands on women, what is wrong with you?" he steps towards her and says this.
In case you didn't hear it, he called her a dirty effing Muslim. And then called her anti-Semitic for calling him out. Okay. He literally steps up to this woman, and says, "I'm an IDF soldier," until a bigger man steps in and he cowers.
Do you see how as soon as a man steps in, he immediately cowers and hides? This is because occupation forces are not taught to attack men. They attack women and children, or they drop bombs on civilian populations. He was arrested for racial abuse, I believe. But this is why it's genuinely so scary, this concept that British people can serve in a foreign military and retain their British citizenship. Because you should not be allowed to go and commit war crimes to then walk the streets of the UK as if that's perfectly normal. And because Zionism is cemented in this like supremacist belief system that perceives Arab people and Muslim people as less human, that is why it's so fundamentally dangerous for them to come back to the UK, which is incredibly multicultural, and spew their racist shit.
Which, by the way, they have a right to, if we're going to be objective and honest about it. He didn't commit a crime, as far as I can tell right there, whether in the UK or not. Just by yelling racist things does not mean you committed a crime. I know in the UK, they claim that's a crime, and seemingly it's coming to the United States. But yes, we should argue you're a disgusting person, and you need to be called out for it. And I understand the concern if we're talking about people murdering other children in genocide, or in Gaza, committing genocide, and then coming up. That I do consider a problem. But we nonetheless need to acknowledge, whatever her opinion or anybody else, that saying bad things to people is not a crime, guys. It's just not. These are free speech realities. But still, that's why free speech should exist, because we should collectively say, you don't deserve a place in our society. Go wherever you want. Just don't stay here. That's, I think, important to break down right there. Well, somebody says if he touched her, it's an assault. Absolutely. But I didn't see it in the video. So yes, they said that, but I wasn't able to see it. So I wouldn't argue I know that's what happened, but good point. If he touched that woman, then yeah, that would be assault. But here is a couple, two points I want to try to wrap with reasonably quick. And this is about the food discussion. Arsen Otrovsky, yet again, keeps pushing this lie from Kogat. This is the new one. This is from the 22nd. And now they're saying 298 trucks. Let's remember, 500 or more was the low before October 7th. And that's where they were already food insecure. And they keep pointing at this and going, see, we're doing more than ever. I mean, they're just, why not just lie about the bigger number if they're lying anyway? Because they are. So my point is, he goes, repeat after me, not a famine. Do the math on this. I didn't do it. It was what, like 100 and something a week? If you break down this number, it breaks down to basically nothing. And then we can prove to you what they're lying about, because on their own breakdown from the UN, you can prove that they have almost brought it down to nothing. And nowhere over the entire span so far from the 7th have they even gotten close to going over an average of 500 a day. And that was, again, what it was before, including fuel. But in any case, the most they've gone over here is what, 216? That's less than half of what they were getting before. That's why they're starving. Whether or not you have some places with enough and some places, the point is people are starving to death. It's famine, not starvation. It's famine. Despite all of the lies they're screaming, their own numbers prove that. They updated this. This looks like the new way they're showing this, which I think is just because there's more information. But this one, actually, let's try and update it again. This is from May 24th. Remember, I showed you guys do the number on this. Let's see if it's, yep, this was today. Oh, look at that. So this one's today. So first, let's go here and see how it changed. So this is of May 24th. So again, same point, just different writing. Was 500 trucks before October 7th. And they're showing you yet again. Look at this breakdown. So this is actually interesting. They've now broken it down by area. So you can see from October 7th all the way to November, they only allowed one location, which was Rafah. That was it. And it was only 218 for the whole month, or at least since October 7th, which is, I mean, think about that. If 500 a day, we're talking about 218 average, daily average. Never broke that. November. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm looking at that wrong. So that was the total. So it's an average of 7 a day, 218 total. November, 2,545 total, an average of 85 a day. 500 being the bare minimum before October 7th, and they were still food insecure. Still only coming through Rafah. Ask yourself why they were only allowing one crossing all the way until December. Because they manufactured this very clearly. Then you jump up to opening barely Kareem Shalom, and still 105. They never, look at this, they broke these down even more. They don't even get over 200 until May. And realize that they're still only had 2 crossings open all the way until April. I mean, there's no way to misunderstand this. Now, Looks like there's 4 crossings that are somewhat open, but still, the point is they open more crossings, but they diminish the daily average. Now it's down to 57 a day. My point in all of this is if they're pretending that they put through 200 trucks, almost 300 on the 22nd, it's verifiably false for both examples. Even going back to the day before it, you can clearly see that they went down to nothing. And even if they did, it's still less than they could need to survive. Now, here's all the way up to the 27th. Look at that. Look at that number. Still 53 average a day. I mean, it pains me how obvious this is, and your representatives out there are still allowing this to happen. Now, the chairman of the Euromed Human Rights Group also highlights that 70 different human rights groups have now publicly called to recognize the famine ongoing in Gaza. As they say, Israel makes starvation its weapon of war. Here's the article itself. 70 different human rights groups. Shouldn't be hard to wrap your mind around. It's been discussed for a very long time. Here is a new one from Amnesty, one of the leading human rights groups, January 24th, 2024, saying, it was actually updated as of April 12th, 2024, more than 250, not just the 70 here, more than 250 humanitarian and human rights groups around the world call to stop arms transfers to Israel and Palestinian armed groups. But of course, they always do that because this is a balanced day. The point is that the only example we're really talking about are the arms transfers. All they're talking about when they talk about Palestine are talking about the alleged allegations of that happening. I don't think there's even a real, especially for how tightly controlled this area is right now. But even then, what we're talking about is stopping arms transfers to Israel. No one cares. Aviva Klampa says Egypt is refusing to allow aid into Gaza. That's the game they keep playing. Despite the fact that we know for a fact, as this was the executive director for the Legal Center for Freedom of Movement, who highlighted that Kogat is dumping goods on the side of the Karim Shalom crossing, which can't be reached without Israel coordinating that, and then mocks the international organizations that can't reach the goods because of a lack of coordination, which, by the way, is exactly what they wrote. Trucks are waiting for collection and distribution it's just on the surface. For those in the podcast, I'm just showing you the tweets they're putting out. Maybe you should consider calling yourselves the backbone of humanitarian aid in Gaza since others are able to do what you cannot or shouldn't. The point is that they're manufacturing the illusion by dumping this in a place that they won't let them get to. And then even if they manage, they shoot them anyway. That's already, even the U.S. has said, stop shooting the police. And yet they just lie about it. As Asaf MD points out, the IDF shut down the Rafah crossing. What are you talking about? Because they did. They're controlling the entire border, which, by the way, we said earlier, they're now controlling parts of the Egypt area, which is a violation of, off the top of my head, what was it called again? If you remember what the legislation was, I forget it, but it's a violation of the law. Quds News Network highlights as of the 25th, due to the Israeli blockade they're pretending isn't happening, and its prevention of aid and food entry into the Rafah crossing with Egypt since its operation, tens of trucks carrying food was destroyed, along with thousands of tons of vegetables that have rotted while waiting permission from the Israeli occupation to enter the strip, while people are starving. Look at all these eggs somebody sent that have rotted because they let them sit there. But yeah, they're doing the best, the most moral army in the world. And here, just quickly, is another lie, just continuing to show this. Now, as the best I can tell, this looks like an old video, but in any sense, the important thing to understand, and what they're showing you is scenes from the market in Rafah. Well, there's 3 points to make here. First of all, Rafah is the location where they have been jamming everybody. So there's going to be a lot of people, and yes, there are still markets. I don't know why they argue because they have areas where people are selling the little they can, that somehow that's indicative of, the argument is they're not, so those children we saw burned alive didn't count? I just don't get the logic of the people that are so desperately trying to hold on to, there's no genocide, you're lying, despite all the evidence, despite all the human rights groups, or the UN, and everybody else that can not just see it and acknowledge it, but we can prove it. Where even their own representatives said, yes, this is what we're doing. Or former Holocaust survivors, or former IDF chiefs, it's just painful what people can ignore. But even then, it's important to understand that Kogat's already been caught lying in this exact way. One time you could prove that the banner that was behind them showed you that it was actually a video from months before this ever started. They know that. They're choosing to lie to you. But all they're trying to show you here is, look, here's a market, pretty scarce, by the way, but with people, lots of people. Therefore, look, no genocide. That's what they're trying to do. Same thing here. And same video. Here's what somebody commented, just their opinion. No, he's saying that's what it looks like right now. You could take it. You could decide for yourself. I can't verify that those images are right now or that's been. The point is, this is in Rafah, and we know this is what they've been doing. In any case. Oh, and then here's another one saying, look, this is what that area looks like right now. But again, it's hard to tell for sure who's lying and who's not. My point is, you can already tell. Oh yeah, sorry, one more point. This is the most apt point. Here they're going, look, here's the market day in the Warsaw Ghetto. Can't you tell there's no genocide happening? Like, it's the same game, guys. It's the same tactics even, which I think is more exact than we realize. It's obvious propaganda. My point, though, is from before, as I've shown you many times. It's important because it's one of the provable examples. There's been at least 5 or 6 of them that I've caught them lying about. But this is one of the most obvious. Here's this guy, Oren Barsky, just somebody lying about this, who said, look, there's no famine. Here's all the bread. It's in Nusrat, February 8th. And the point was, nope, that's a lie. The bakery in this video was destroyed in October. It's gone. It doesn't exist. And where did he get that from? Oh, that's right. He got it from Kogat. That's them sharing the lie. And of course, weirdly, they get a different message that doesn't really prove what they're lying about. It just says, out of context. You think that's by accident? Somebody clearly made sure that didn't show you what they're saying. Yeah, it's the same video, guys. See? They lied. Kogat knowingly lied about this because the bakery that they are claiming is the one that probably, there's always an image. Somebody put it down here. It's that, yeah, right there. That's the Nusrat bakery right there. That was on October. They got destroyed. It wasn't rebuilt, but Kogat lied. And they know they lied, and yet the video is still up, even though it got fact-checked by Twitter. That's the reality. Here's Pelham just simply showing you what overall we're dealing with here. Look at this area. And she simply says the Holocaust card runs out when you commit one of your own. I'm sure they'll call that anti-Semitic. It's simply pointing out what they're using to argue that this should not be allowed to, they shouldn't be accused of something. But while you're committing something to that level, it's kind of hard to pretend like you're not at least guilty of something. And on top of all of that, Israel is hastily moving to ban UNRWA. Gee, who didn't see that coming, right? The group that they're acting like we shouldn't care about. It's so desperate and obvious that they've been going after UNRWA from the very beginning because it's the group that maintains the legal records that they are, in fact, still committing an occupation, which anybody knows at this point. They've already lost control. But it says that also the primary relief agency for Palestinians. It says before any war settlement is reached, this act, why can't I highlight this right now? Uh-oh, there you go. Something's freezing on me. It says this action aims to deprive Gaza's population, over 70% of whom depend heavily on their aid, which they turn around and point to as, why is that possible? Well, the answer is the same. It's because you've never allowed them to go back to their own territory, many of which have nowhere else to go. It's not their fault that you did this to them. It's not their fault you don't like them that their families have held on to what they believe is theirs for 75 years. It's not their fault. It's still your fault for illegally occupying people. But now they're going to deem them a terrorist organization. That's what they're doing. They're arguing that it's a terrorist group. They approved a preliminary reading designating UNRWA as a terrorist organization. Well, that reminds me of a previous example we played in the beginning. Another group that they randomly decided was a terrorist organization only because they were highlighting that a child was raped. Because this is how the Israeli government operates. Don't forget the example.
We have to condemn the atrocities that happen every day to Palestinians in the West Bank. You mentioned sexual violence. I was part of the human rights vetting process for arms going to Israel, and a charity called Defense of Children International Palestine drew our attention at the State Department to the sexual assault, actually the rape of a 13-year-old boy that occurred in an Israeli prison in the Mosque Bia in Jerusalem. We examined these allegations. We believe they were credible. We put them to the government of Israel. And you know what happened the next day? The IDF went into the DCIP offices and removed all their computers and declared them a terrorist entity. I think it is vital that atrocities not happen to anyone, not sexual violations, not any kind of gross violation of human rights. We are looking at a situation where there is so much dehumanification, where people are not seen.
Yeah, that's exactly what. You called us on our crimes. You're a terrorist. Yeah, sounds exactly like what you see everywhere else, right? Oh, you're saying we're occupying, you're a terrorist. Or you're a racist. Same game. So here, to rapidly finish, is the point we were going to make before, which suppressed news highlights the Israeli army found the bodies of 4 prisoners in its search for others in Gaza, they claim. Now, one of them is the famous discussion of Shani Luke. He simply highlights that it says, confirmed, this IDF spokesman said the bodies of the abductees have been recovered. So his point is they're claiming that's confirmed. Together in a joint operation, the IDF forces and Shin Bet, the bodies of the abductees of the late Shani Luke and the other 3 were recovered from Gaza Strip to the territory of the state of Israel. Their memory be blessed. And he says, always remember, Netanyahu could have saved them. Their government could have saved them, but chose not to. It is an important point. Even if you think their story is true, that everything I said is true, the point is that they have turned down 8 deals, as far as I understand, that would have brought them home. I think I have it in here somewhere. Towards the end. I think it's right here. Right there. I'll come back to it. Oh, it's 11 different deals. Many of which were very, very clear that fine, we'll give you everybody back if you just cease hostilities. Those were happening the first couple of weeks. They've now been proven. They chose not to because they don't want these people back. Now, more than that, there's something a bit more interesting about this story to me. Understanding the history of this, remembering that she was first seen on the back of that truck, then was claimed to have been raped and murdered and all this different without anybody knowing anything that actually happened, which right in the beginning should have made you skeptical. Clearly, it was what happened, what it looked like. Yes, you can obviously argue it seems likely something bad probably happened to her, but you don't know. So as a journalist, which many of them did jump right in and claim that, you wouldn't be claiming things without proving them. Not a real journalist. Now, the point is that she was then later proven to be, actually, let me see if I can grab that. Probably not. Yeah, look at that. How weird. This is from October 12th. Shani Luke is still alive, mother reveals. Now, in this breakdown, they confirm that she was alive and that she was taken to a hospital. Right? It says, on Tuesday, family announced they had proof that she was alive. Swiss German language news outlet Blick reported that her mother said she was in a hospital in Gaza. Now, I did the breakdown on this before in a previous show. The hospital that she was confirmed to have taken to within the next 3 weeks was bombed and destroyed to the ground. Okay, so how likely do you think it is that she was killed in the hospital by IDF bombs? You can at least acknowledge that that's a possibility. Okay, that's where I left it because that's all we have. You know, objectively going, well, that's the evidence. You guys can decide, as opposed to screeching about the side you think it should be, as two-party illusions will do, as the Israeli government will do, as the U.S. government will do. Okay, so we're left with that. Then the story comes back around, right? Where this one was October 31st. They confirmed that she was dead. Or actually, I think this one, okay, yeah, this was next. This was the one where they said that they found a piece of bone. Which, right there, say they found a bone fragment from her skull. But do you remember how that started? Mr. Ridiculous Herzog, the supposed president, comes out and says, we found her head. Her body was she was decapitated. That's what he said. It's very easy to look up. Then it came that, wait, no, we found a piece of the bone from her head, which was how we were able to confirm that she was no longer alive, because without that piece, she couldn't be alive. Then it became, no, we found a sliver, a fragment of bone. And this is not even the last one. It was a sliver from her own parents' acknowledgement, a sliver of bone that they did a DNA test on that proved it was her. So hold on. So you got a sliver of bone that clearly somebody could survive without, and you're claiming that Herzog was lying. Gasp. They were trying to use her memory for their own purposes. Now, as the squirrel points out, in October, the president of Israel, Herzog, said they recovered her body, but it was beheaded. The points I was just making. Yesterday, the Israeli government regime again said they recovered her body, yet the family saw it and said it's complete and beautiful. So he skipped the middle part, but this is the 18th, or no, the first part anyway. This is now the 18th of May. Her family said they found her body complete and intact. That was their quote, complete and beautiful, which, by the way, also suggests something very strange. He said again, this is the first article from 30th, found beheaded after being taken to Gaza. That was the president of Israel. Okay, here is May 17th. It says the body that we have now is complete and beautiful and looks like she's alive actually. So now we're going to pretend that she was killed in October, but her body's completely, like, it looks like it's alive right now? So something's wrong here, clearly. So he says, here is the president, this is where he said this, who still is treated as a credible source of information, even though he's been caught lying about a fake book that they claim was some kind of chemical weapons instructions, but it was actually a cover from Amazon, that they found a Arabic version of Mein Kampf, or that they have 1, 2, 3 instructions on how to rape people. Like this, every one of these have been laughed at and debunked, saying that they found her beheaded. He lied. Also, a body does not remain perfect for 7 months. That's insane. So what happened here should be obvious to anyone who isn't a liar. The Israeli regime had her body all along. That's very interesting. Kept it on ice and then uncovered. That's his opinion, of course. Certainly sounds like a logical consideration. They recovered her body in October, lied about it being beheaded, and a skull fragment. Now, that lines up with what I think. Since we know the one thing we can prove is that she was revealed as alive and she was in a hospital, which again challenges the lie about being all the things. Why would they take her to a hospital? And on top of that, we have many examples of them saying, don't touch the person. They're protected by us. Our religion says you're not allowed to touch. Many times. They could be lying, of course, but the evidence piles up before you can start leaning into what you think versus what we can prove. Overall, if they did then find her after the hospital was bombed in this month, which makes sense since they bombed it, they went in, they took her body. Now, maybe she wasn't killed. Maybe I don't know. A lot of this stuff doesn't seem like it adds up. But in any case, what we know for sure is they lied about what happened from the beginning to this very moment. He says these Zionists are he points out a bunch of different examples of the lies. In any case, I think that's the relevant point. You read the thread for yourself. But look at what happened in this. They're saying the bodies were found under an UNRWA school building. Right? This is right after we talked about the idea. Not only did they just bomb UNRWA and Rafah under that same conversation, they said this was in Rafah. Right before this all happened. Oh, look, we found all their bodies. But the point here, and look, my point is you can scroll down and find out all these people were sharing the same claim. Ollie London, the ridiculous propagandist, he's got like 45 facelifts. I don't know what his story is, but the point is that they're lying incessantly about the same things. And what's interesting is they say, look, it's an UNRWA building. In fact, what it says, if you actually read, is the reconstruction of the shelter was made possible by UNRWA. Sort of different than saying it's an UNRWA facility, but, facts and all. Who cares about the facts? As long as we can show a blue sign and say, UNRWA did it. It's a building that was reconstructed because of UNRWA, not necessarily an UNRWA compound, but they don't care about the facts here. In any case, the point is they claim, look, it's a tunnel, and we claim we found things down there. Nothing. That's it. No evidence beside that. But all these people know better. They can tell you what they're told to think. Aviva Klampus being one of them. The dead bodies of hostages were found under the UNRWA building in Gaza. There's not been a single word from the UN. Wait, so are you pretending the UN should just respond to what you claim happened, even though you keep getting caught lying? That's pretty stupid. But he says, this person is not true. Source, please. And this person says, Israel Newsfeed. Here's those same images that says that's where it was found. And they go, a building that was reconstructed by UNRWA, that's a far cry from UNRWA building, suggests their building belongs. The same point I made. But here's a point I want to make first before we get into the other discussion that they just bombed this building before they claim they found dead bodies in there, which, maybe means they bombed them themselves. What do you think? But I want to highlight the point about the whole tunnel discussion. As they're talking about, look at these tunnels we found. That means they're terror tunnels. Don't forget, and this is a point I made earlier, we just went over this in depth. This is the National Geographic article that talks about this interesting history. Let me do this so I don't have to scroll back down. The point is this was written in 2012. And National Geographic is talking about the tunnels. And their main point is these are just families. Many of them just people digging tunnels to be able to become a part of this lucrative smuggling operation. It seems to operate in plain daylight right in front of Egypt, in front of Israel. Nobody seems to stop it. I wonder what you think that means. You have to understand that there's a level of this was allowed to happen. Then the point that they highlight, which was in this conversation, they simply say, look, a handful of rockets are launched by young militants who are hired by local merchants whose profits would be declined if Israel's closure were further relaxed. So Israel, where do you think this stuff is coming from, guys? So these are merchants, in my opinion, or even the militants themselves, at a time when we know Israel's funding Gaza, that is working with this lucrative smuggling operation, making a lot of millions of dollars, they said. So they're allowing rockets to pop off, which they go, look, a rocket! They're terrorists! We have to keep fighting! Then they allow the smuggling to continue. And these, in many cases, if you read the article, they're not smart. They admit that weapons would be part of this, which then you have to admit Israel was aware of. But either way, that most of this is food, medicine, toys, things that they're not able to get. Why? Because the siege has always been there, not just post-October 7th. So think about that when we just go, terrorism. You have to understand how this is being played. Now, on top of that, the building. General Strike, Terrence Daniels, makes a good point and says, well, maybe you should stop blowing up under buildings then. All the hostages in Gaza were killed in indiscriminate bombing. Those pictures of cities flattened, those are actually pictures of dead hostages. Now, that's his opinion, but I agree. And I think the point here is that, yes, you can acknowledge, as we just covered, that on May 22nd, the IDF strikes a Hamas UNRWA school. Now, this is Twitter's reporting, but here's Times of Israel. Airstrike targeted what they claim were Hamas members at an UNRWA school. And then we're supposed to swing back around a few days later and go, look, they killed May 23rd. Look, they found bodies in the building that we just bombed. Isn't it not at least possible that yes, guys, obviously. And then we should stand even further back and recognize what the United Nations has said about what they have been bombing. No, there's a lot of good information in this post, by the way. This is just a general post, May 22nd, from like all the different things they've been bombing around the UN. This is just about UNRWA schools and UNRWA buildings. If you haven't looked at this, 388 times have they bombed an UNRWA premise. 388 times. Where are all the human shields are supposed to be told are happening there? And the people inside of them have been reported since the beginning of the war. 388. Some with multiple incidents, by the way, including at least 54 incidences of military use and or interference at UNRWA premises. 174 different UNRWA installations have been impacted. UNRWA estimates that in total, at least 450 internally displaced people sheltering in their shelters have been killed. 450 random people that have just been sheltering there. Many of them children and women, most of them, in fact. And it says at least a further 1,472 injured since the start of the October 7th war forward. UNRWA is still verifying the number of casualties caused by these incidents. Some of them have been completely destroyed that have impacted installations, and notes that these figures do not include some reported casualties where the number of injuries could be more not be determined. The point is, obviously, these could have civilians in them. Obviously, these could have hostages in them. I genuinely believe that either the squirrel is right, that this was manufactured to dump this on them and act like this was, they had recovered the body all the time ago and they kept it okay and they turned it back out. Or however you explain why, and who knows, maybe the parents are lying about the way she looks. However you explain that statement, you can clearly see that the bombing of the buildings they just said they bombed right before they claim they found them in that building should be a little bit of a clue that maybe they killed them themselves. Maybe they meant to. And here's an example on video on May 24th even. In Rafah, of all places, Israeli soldiers record themselves. He posted this on the 24th. By the way, so this was from before the 24th. We very well could be watching the example of the school that killed these hostages, where they blow up a school in the city. And they all laugh about it. Posted on their TikTok, right? Totally not a war crime. And here's a UN post saying Security Council denounces attacks against aid workers, UN personnel. And I think there was something I had in here, but I'm going to skip it now. To end here in general, we have an ambassador addressing the press and the UN on behalf of the Arab group regarding the draft resolution that was just passed in the Security Council with a vote of 14 in favor. Oh, that's what this was. And regarding the protection of civilians in armed conflict. So what I found interesting, they pass a resolution, 14 in favor, 1 abstention, which we believe was Russia, which I find interesting. But guess who voted for it? The United States. So now you've got the United States in a Security Council vote voting to denounce attacks on aid workers? I'm sure they're not going to say they mean Israel, but who else is doing that right now? So it's very interesting to see how quickly they're losing support. And I don't really understand why Russia would vote abstain. There's usually a political reason for it. Maybe, of course, you could argue it's because they don't believe in supporting aid workers. I don't think that's what it translates to, but whatever you want to believe. The point is it's abstain, not yes or no. Usually for me, as I understand abstention, that means some kind of objection to the overall framing or the process itself. That's why we should be able to abstain from voting. And it's a real option that they don't allow us. But Klompas also continuing, the same post saying they found these bodies under the UNRWA building, as if that's supposed to justify bombing children in the UNRWA building. This person just highlights an important reality that Israel is now and always has been holding more hostages than Hamas. Even though, and there are hostages in Gaza, but most of them are detainees or POWs because they are literally military targets, including those 4 women that they showed. But 3,424 on the record, which way more than that, of administrative detainees. Administrative, meaning they have not been charged, that they're held indefinitely in many cases. The world is very clear about this. Even Israel tacitly admits to this. They're just throwing rocks. They're terrorists. But yeah, we only look at one side. And remember, 11 different times they've had the opportunity to get these people back, including Shawnee Luke and whoever else would have been there before they were killed. And they didn't. And their people know this. That's why their people are screaming that they should take whatever they get right now, and they're not. Rather, just whatever deal is offered that might bring their families home. So everybody else is fighting against what they're doing, and yet everybody else is a racist for doing so, including all the people in their country. And she goes, why does it never occur to UNRWA to call for the release of the hostages? Same point from before. How embarrassing. You mean aside from the fact that every single entity has said yes, let go of, or how about the deals that they're acknowledging, which also do that? Or all the times that you have refused, as Israel's government anyway, the deals that would have gotten them back. But no, let's pretend like UNRWA highlighting the bombing of Rafah is unjust, is they should be calling for the Hamas. I mean, so think about acknowledging the killing that just took place in Rafah. And then trying to direct anger and why don't you call for the hostages to be released? You mean the hostages that you probably just killed in that area? You see, these people have lost the plot. This doesn't make sense. It didn't make sense in the first couple of days. People were scared. Now it's just comically stupid. And speaking of comically stupid, here's Elon Levy. He says Israel cannot abandon the hostages in Hamas terror dungeons. Abandon them? You mean aside from the fact that you've refused 11 deals where they would have come back? He says this war Hamas declared on us is awful. Did they declare a war on you, or did you occupy them for 75 years and they finally resisted? It's just embarrassing. He says, but the alternative to fighting this barbaric foe is to abandon our citizens. Same thing they keep doing. So you mean the only 2 options are bomb everybody to death or do nothing? Are you really that inept? Are you really that completely incapable of coming up with someone? No, they don't care. They don't want any of these people back because it shows you what they really are. And then, of course, he goes, people have been kidnapped, raped, starved, tortured, executed. Well, there's no evidence of anything other than taken, raped. The evidence is completely fallen apart, starved. Well, I should say that is true, but then are you going to pretend like that's not because of your actions? How embarrassing is that? Tortured? I don't see any evidence of that. In fact, the exact opposite certainly could be. Executed? Where? Every single one that we can show that they're claiming was executed, like the Bibas family, was admitted to have been killed by IDF bombs. They're desperate, guys. Lastly, the same point. After all that we discussed, as they're screaming about what they're doing, here they are using human shields right in front of everybody, posting their own videos about it. They truly believe that they're unaccountable. Some of the people on the ground, at the very least. But I believe that illusion is rapidly losing. Or rapidly diminishing. So we're going to leave it there. Quite a long one today, guys, but I wanted to make sure I got all of that out. Tomorrow, my plan is to play my interview with Sal the Agorist, which is a really great interview, but it wasn't necessarily time sensitive. So I wanted to make sure that there was, a good place to play it. I'm going to make sure I play it tomorrow either way, since it's been kind of a week now. And I might be doing a show tomorrow as well, but there's a lot more I have to get done, but that's my plan. So I'll be letting the Wire community and possibly Twitter know as well. But thank you for tuning in, guys. I think it's just important that we stay the course, no matter the site, all the attacks, the suppression, the censorship, because this is just important. And I think we all know that. We all feel that. And for one, I'm okay with whatever comes to pass after this in regard to my own detriment, or the TLAV entity in general, because I'm okay with where we are right now. And I believe I'm willing to sacrifice all this to be okay with who I am for the rest of my life, knowing that I've stood up for what I believe in at a time when very few let's put it this way. I mean, I wouldn't say few in general, but I was going to say, I'm trying to think of the right word for it, is in the media sphere, let's put it that way, are willing to take the stand to come after this in a way that's justified, to call this what it is, not to worry about being called racist or being regarded as something that you're not, but having the courage to fight it from day one. I mean, there's people that are slowly coming around to this, guys. As you know, with this platform, whether it was COVID or anything else, I'll do what I think is right at the time when it's the most difficult, which is what I believe people respect about this platform. My point, though, is that I'm right with God in the context of where we are on this, that I'm okay with losing everything if it means standing up for what I believe in. But I hope we don't do that. I hope that we're able to fight, and I hope there is some justice in the world where we'll be able to maintain, especially because we were right about what's going on, what we've built here. We definitely need your support. I know you guys know that. I hate having to bring it up. The reality is that if you haven't seen the beginning of the show, the idea that Stripe has now told us we're no longer allowed to use their payment server because they claim we're crowdfunding, even though that's not what we're doing. And they added that in April last month when they haven't updated this in years. Seems a little targeted to me, but I get the same sense this is going to start to happen to more and more people using the platform just to stop us from being able to use them to fund what we're doing. And as you guys have seen, and many times I've tried other examples, other avenues, it seems impossible. So yet again, we fall back to what we always knew would be the base here, the donation-based system. And it seems that we may end up doing mail-in only, as assuming they don't stop the mail from coming to us too. So continue to support us in any way you can. Please, in the chat, if you could dump in the links to what people can support us with, it's down below every video we have. And now the Give, Send, Go, even, whether they seem to be blocking recurring donations. I really don't know, guys, but mail us something if you want to just give us words of encouragement. It definitely need it today. So thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting this platform or anybody else you believe is fighting for the truth. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.